someone isolate this.
No, just...
Things are better gone, but I really miss that universe where I got to be King Kong. The one where there's no war or poverty, and the one where I'm friends with the Yeti, and the one where I was a mad scientist who made a man out of spaghetti. But if it's true, we'll never begin again, and we're headed for a final oblivion. There's no one I'd rather log out with, to leave my account with, and all the means of existence. Ooh, it'll be a painful end, but at least I'm with my friends, the ones that stuck by my side always through and through. It's you and me and you and me and me and me and me. The last goodbye here at the end of space and time. The last goodbye above and below the endless sky. Oh, we're going down.
Oh, hello, 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 hello.
Hello.
Man, the last goodbye. Oh, so topical to this stream in so many ways that I won't explain further until the very end of the stream. Just make really, really speaks to my current mood at the moment. Saying goodbye one final time. Coincidentally, 10 years of me.
I said I wouldn't be a part of this bit.
I said to Amy yesterday, like, hey, what if on the stream tomorrow I do this big bit through the whole stream where I pretend and make illusions and say like, oh man, it's, this is a bittersweet day. And then like make you all think that I was going to quit YouTube. Maybe. And then Amy said like, maybe not. So
You can do whatever you want. I just can't keep a secret.
you're right. So, oh, what a heavy day this is. But 10 years. Yeah, and yes, I saw a lot of people. Yeah, I got my hair cut. This is the funny thing about every time I go into a haircut when I have longer hair, I tell them, hey, I'd like to keep the length. I kind of like it, but if you could clean it up. And then they go, okay. And they cut it all off. And I'm like, what part of me wanting to keep the length did you not understand? But yeah, so this is what happened. Thanks. Thank you. I don't hate it. Like it's not like it's a bad cut, but it was like I wanted to keep
It
the
needs
long...
a couple days.
It needs
grow out.
yeah, it needs to adjust to it, definitely. Am I retiring? Let me get through the stream first. Anyway, 10 years. It's not 10 years as of today, but it is 10 years as of April 4th, which was when Space released. So that was why Space released on a Monday, is because that was a very important day for me. And I wanted to be able to say that I released my own most ambitious project on my 10-year anniversary, because what better 10-year anniversary than that? So yes, this is going to be talking about 10 years of YouTube, but also it's going to be the big behind-the-scenes stream for Space to talk about all of that. If you have not seen In Space with Markiplier yet, you should probably go watch it, because we're going to be talking about a lot of spoilers that have been we've been eager to talk about for a very long time. But for right now, I just want to kick it off by saying thank you. Thank you so much for being with me. For those of you who have been here 10 years, which I know there are some of you who've been here for 10 years. And also to any of you who have decided to hop along for this crazy ride that is my channel and the videos that I make. And especially all of it culminating in Space. So it's just like it's just been a really, really satisfying experience. And what was that one quote someone said? Like I forget where it was, like a tweet or something. It was like, man, Mark just seems like he is uh, entirely powered by the creative process or something like that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, what was that tweet? I forget who said that, but it was like, yeah, honestly, I am, and I wish a lot of people, a lot more people were, because it's true. I just love the creative process. It's hard, but it's super super fun. So, last minute warning for spoilers on Space, because this is going to be going over everything.
The whole show.
The whole show. We're going to be talking about the production of it. We're going to be playing it with you guys. So this is your last chance, if you're here, to go watch it so you don't get everything spoiled. That being said, we're going to play through it so you guys will be able to vote on which way we go, and then we're going to talk about some of our favorite scenes, a look behind the production of it, and just generally anything we want to say. We also have the behind the scenes video that's done, made by my lovely editors who have done an incredible job on that. I wanted to get the blooper video ready for today, but unfortunately that won't be ready today. So the blooper and behind the scenes video will be posted separately next Sunday. I'm going to say next Sunday. And also just FYI, after my big end of stream announcement, I'll save it for later. I couldn't possibly even contemplate that right now. Yeah. So just thank you all so much for joining this. I also want to give a shout out to the people who I've done collabs with. I didn't do as many as I wanted to do because I just so happened to go to the hospital like 2 weeks ago or a week and a half ago or whatever it was, which kind of got in the way of doing a lot of things like that. But just today, like I did a video with the Corridor crew talking with Nico about this and how they were a big inspiration for not only me starting YouTube, but also just for just learning how to do these VFX and how to execute and how to communicate like the needs and wants of it. And also, there's the video I did with Rosanna Pansino, which if you haven't watched part 2 yet, Ro's in it. I will not spoil when or where, but just like the entire realization that there's the other people on YouTube that I've met and worked with and maybe not worked with along the way that were more than happy to talk with me and do a video with me.
The Corridor video and the Row video are bangers.
Oh,
I
yeah.
have to say.
Oh, absolutely.
They're really good.
The Row video, just like, I have only become less hinged.
More insufferable.
Insufferable. Quality my general philosophy is whenever I'm doing a collab, I try to make the other person look better by making me look as bad as possible. That's my general.
But you can do that with Ro because you know Ro so well that she's not gonna get offended and think that you're not
taking
but
it
you
seriously.
Don't care, yeah.
Yeah.
She knows you.
So if
she's just as insane as you are.
Oh my god,
frankly.
maybe even more so. It just doesn't come across that way on camera sometimes. But yeah, it's really good. So go find that video, support the Corridor video. I just made a community post about that earlier today. And then upcoming, I'm doing a video where I talk with Anthony Padilla. And that's just a nice, it's going to be a very long conversation. If you've seen his videos before, you know the basic format. He spends a day with me, and good God, we talked for 3 hours straight, I think. I'm pretty sure about 3 hours. So I don't know how that's going to get cut down, but it will. All right, with all that being said, it is just about time to get going on this whole shebang, talking about Space, watching Space, me revealing all the secrets that even to this day some people have missed. A lot of people have missed some of the things that I'm going to showcase.
People are connecting the dots, though.
Oh, yeah. Oh, there's some people that almost nail on the head, super, super accurate, really, really close to the truth of the matter. And it's just it's really fun to see people dive into this one and really eat it up, tear it apart, enjoy it. Because that's why I make videos. That's why I've been making videos for 10 years. Is not only for me to feel fulfilled in what I'm doing, but also just to see you guys enjoy what I'm doing, and really get absorbed into it, get sucked into the wormhole. It is my mind, all those things. But I guess before we get started, maybe we could get a couple questions from people.
Yeah.
If people have any overall questions about... overarching. Yeah.
Questions.
Yeah. Also, like, I didn't do a video with MatPat yet. I hope to in the future, but you know, MatPat did like not only 2 streams playing it, but also just made a lore video about it before part 2 came out. And also just as thank you to everybody that has played In Space with Markiplier either on stream or in video. That's totally okay. You can do that. Film your reactions to it, stream it, pull your audience to play it. I've been you know, supporting people that do.
We've been watching all of them.
Yeah, Kick Club has been kicking the hell out of people that do, so it's very nice. It's very nice. Oh, no, there's no part 3. My God.
Sorry.
Are you kidding me? There's no part 3. It was more than enough work doing part 1 and 2.
It's a 6.5 hour runtime, guys.
6 hours 57 minutes.
6 hours 57 minutes.
There are 6 hours and 57 minutes of total footage in both part 1 and part 2. I'd like to think there's more than enough content for you to enjoy.
I love the idea of there being more, but
yeah, that would be great if there was more. But you know, that's kind of like the whole thing. It's not even me being like, come on, how much do you guys want? I wanted to give you more. Yeah. I will show you some of the earlier drafts of my early, even before they were scripts, like my outlines of the show and the ideas that I wanted, how much content got cut. How many pages was the script when we started filming? Oh God,
I have no idea.
It's 300 something.
I wish I had the binder.
Yeah, it was. I think when I finished it was about 120,000 words was how much the script was for part 1 and part 2. Before I started cutting it down, actually, I think I have it up here. If I open, is it this one? I don't know if this one has like me actually writing more of the.
Yeah, because a lot of them were just outlines.
This isn't enough. This isn't all of it, but even this with just outline is 165,000 words. The actual full breadth of how much I wrote before we got to that 120,000, I think I wrote about 250 something thousand.
And
words.
I don't know if that even includes some of those like last minute scenes that you were writing.
Oh yeah, those
like
additions.
On the day,
I have no idea. Like those were, you know, a few pages at a time, changes that we made there. So final, I don't even know. It's big, and like tear it apart. You guys have been enjoying it. I'm thrilled with the response to it. People, all the art and the memes, and also just like people actually feeling the story. That's really special to me, and I can't thank you guys enough for all of that. Okay, so with that being said, let's get into the first video. Also the last goodbye by Schmo Yoho. If you guys don't send Schmo
the
Yoho,
Gregory Brothers on Spotify,
the Gregory Brothers on Spotify. The Last Goodbye is on Spotify. It's on iTunes. Buy it, support them. They did an incredible job. I will talk about that. You know, the Yancey scene, all of it. We're going to go through everything today. And then the BTS video is going to be very fun. I have not even seen it yet. So there's a lot of stuff that went on behind the scenes that I did not see.
That BTS, how much footage do you think there was?
It was, each of them had about 5 to 6 hours. So maybe like 20 hours of behind the scenes footage.
Because it was 6 weeks of production.
Yeah.
And that's like the vast majority of what the behind the scenes video is. And so it was just Tyler with a camera. For like 6 weeks straight, like 8 hours a day of filming.
A lot of people on set, just like with their phones, like grabbing stuff. It's super cool. Yeah, it's there's so many things that I could talk about. We'll try to keep it condensed. I actually wrote notes for this stream so we don't get too off topic and go crazy, because otherwise we could be here all day.
We will be here
all day. So without further ado, this is In Space with Markiplier Part 1. Spoiler alert, everything will be spoiled. And we will be stopping and starting the most through this, and then we will be voting on different choices.
take a step back there, Captain.
So I want to pause it right here to give a shout out to this man, Holt Boggs, incredible actor. There's actually a short film that I helped produce. Like, all I did was I helped fund it, just because he had this idea. If you haven't seen it, it's called Crazy. I believe it's on YouTube.
I think it is.
Yeah, so if you look up like Crazy short film or Crazy movie and you see Holt Boggs, this guy is pretty fun. I'm in it, just for a little bit, but I'm in it. But also just like to talk about the fact that this show looks good. Period. It was so nice to be able to do this, because the problem with doing things in space is obviously I can't go to space. So you have to rely on VFX for all of it. You do. And this is what I talked about with Corridor Crew. The reason like it turned out as good as it did, with 6 hours and 57 minutes of runtime and over 400 VFX shots. And if you don't know what that means, that's okay. Those of you that do, your jaws are on the floor. I think it amounted to like 460 VFX shots, maybe more. And it's just like, the reason that it was able to happen is not only because the people that worked on it were incredibly talented. Burning Tractor in Austin, incredibly talented people. If anyone in the film industry is watching this, they are worth the hire because they do great work and they're really fun to work with. Big shout out to Wes and his entire team for doing this. But the reason I talk to Corridor about this, and I have to give them appreciation, is because they have a series called VFX Artists React, and it's a very entertaining series. I highly recommend anybody watch it, because they watch movies and they break down the process behind visual effects, and they talk about how it's done, where things can go wrong, and what that did. It didn't teach me how to do visual effects, but it taught me the language of visual effects and knowing the constraints that you operate in with visual effects. It's not magic, it's art. People have to actually work on it. So with this, this is a very complex shot. This might be the most complex shot of the show, although there are many, because of all the elements that you have. In the background, those windows, it's just green screen and tracking markers on there. And they comped in, they built this beautiful ship, they built like these windows there, all these different elements combined to a relatively seamless experience that really immerse you in this space. It makes you feel like you are in space. So it's just like, it's really cool to see all this come together. In these, every single second of this opening scene took hours of work. I just want to put that out there. All right, continuing.
Yeah, I'm sorry, no, I'm staring a lot. Huge fan, been following your career for quite a while now. Invisible Tower, this is Shuttle Marmota, approaching docking bay 4. Closing the blast shields.
Shuttle Marmota, you're cleared to dock.
Yeah, copy you.
Baltimore.
Truth be told, we couldn't afford to show that anyway. But yeah, don't get me wrong. I know exactly where we're at. Check it out. We're gonna land in 5. Captain, we're here early. Gotta say it's an honor. You know, thinking maybe we could hang out or something. Go get a coffee, but you know, beer's cool.
Welcome aboard the Invincible 2, Captain.
I need to go back a bit. Okay, so pausing again here, because I said this a few times here and there. For those of you who have watched this, and remember, this is big spoilers. If you have not seen the show, links are in the description to both part 1 and part 2. It actually doesn't matter which part you start on. Go down there, flip a coin, pick one, watch the show. We're talking about everything here. You can come back later. The VOD of this will be posted and all that. But the reason I'm backing up is because I said in small circles that for those of you who have watched, actually, let me just say in chat right now, for this opening video, did you see Old Mark? I want to see in chat if you saw Old Mark in this video. Oh yeah, captions, right.
Ooh, while people say that, I want to just point out, because I saw people asking, you know how Mark's logo says like M2702, which is like obviously just a joke reference, and people were like, oh, are the other patches on the other characters references? And I think most of them are just the costume people putting like their favorite little numbers or things in them. Yeah. So they're meaningful to the crew.
Yeah, exactly.
But there isn't like a code or anything in them.
This is like one of the longer running jokes. I say jokes.
Your light isn't on.
Oh no!
Your light isn't on.
No! This was a constant plague. This wrist computer thing had these lights on it, and it was a constant battle because we had to turn it off to save battery because it lasted like no time, and I would always forget to turn it back on.
There's a couple places where it's not
Oh
on.
my
I didn't
God.
realize it was right at the
I
open.
didn't realize it was here either. Oh man, it's off. Okay, anyway, so most of you saw old Mark, some of you didn't. Now tell me this: did old Mark, appear in the opening video once or twice? That's the next question
It's
for
like
you.
I Spy.
It is like I Spy. Okay. Once, twice, a lot of onces. A lot of onces. The correct answer is 3 times. This is old Mark. Right there. You can barely see him. But that, my friends, is old Mark. Bubba Booey. And there's a reason for this. There's a reason that he's here, right? And once again, we'll get to it when we get to old Mark, but there's a reason. This is the first time that he appears. You know, like old Mark. You can see the blue sweater. Like you can tell that's him. He goes into the elevator before you. And you'll actually notice the door closes back there as he goes up. And that's why.
Took you long enough, but let me give you the grand tour before we embark.
Do we want to talk about this room, this set?
Oh, yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
with the elevator trick, right?
Right, yeah. So this is another behind the scenes little look into this. This room that we're in, this is the hangar, quote unquote. Same room as the warp core room. So this is like the practicality of filming and the limitations of what we had. We have a lot of limitations that we had to work with. We only had so big of a set. So we had to be really smart about how we approach doing this.
It wasn't even that we had so big of a set. We had so big of a soundstage that the set was built on. Our set literally touched like the what do you call that? Like the fire
line.
The fire line, right? Where you need like the 5 feet or whatever of space between the set and the wall in case there's a fire.
Yeah.
Actually, we were over the line initially because the dimensions that we were given were incorrect
Yeah.
for the build of the ship. So it's like you only have so much. I mean, how big was the whole ship?
I mean, whole ship, I would guess it was maybe probably like maybe 30 by 40 feet.
Yeah.
30 feet by 40. It
Maybe
might
by
have,
like 60. I don't know.
maybe. It's hard to say. I have the schematic, but I don't know the exact dimensions. But not as big as it looks. And that's the illusion that we had to do. Yes, thank you for all the 10 years. It is not 10 years as of today,
Well,
but...
it's still 10 years.
Yeah, it's still 10 years. Yeah, it's the first time I've actually been able to celebrate it this entire time. But yeah, let's continue.
This is my pride and joy. My baby. Well, your baby, I guess now. But I made her, and a baby will always remember her father.
Can I also talk about something here? So, as many of you know, the computer is voiced by the narrator of Kurzgesagt. His name is Steve Taylor. There was actually supposed to be more Kurzgesagt integration here, but the creator, I forget his name. Oh man, that's bad for me. Kurzgesagt himself, Mr. Kurzgesagt. We were actually going to have more integration here. This computer pad was actually supposed to have one of the little in a nutshell birds come in there, and the computer was supposed to talk through them. But scheduling, like getting all that in time, it fell through a little bit.
They're busier than you are.
Absolutely cranking out those extremely high. He was busy writing the Immune book, which I do have, which is like a college textbook level book. Really, really cool stuff. But it's like this whole show, we'll probably not touch on all of it, but we'll talk a lot about compromises, improvisation, things that we want versus what we can actually do. That's the nature of any film, unless you're Marvel or Disney, and you can just throw money at the problem until you think the problem is solved.
But that doesn't fix the problem.
That doesn't fix the problems, though. So a lot of this show, like I am super proud of every single second of this show, but it also every single second of it because it's my show and our show, and like I wanted it to be the best it possibly could be. So it's like present during every single moment of it, and like planning it out and thinking of solutions on your feet all make for a better show. So anyway, we get in the elevator.
Welcome aboard, Captain and Head Engineer. Prepare for sterilization.
First stop, the warp core. The heart and soul of the ship.
Still not 100% sure how it works, but...
This is the same room we just walked. This is the hangar, right? So it's the same exact dimensions of the room. We just do a magic trick where we go in.
You
It's
just
actually
take those pillars along the wall. We sliced them down the middle, flipped the one upside down,
Yeah.
put the lights behind it.
And if you think about it, like planning when we film something is important, because if we didn't get all the hangar stuff that we needed, we no longer had that set. We literally destroyed pieces of it to make the next portion of. So scheduling when we film things was incredibly difficult.
The cryopods were the biggest part of that.
The cryopods, we had to move them around because we only had the 2. But the cryopod, as you'll find out, is also in the cryo room.
One in the cryo room, 2 in the front
The
of the
bridge.
ship. The bridge, thank
Yeah.
you. So every time you had to move it, and they're made of foam, so they get damaged every single time you move it. And so if you pay attention, you can see that they're like banged up on the corners because you had to physically lift this massive build, bring it around the entire building, and stick it in another room.
Exactly. It was a challenge, a logistical challenge, but all of it, like, it worked towards the purpose of making a better show. So with enough planning, and honestly, there could have been more planning that was there. But anyway, anyone see something? Oh, look at that. Is that old Mark? Could that possibly be old Mark? What? This is probably the one that people notice second because it's the second most obvious one.
Yeah.
The first one is not obvious. That's intentional. But this is the second most, so there he is. There's our boy. And old Mark is here. And it's important to note, old Mark is here. Something goes wrong in this room, right? Okay, this is where the spoilers are coming in. If you haven't seen the show, watch the show. Hey, look. Hey. Not bad. Anyway.
Sure how it works, but...
You don't need to know how something works in order to use it. And when we found it again, it passed every safety test with flying colors.
It's not gonna be like last time.
Oh, no. This time, the Invincible is finally gonna live up to her name. But just in case, I built in a special precaution. If anything goes wrong, we can detonate these explosives and separate the warp core from the rest of the ship. I've yet to meet a problem that can't be solved with explosives. And speaking of explosives, the main reactor. Turns out you pretty much need the power of a star to tear open a wormhole, so a star I built. Built like a tank, too.
All right, I'm gonna pause it here. Yes, someone did just yell "my eyes." That was, I believe that was Will. That was Will. Who, if you remember from Heist, one of the fun things in Heist, it's during the dark path where I keep going like, let's split up, and if you handcuff me in the last one and you're chased by those cultists, it's the entire crew that we film with actually chanting in the same building that we're filming this one is going, intruders, but also they chant, we are evil, we will kill you. But a lot of times when we're doing the post-production, we'll need like a voice for something like that's actually Carlos who gets blasted in the eyes, and he goes, so we had Will, the producer, who, like, if you don't know what producers do, it's almost impossible to explain, but shows would not happen without producers. I'll just leave it at that. So he goes, my eyes! But also in Heist, he's the last cultist to fall down, who goes, intruders! And then gets his head, like, caved in on one of those pipes. So intruders! Clonk! That's also Will.
That's why there's, like, random, like, my voice is in at one part.
Yeah,
you're in
yeah.
these sound mixes, and it's, like, it's not like you have the actors there still, and it doesn't matter whose voices is. You're like, oh, like, this part's quiet, so we need a line here. And so we just throw whoever's there up, and it's kind of fun because then there's like these little Easter eggs of the crew doing voices and the producers.
Yeah, it's really fun. Someone noticed there's underneath our webcam right here. There's this dancing dude. That is, if you didn't notice, right there. Our webcam kind of obscures it, but he's there pretty much the whole time.
Tear open a wormhole, so a star I built. Built like a tank, too.
Did you ask for that?
So there's a lot of little things that the VFX team just put in like that because, you know, they're building a reactor and they're like, let's put something fun in there. That's what the beauty of this show is. Like, people had fun. It was a lot of hard work. Don't get me wrong. It was a lot of hard work, but it was also fun. And to me, that should be the point of the creative process. It should be fun. But that's just a little Easter egg. That's not old Mark or anything.
Maybe it is.
Captain? Bert. Yep. Yeah, it's Bert. He makes sure that the ship don't go boom.
Next up is cryo.
Hey. I want to give a shout out to this is Carlos, who
He was in Heist too.
He was in Heist as well. Some of the extras they're extras, designated extras, but they were basically crew here because I had them do so much more than just like an extra. There's like
Crew, not crew.
Yeah.
Crew member, actor crew member, not crew. Like
Yeah, exactly.
Cast crew.
It's hard. There's a lot of like rules and regulations with like determining extras versus crew, speaking roles versus non-speaking roles. To me, they're part of the ship's crew, and so I had them do a lot more and pay them equivalently to do a lot more. And also just like, I'm so grateful that they were a part of it. This is a running joke through the whole show, as you'll notice, barring a few exceptions, which we'll point out. Where he is, ever since this moment, constantly injured. No matter where he is, he's injured, which is just so goddamn funny. And also Bob as Bert, you know, just like, so grateful that Bob played that role.
all the main crew, when you wrote the show initially, you didn't have your friends in mind. You didn't have any of the casting in mind when you wrote it, did you?
No, not really. Actually, I think
Mick maybe.
Mick kind of. Actually, I was kind of wondering about Gunther. I thought maybe Gunther could have been MatPat, actually.
Oh,
I had a thought for that.
I didn't know that.
I had an idea for that, but you know, I didn't really have any solid idea until I started writing the dialogue of the characters, which never comes first for me unless it's like a specific line that I want to do. I don't know who's going to play it, and then the Gunther as he like transitioned, because Gunther, there was actually like Gunther begun in the earliest draft. There was two choices that don't exist in the show. There was Wake the pilot, Wake the gunner to deal with the same problem. And one of them was like Peter P. Pilotson, and the other was Gunther B. Gunnarsson. Those were the two like two people that you wake up. And so originally Gunther was not a part of the main trio of crew. There was no main trio of crew before.
You could talk for 10 hours about just this first fixing the ship section of the show, because that probably went through the most changes.
It really did. Oop, that's fine. It definitely went through the most changes. It was definitely the most intensive.
Like the logistically most complex about like how the hell do you...
Absolutely.
I don't know.
Literally the first half of part one was 3 weeks of our entire film shoot was just the first half of part one, and anything on the ship was the first 18 days of filming was on this ship. That's how much, how involved it was, and how intensive it was to get all these details together. And also, while we were filming, we were also still building the set. We were filming as we were building. It's crazy it's crazy that this managed to happen.
It's crazy that any like film with a decent budget gets made with like a full-size crew.
Yeah.
It's insane that anything ever gets done.
It
just
really
this
is.
whole shoot, and like this shoot went really well. Like as far as having like problems on the fly, like it was very straightforward. It went well. But even so, the entire time it feels like every day is like, this is not going to happen. Like, this is not going to happen. Like,
yeah.
Because there's always, you're like directing for you and producing, and the, you know, the kind of management side of it. The whole time you're just like making concessions, and you're like, okay, well, we gotta, like, this actor's injured, so we have to do something. We have to change the schedule somehow. Like, I don't know. It's just shocking that anything gets made.
Yeah. Oh, some people were asking, why is he injured? You will recognize him because he is right here.
Do the grand tour before we embark.
You hit him with your ship, Captain. What do you mean? Why is he injured? He just took a shuttle to the face. It's a wonder he's not just injured. Anyway, Yeah, pay attention. Come on, pay
I don't
attention.
think that's perfectly clear.
No, it's not. Well, that's why, like, a lot of these things in the show, I don't shove in your face and be like, this is it. There's a lot of things that exist in the background. And it was intentional because with Heist, I wanted a lot more things going on in the background. Here. And so with this one, I wanted it to not only be like the world is moving around the captain, things move very quick, but things are constantly happening in the background as well. And it was something that, like, with a little more time and filming, we were able to do. Anyway. We're getting bogged down here. No, not you. It's them. It's their fault. It's all your fault. It's your fault, Captain. You did this.
The colonists are prepped, stable, and ready for transit. Systems are working at 110% too, which is a little weird, but overkill never hurts. Trust me. You do not want to be awake when the warp core hits the gas.
So, a few things to talk about this. This is obviously a set extension. And if you'll notice that from this moment on, we see this, and it establishes the scale of the ship, this with the reactor and the ceiling in the warp core room. It uses VFX to build the ship out and make it bigger, but also we shut it and never see it again because that's expensive.
But that's like the joy and the charm of doing this on YouTube, you know, and like not for like a streaming service, a different streaming service.
Yeah.
It's like the campiness of this can be the joke. You can get away with that.
Yeah, exactly.
You're like, we show it once and then we never see it again.
I
And
mean,
that can be funny and that can be like part of the charm of the show.
Yeah, absolutely. But honestly, I think other shows could get away
Oh
from
yeah,
it. They're just
and
not.
it's comedy. You can really do it with comedy.
Yeah, they're not brave enough. Also, this is Doreen talking here.
Cece.
Ashab. Captain, all colonists are prepped and stable. 100,000 souls ready for a new life. Let's get them there safe.
Oh, don't worry. Before they know it, they're gonna wake up at the sight of a brand new planet with a fresh cup of coffee in their hands.
Why don't you give them more windows to look through?
Well, maybe I will. Maybe then someone might appreciate the aesthetics.
Yeah, Panda.
Besides, what could go wrong with a crew like this?
ADS is good to go. Don't worry, Cap. No asteroids getting by me. You can count on that.
So handsome and you're beautiful.
Was the ass slap?
Hey, watch!
It wasn't.
I'm so.
This is the old Mark that most people noticed. Right there. That's old Mark. The whole point of this is like not only to give like life to the ship and stuff, but also it's like that video with what I wanted all this to be. It's like that video where, you know, the two teams playing basketball.
Oh.
And they ask you to count how many times the like red team passes or whatever team it was. And you're so focused on the basketball and counting that you don't notice a dancing bear literally breakdancing through the video. That's the point of this, is just to give life to the ship, but also hide the fact that there's a freaking old man hobbling out. Here. Like you get bumped into and you get someone staring at you, which psychologically speaking, I wish this had like, who was it that showed the video of the eye tracker for audiences watching a movie? Did you see that?
Oh, they showed us that at the sound mix.
Yeah. Yeah, and it was just like this idea that they tracked the eyes of people watching this. So it's like, I would love to know where people's eyes are here. Yeah. And then Danny,
Oh no, Captain, I'm falling! Catch me!
taking this fall like 10 times.
Navigation is online, Captain.
Engines are looking good, Captain.
Life support is online, unless it's not, and then we wouldn't know until we passed out. Seems fine. Everything is accounted for. We're ready to see our new home. All that's left now is for you to say the word. Try not to get them too excited, Captain. I know how your speeches can get people riled up.
Chica! Chica!
She was not very good.
No, honestly.
We only got one take.
You see how Tyler's has to keep a hand on her? Because this is the problem, right? Getting everybody on set on one day is a logistical difficulty, right? So getting all these people with these different schedules here all at once, filming is planning. Making anything is planning. You have to have a good plan and be able to execute on this plan. So literally we have all these people. It takes time to get everyone in their place. It takes time to talk to each of one of them and explain what their actions
this
are.
This shot
what
was
they
like half the day, I
yeah.
swear. It was
This
at
in
least
the previous
like 3
shot?
hours.
Oh
yeah.
This in this hallway we did the same day. It's tough. And Chica kept screwing up the shot by running out early. So Tyler was just like, I'll just keep a hand on her to make sure that she doesn't run away.
I think she was just so overstimulated.
It was a lot.
She was like, it's just very happy.
Oh,
but
yeah.
it was just so much.
She's too excited is the problem, because she's just like, oh boy, what's going
the
on?
costume and like.
Yeah, it was a lot. And then I think, Amy, you're right here.
Yeah, I'm off camera. So in theory, I'm right there, and then I call her, and that's when she should leave with everyone else. But as soon as she would stay, and then as soon as I was out of line of sight, she would run off. She would forget what was happening.
Yeah, exactly.
But because of the placement of the camera, I couldn't always be in line of sight. So she would just...
She's a diva, right? She's just a diva. So, no, she's probably the single biggest mood booster on set.
Oh, yeah.
People being able to go into the production room and where Chica was.
Yeah, we didn't have them on set when we were on location, but when we were filming on the soundstage, we had them with us, which was a delight, you know?
It was a delight. Everyone being able to go back there and just pet Chica, give Chica, and Chica loved it, of course.
I was always worried that she would be... So we had really intense COVID testing protocols.
Right, that was the other challenge.
Yeah, which is like, a big expensive part of the production, but also like took up a good half hour every Monday morning. And, it was just like, that was a big part of it. But, and everyone had to be masked the whole time. There's union rules about all of this, and the original YouTube deal like had all these rules in them, which is great. And no one got sick. Like
we were filming at the height of like the second wave of COVID
in Texas. Like it was scary. Yeah. But I was always worried that Chica was going to be like the super spreader event, because people would come in and they'd like lower their mask and they'd give her a little kiss on the forehead, but everyone would keep kissing her on the forehead
and petting her. You had this brilliant idea, the Saint Bernard like barrel of rum that is under a Saint Bernard's neck. You bought one and a giant bottle of hand sanitizer, and it was going to be a thing where you modified it so that she was wearing this big thing of hand sanitizer, so people would have to like sanitize.
We were too busy. I didn't get a chance to put it together.
And also like the testing it out, Chica did not like it. She was like, I don't know what this thing is. So anyway, it was actually not just Monday. It was Monday, Wednesday, Friday.
Yeah.
It was 3 times a week we were tested. So first thing in the morning, nothing wakes you up like a swab up your nose. Bam! And Fridays were the deep nose swab. So like Monday, Wednesday was like front of nose swab, and then Friday was the brain scratcher. So.
But when you're getting on a set at like 5 a.m., you're like, all right, like coffee and the
that really does wake you up. Oh. Anyway.
Wormhole opening in 30 seconds. All personnel report to your assigned cryopod.
That's
It's all right, Captain. I'm sure you'll make a great speech once we get
different
back.
days too.
Totally different days, right? So
I wonder, look at your hair. We could probably see.
Yeah.
Well, no, you take your hat off. Or you have your hat on.
It's hard to say. Yeah. So this is shot A.
Seconds. All personnel report to your
This is a transition. You can actually probably see it. It's really well done. So this is probably where they transitioned to shot B. I probably think they put like a feather thing, or actually probably in the middle, because it was Danny before and then Tyler wearing this costume afterwards, because about the same height. And then this is just different day. So pretty smooth transition, I'd say. That's a good one. Yeah. Anyway. I had to drink.
Captain.
I'm
sure you'll make a great speech
twice, because it was mine and mine was not full. Right. I had to chug 10.
Oh, and I forgot to mention, it's not a problem, of course, but just before you go to sleep, be absolutely sure. Do not.
Wormhole opening in 10, 9,
8, 7, 6.
Error. Wormhole opening in 3, 2.
A software update is available. Would you
like
to
to
restart to apply this update? Software update complete.
Good morning, Captain. We are currently years into our journey. Coffee is en route. Current ship status is
absolutely catastrophic.
Initializing emergency wakey protocol.
That was tough. Yeah.
Reviving head engineer. are on the bridge. Life support systems failing. Automatic fire suppression system offline.
Error. Failsafes offline.
Okay, so we just saw a lot, right? People are asking, do not what? And that's, I'll tell you straight up, that's just a generic joke, right? That's a cliche in storytelling where right before you do something, something tells you, be sure to not, and then they're cut off. It's like the gorilla, the chocolate gorilla melting in the pot of milk. It's like, quickly, I don't have much time. Before I go, you absolutely must, you know, that's that joke. There's nothing to that. However, there are some things here to note. Specifically, a lot of people ask, who says this, right? Who says don't give up? That's Doreen. I'll explain why later. Some of you already probably know a reason why, but I'll explain why later. This electricity on the finger is important to remember because it's context clues for later on. This, me flopping out, very fun.
You did a 3D body scan.
I did a 3D
for that.
body scan.
They brought a truck that had like hundreds of cameras in it.
Yeah.
And you just stood there, T-pose.
Yeah, I talked about that with the Corridor guys because their videos were, one of the things was like, maybe we can get this ahead of time. And we had one day, this is where planning comes in, one day to get all the 3D scans. And we did that. I went through multiple costume changes just for that. And we stacked those costume changes with like green screen stuff that we needed. It's all planning. It's all difficult. But one of the things that was important to the story that has existed since the beginning of my first iteration of this show was that the first choice would be made without me. And that was always the case because one of the things, like I love Heist. I got nothing against Heist or Date, but the problem that those videos, as fun as they are, represent is you don't have much agency in terms of the adventure. And it's very counter to the idea that you are the captain of the ship. You are in charge. You make the decisions. Wog captain here. Wog make decision. Wog say open door, you know. So the first choice, I always died before anything happened. I think the first iteration I was knocked out.
Yeah.
And you had to do something without me, but I loved the idea that you are so used to me guiding you through these adventures that I'm taking myself out of the equation, literally. I died. It's such a beautiful.
It's so cool.
It's so cool. It's so sudden. It's so. I almost didn't want to use that in the trailer because I wanted it to be even more sudden. But yeah, you are alone in this, and with that being said, we are at our first decision.
They could use the paddles, or is that
I'm
numbers
gonna
only?
do pole.
I
Yeah, I'm gonna
pole
do
was a
pole.
thing.
Yeah, we're gonna get the pole in here.
I missed straw pole.
No. Put out the fire or fix life support. Again, heavy spoilers if you're just joining this and you want to see it for yourself, go watch it. But also you can join us. What do? And while they're doing that, just like, man, we could talk endlessly about this room and like the TV screens and trying to pre-plan stuff to have on there versus
Sometimes
post-effects.
the screens had graphics on them while we were filming, and sometimes the screens were comped afterwards. And you can kind of tell if you pay attention that they're not, you know, warbly.
Yeah, these are all before. These were already on the screen because we had like little like tiny devices that helped us do what we needed to do. All right, fixed life support seems to be the way that people want to go. Wise decisions, wise, maybe.
Warning, no atmosphere detected within life support. Warning, oxygen.
You know when the captain runs? So
I know what you're gonna say.
Okay, YouTube was incredibly supportive of this show. Incredibly supportive. Like, Mark had full creative control. They were wonderful. They did not think this was funny. They were like, can you take that out? And we're like, well, no, we already filmed it. We can't just remove the hands.
I know, right? Because, like, even in all these things in Heist and whatnot, this has been a part in Date. Like, we've done our best to, like, it was one hand when we only had one hand. But, like, this has been a part of it for a while. This, like, weird chopping, running. It's like, that's kind of like, it doesn't make sense, but we like it. It's cute. So yeah, YouTube, they had a few notes like that, one of which will infuriate you. We'll get to that when we get it. But thankfully, I did have complete creative control, which is rare in YouTube originals. And really, like, I do got to thank YouTube for trusting me with that.
Yeah.
That was one of my contingencies for Heist, of even doing Heist in the first place, was like, I need full creative control. I will not do something without it.
Which is why you were able to make something. We had a long conversation about this the other night. Make something that wasn't like Heist 2, that wasn't just like branching out. You're like, okay, I want to do this more narrative thing.
Mm-hmm.
And it's riskier and incredibly complicated. But because you had creative control, they were like, okay.
Yeah.
Like, they trusted you to do it.
They
Because you
trust
gave
me.
them something good before. They're like, all right.
And I told them, like, this will be good. It'll be different, but it will be good because this is what I wanted to do. Anyway, continuing.
Oxygen levels dropping to unsafe levels. Oxygen levels rising. Good news, Captain. The momentary lapse in oxygen extinguished the fire on the bridge. Warning, brace for impact. Alert, outreach detected.
Asteroid defense system is offline.
Disregard previous statement, Captain. The asteroid defense system is working at 100% efficiency. Any vibrations you are feeling are simply the guns working to keep you safe. I said the asteroid defense system is fine.
Love that.
As they vote.
Oh my god, yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna put up a new poll. And we reserve the right to overrule if we need to show you something that needs to be shown. But for now, I'm gonna do this poll. One thing that's gonna like blow your mind, and just talk about the iterative process of writing this, is originally, and a lot of people have pointed out, like, okay, a lot of people justified, if you fix life support, logically that would increase the oxygen and then the fire would grow. And you're right. You're absolutely 100% right. I hand waved it with, okay, the oxygen ran out and that extinguished the fire, which wouldn't necessarily be the case. The original incarnation of this show is both choices, putting out the fire or fixing life support, ended with your death because you couldn't solve it by yourself. That was like the whole crux of the issue. It was supposed to be an educational moment to show you that the respawn mechanic. However, in the differentiating of making this first thing, it was too big to have too many fail states, because the difference between this and Heist is there are no fail states. There are failures, yes, but the story continues.
But it continues to branch.
It continues to branch. So if you have 2 deaths initially, that's an entire exponential more number of videos that you go through. And this first section, saving the ship, is so many videos already that I had to pare it down. And I thought of a justification reason, like, okay, it might be fun if there is a path, a perfect path, where you as the captain can go through this without ever dying. But then you die of old age later. So like it all gets you eventually. But so yeah, that was the original. It originally was going to be, if you fix the oxygen, the fire grows and it goes bigger and the whole ship explodes. If you put out the fire, obviously that thing happens. So anyway, wake the crew by 57%.
Initiating wakey protocol for Gunther B. Goodison, head of asteroid defense system.
Oh, there's still so many. There's errors in here that I have not gotten to fixing yet. So
The B stands for bullet.
He's
I
just
heard
hanging
you
off
had a
his,
little
like, a
problem on your
C-stand.
hands, Cap. I've been through hundreds of battles, fought through hundreds of traps. You rogue drones ain't gonna get the best of me.
Asteroid defense system online.
Problem solved, Cap. Next time, give me a challenge. Hey, you feel that? It's getting kind of cold in here.
Alert. Coolant leak in cryo.
That is no good, Captain. I gotta go check on ADS. Good luck with that.
Warning, colonist core temperature rising. Irreparable harm will occur if the colonist's stasis temperatures continue to rise. Manual intervention is required, Captain.
Okay, so number one, Gunther, played by Mick, who was the detective in Who Killed Markiplier and other things. Incredibly talented actor in general.
Animator, voice actor, like just an incredibly talented man.
Talented human being across the board. I'm gonna make the poll while they decide this. What do call for backup? Wake the crew. Yeah, a lot of these choices are like based on rules of threes. You can do the same thing 3 times, and that usually will get you to a good thing unless you're fixing it from the outside. Doesn't work as well for you. But one of the things that I like to talk about this is like the scheduling. It is not apparent just how difficult it is to schedule these things in terms of filming, especially when we have so many pieces in the same place, and making sure that not everything is forgotten. Like you get all the coverage you need, because that's the complexity of this opening sequence on the ship. You are looking at this door here after Gunther walks out, Gunther that gets replaced by Doreen, me going in by myself, you throwing me in from respawning from fixing it outside, you throwing me in again when respawning me from fixing it from the outside, and then all the intros and outros, the cuts between me throwing my own dummy against the wall. There's probably like 12 or so iterations of just looking at this.
And you're trying to match these to each other.
Exactly. Yeah. All of these different elements, like this here is a cut to a different scene. This one you can actually see it's covered up by the explosion pretty well, but you can see this is a different scene. You look down from the explosion, and then about right here, it switches, right? Actually, yeah, I think this switches because you can see it's like, I think it switches just about there-ish, or maybe on the way back up. Was that?
I don't know.
I can't even remember.
It's so good.
It's so smooth. But these are different takes. Oh, here it is. You can see the blend here on the motion blur here. This is where it blends the shot together. And then suddenly you're looking at the other shot. Because it took an hour and a half to get Gunther all dirtied up. That's the thing about production. It takes time to do anything. We had to take one of these and make this damage version. We had to put smoke in it. We had like this is the only time he's damaged like this. But because the story requires it, he solved in there, and then we planned for it. We had to take the time to do that.
That was a big thing with like Old Mark and Frozen Mark.
Yeah.
And anyone who's like damaged at any point, like Lady, those costume changes, whatever you want to call them, take a couple hours.
Yeah, it does.
So that's like, and Mark directing, like that's 2 hours without Mark.
Yeah.
Mark sitting in a chair. So like you need to do something with those 2 hours, and like that's where it gets really.
And that was why it was valuable to have you there, Isaac,
Isaac's the
Phil.
Like the reason when we're like, oh, there's 12 different versions of this shot. Isaac is the one who went through and made sure we got those 12 shots and figured out how the hell we were going to get those 12 shots.
Yeah.
Like, let alone accounting for all of like the actors, like travel schedules coming into Texas and like making sure they weren't there for a month. It was like, okay, we need them these 2 exact days. Like,
it's nuts.
Crazy.
The logistics behind it, and that's what producers and assistant directors do. Isaac was the first assistant director, and this is your mini Markiplier film school here. Write this down, kids. I did not go to film school, so it's amazing that this even happened, considering that.
You don't need it. I did it. You don't need it. Just a heads up.
But yeah, that's a testament to YouTube and just the creative process. Like, I never went to film school. I did a lot of film projects. I've made many videos and many sketches and stuff like that. So I've learned a lot. It's not just like you just pick up. You can't just like decide one day to do this without any experience. It won't work. I'm sorry. Even
but
if
you can see how you've built up the knowledge.
Exactly. It's a build up over time. Isaac is the first assistant director. The first assistant director not only, typically, sometimes it depends on the director, calls for action, calls for cut, is talking to everybody, is communicating with the rest of the crew, is like the liaison from the director to the rest of the crew, but also sets the schedule when we film things, works with the producers to know what locations we have, what segments, the shot list. You know, typically, not always, like everything is an exception, but typically that's the assistant director's job, and there's a second AD and sometimes a third AD. And all of them are to assist the director in executing their vision, and that's pretty much the entire crew. The vision is this word they use for the stupid shit that's in the director's head.
What were you watching? Was that Corridor yesterday or something, where they were like, "Oh, was it in the Corridor video that you're in?" Where they're like, are all directors doing the same thing?
That's in the video from Corridor. Yeah, so
I think this is what a director does. It's what I'm doing.
If you haven't seen that, Corridor crew, very good. But just so many pieces. And so even here, we were looking at this door like 10 different times, 10 different iterations. The frozen Mark look, probably second only to old Mark in terms of time.
Frozen Mark's my favorite. My absolute favorite.
Amy's favorite, yeah. Mm-hmm. Wake the crew.
Initiating wakey protocol for Celsi F. Kelvina, head of cryogenics.
Did what stupid ship design cause a problem again, Captain? Oh, where's that idiot anyway? Let me guess. He found out the hard way that glass windows in space don't exactly mix. I tried to warn him, but you know how Mark is. Honestly, it's probably better this way. Someone has to put the lives of the colonists first, and it looks like it's gonna be me, as usual. I got it.
Alert, colonists.
Captain, come quick.
Warning, reactor core.
Colonists are safe, but we got bigger problems. Reactor's critical, it's gonna blow!
If you would let me finish, I was saying reactor core overload.
Computer, I need you to wake up Bert and get him down here right now.
I'm sorry, but the wakey protocol can only be authorized by the captain and head engineer.
Well, I mean, Mark's dead. Doesn't that give me a promotion?
I'm sorry, but the previous head engineer has assigned you the lifetime ship role of... which does not allow for direct promotion or any upward mobility.
Yeah, moron! Captain, I need you to wake up Bert, get him down here to fix that reactor right now.
Crew with the role of officers are not allowed to make demands of the captain.
We have to fix this now or we're all gonna die.
So obviously this is Pam. Everyone round of applause for Pam. I believe Pam is in chat right now, so Pam can see everything that you write, so you better say nice things. I'm gonna get the poll up, but while we do this,
poor Pam.
Poor Pam.
In that goddamn costume, Pam.
I know. Go ahead and tell them about like that costume.
I mean, it's a ski suit, and we're on a set that's like there's no airflow, so it's like 90 degrees in there. It's hot. In summer in Texas, like it's rough.
Yeah, this is one of the things where you write something story-wise. Head of cryo cold. Of course they'd wear a snowsuit.
Like super cute. Love the look.
Great look. Miserable to wear. I felt so bad. We were shoving ice packs down the costume, and it is legitimately a snowsuit. Mm-hmm. Like it is a heavy winter suit. Oh, that is hell. Oops. But just like incredible job. Oh, also it was Pam's birthday just recently. So
it was?
Yeah, wish a happy birthday there. So I'm gonna make a executive decision. Okay. They want to wake the crew.
I mean, do whatever you want.
Well, actually, I want to go this other path because it is one of the least viewed paths in all of part one.
Okay.
Yeah, it is, and I would love to go wake the crew. This is the beauty of interactive. You can go play it for yourself if you want something different. We are gonna blow it up before it blows you up. Because that's what I want to do. I'm the chaotic captain here. I'm in charge. It's me.
But it makes sense that people wouldn't have clicked it. Because if you've already woken the crew twice, of course you're going to do it a third time.
Yeah.
Continue.
No. It's absolutely right. Yeah, because that's the thing about like doing something 3 times in a row, same with fixing it from the outside. Yeah. I wanted people to have that option, but also kind of have a little chaos in here. We're gonna blow it up.
What are you doing? Captain, No! Captain, no! Think about the colonists! No! Captain, give me that! Give me that! Give me that! Captain, no! It's nice serving with you.
Software update complete.
Good morning, Captain. We are currently years into our journey. Coffee is en route. Current ship status is
absolutely catastrophic.
Initializing emergency wakey protocol.
Captain! Captain, something is very wrong!
Alert! Fire on the bridge. Alert! Fire extinguished.
And the life support is gonna fail.
Alert! Life support systems failing.
Captain! I don't know how I know these things, but it feels like I've been here before. Is this a dream? Is this deja vu? I don't know. And then the ADS is gonna go.
ADS offline.
There's gonna be a leak in cryo.
Coolant leak in cryo.
And then the whole reactor is gonna go kablooey.
Alert! Main reactor will achieve catastrophic kablooey in approximately 1 minute.
You see? We're stuck in some kind of time loop or something. And what's weirder is I feel like I fixed all these before. Everything I've done already. But when I try to get to the warp core, I can't get to the warp core because there's a giant wormhole in the middle of our ship, which is impossible. Which means that if I'm seeing it, I must be crazy. But I'm not crazy. You saw. I knew. But maybe I have to be crazy to be thinking like this. Like, is this a dream? Are we dead? I don't know. But you believe me, right? Captain, you believe me.
Okay. So, this is the reason I want to go down here, because it's fun, right? The what I wanted to illustrate with the on the ship saving stuff is, number one, have a path for you to fix it without dying. You never really encounter any anomalies, any alternate universes. You don't go anywhere. And then I also wanted options for it to go bonkers insane, and it does in a few different ones. One I want to go back to is the everything's fine universe. But this is okay. What do I believe you? This must be a dream. And so this is like the first peek for Mark, pre-Mark going into the wormhole, starting to question the nature of reality. And it's interesting because here you have this situation where this is the first time, if this is your first playthrough, a lot of this show is based on what is your first path. That is your canon path. Every one of you has a different canon path. The point of this show is to always keep moving forward no matter what you do. Your first choices is your first path. And that is solidified. But with Mark here, this is your first time dying if this is the way you went the first time, and therefore you didn't respawn yet. You haven't died yet. And yet here Mark is going like, what the fuck is going on? Something's not right. It really does offer this kind of neat, interesting peek behind it. I believe you.
They believe him?
Well, that's boring.
Why do you let him pick if you're just going to override them?
Because it's my 10-year.
Just do it.
But that's the thing. This is actually the least picked video in the entirety of part 1. This must be a dream. It has not been picked. I don't know whether because I was so convincing, whether people suspect that something is going on. This is the least picked path of all videos in part 1.
It's fascinating.
It's fascinating. So I am overruling you. This must be a dream. Yeah, ignore the boring people. Yeah. I will ignore the boring people. We're here to have fun. This is the fun path. All right, pull over.
No, Captain. This isn't a dream. No, I thought that too, but it's too real. Everything's real. You have to believe me, Captain. It's real. It is real. It's real.
Well, this dream was certainly taking some interesting turns. And what a dream it's been! So far be it from you to end it prematurely. You watch with glee as Mark runs frantically to and fro, fixing various problems that seem to be plaguing your ship. He brings you to the warp core hallway to observe the swirling miasma of chaotic madness that blocks the path to the warp core. You hear his desperate pleas that something has gone horribly wrong with reality and laugh even harder than before. You're still laughing while Mark activates the Event Horizon protocol that will blow up the warp core hallway and send the ship sailing off into the void. Eager to see where this dream is going to take you next, you wave goodbye to the swirling blue wormhole. Your ship drifts for a while, but as with most dreams, things shift pretty quickly. You stumble across an alien. An alien! What a dream! They make contact by immediately boarding your ship and taking every single crew member and colonist on board as their prisoners. Apparently, they're alien poachers who are on the hunt for fresh blood for their gladiator pits. You go along with them for the fun of it and are swiftly brought to some sort of desert planet and shunted into the waiting rooms below the fighting pits. A crowd roars out for blood somewhere above you, their screams rising and falling with the fight currently taking place. Someone must have won, or lost, as the crowd explodes in cheers, shaking the walls of the cell you've been placed in, or something like that. What a vivid dream. While the rest of the crew weeps or sobs or begs or does some combination of the three, you find yourself idly perusing the weapons that have been laid out before you. Eventually, they come to drag you to the pits, but they needn't bother. You already know how the fight will go and step out onto the sands of your own volition. It's your dream after all. Your opponent is huge. A great muscled beast bellows out a challenge that shakes the foundation of the arena. His enormous weapon dripping with the fresh blood of his previous and apparently pervious opponents. Time seems to slow down as the axe whistles towards your neck, and you find yourself smiling. People usually wake up from a dream right before dying, and to be perfectly honest, this particular dream was getting a little...
That's a good one.
That was a good one.
Your editors did these montages.
Yeah, this one was Marcus, I believe. So yeah, that's In Space Part 1. Well done.
How many people, because you saw a couple comments, only watched to this point?
More than you'd think. Some people...
I knew it.
Some people who watched Part 1 never went any farther than this moment. And I know some of you watching this might have your minds blown right now to know that there is more show after this. So many people, not a lot. I'm not going to say it's a lot, but so many more than you would expect only got up to this point and thought it was like Heist and been like, I got an ending. And then they used the back button to go all the way to the top. It is not thousands, I don't think, but there are definitely some people that only got this far. And there's an entire... But that's the point of these. That's the point of these, right? These are supposed to look... And they are functionally identical to the Heist endings. Because that was the whole point of the first section of Part 1, is to give the illusion that you're reaching a conclusion. Because why else would you think that? This is one of the more fun ones in that you think it's a dream. Because, of course, this can't be real. I didn't just die. Ha, ha, ha. You can't do that. Of course. And then it's just like all these choices are committing to the choice as far as it'll go. That was the fun thing about writing them. You commit to the choice that it's a dream. Nothing will convince you from that moment on that it is not a dream. So you just do dream stuff. I'm a gladiator. Sure, let's do it. You know, until you get an axe in the neck and then you die, right? But functionally, compared to Heist, these are exactly the same. Heist, like its endings, I think the deepest ending was about 5 choices in. Right, like, give or take.
There's some longer.
Maybe 6 or 7. Yeah. It would be the row scientist one in the zombie path would be the deepest one. But this is like pretty similar, and it was intended that way. I wanted it to be like that because I wanted to throw people off, because I wanted to give people the feeling that they are stuck. And I think the one that gives it the most is probably either the Fix It From the Outside one or the Mark. You know, you send Mark in a million times. All of them have different flavors of it, but you know, there is just like this similar feeling across the board of like, I did it, adventure over, and there's so much more left to do, like beyond that. I'm gonna keep going forward. I would love to go back, but we have a behind the scenes video that to show you in the stream that I want to get to, and I could talk endlessly about this. But the whole idea is like, and the challenge of this particular one is, how do you have a cohesive narrative in an interactive format? And the only way to do that is to make the illusion of choice part of the story. And that is the story of In Space. It is the illusion of choice, feeling trapped. I planned for part one, at the end of it, when people watched it, to feel uncomfortable with both their choices and the inconclusivity of the story at that point. That was the point, because that is kind of the nature of it. All of the promotional stuff that I did with the trailers, it was all asking you to question what you did. People that went the most destructive paths first, really, some of them, not all of them, kind of regretted their decisions, because, as I said before, your first time playing this is your canon path. That is what you chose as captain based on your decisions and mentality. And all the time I was leading up to this, and all the time leading up to part two, I was challenging you to really think about the consequences of your actions, because in this story, they both matter and don't matter. That is the illusion of choice. It's how much you feel it matters. That matters. So anyway, go towards the light.
Go towards the light.
Software update complete.
Good morning, Captain. We are currently years into our journey. Coffee is en route. Current ship status is
absolutely catastrophic.
Initializing an emergency wakey protocol. Reviving head engineer.
Captain, does this feel familiar to you?
Captain, where are you going?
Fire on the bridge. Fire extinguished. Life support systems failing.
Life support.
Oxygen levels rising. Asteroid defense system is offline.
Why is it offline?
Asteroid defense system online. Warning, coolant leak in cryo. Colonist core temperature stabilizing.
I love how many people put that.
I know. It was so fun.
Watching people play it.
Yeah, and then be like, oh god, and so many people want a cannonball into the wormhole. So this video, obviously, one of the biggest challenges with these interactives, and making a choose your own adventure in general, is the fact that it just keeps spreading out. One of the reason that, like, structurally the difference between Heist and this one, why that has so many endings, why this only has one ending, is both for the story. Like, this story is centered around the idea. It's not so much that there's only one ending, it's that there is no ending except for one. There's only one way out of an endless infinite loop. But in practical terms, you can't make an endless infinite loop because it gets exponentially bigger. So there's a lot of, like, fanning out and then having it join back together, and fanning out and join back together. That is a practical limitation of trying to... I'm so sorry. of trying to make something that's interactive and where you can make choices and it does make differences. It's all compromise. This is not a choice, everybody. This is not a choice. But also just like coming back to it with the emotion for the captain. The captain in this show does have a lot more emotion. I'll touch on this later. Do you even know who you are?
Captain, wait! What the hell are you doing? What the hell is that? What the hell is happening?
No more. No more. It ends here.
I'm not gonna let you do it. I'm not gonna let you do it. You're gonna tell me what you did. You're gonna tell me, and then you are going to undo all of the damage that you have done.
Huh, okay, look, lady, first of all, welcome to our ship, and I know it looks bad, but usually it's a lot better.
Not you. You. Everything that you've destroyed. Everyone that you have killed, you are going to undo everything right here, right now.
Warning, reactor overload in 5.
First off, so a lot of like interesting lore stuff happening. This is your first introduction to Lady, as far as you know. Lady, on Lady's side, this is Lady's near last time meeting you. This lady has already met you many, 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 many times. In fact, if you'll notice, one thing that Lady has is the device. Lady stole this from you. Well, not stole, but got this from you in part 2. That'll give you context of when in the timeline of all these wibbly-wobbly timelines, Lady is there. You'll notice also the damage cohesive, like getting those, like the stages of damage for the costume was difficult. Oh, also Lady played by Leo Tipton, very talented, incredible job. But like the MacGuffin, right? The, what were they called? The temporal displacement. I never remember the names of these
Temporal
things.
displacement device.
But they have it. And if you notice, not a lot of people thought that Lady was blown to smithereens. Nope, Lady, if you'll see this blue flash, bloop, Lady zip zap soups out of there just in time, using the device. And that's how Lady got there in the first place. That's why the blue light is there. Lady appeared from wormhole that Lady created, and bada bing, bada boom, got out there just before your stupid ship blew up. Like this.
Captain, I feel so. Ow. Hey, it's the warp core. So it is down here. Hey, maybe we're not all gonna die after all. Okay, well, it's gotta be one of these. So I'll try that one over there. You get the big one. Clear. Yeah.
Paradox detected. Requesting suitable host. Paradox detected. Requesting scanning. Suitable host located.
Okay, so I want to talk about a few things here. Number one, this is a very story important thing, but I think it's pretty obvious. This is an old version of a warp core from the previous universe before it all collapsed that old Mark put here. Obvious, right? I don't need to talk about any more of that. But one of the important things to note is that the difference between that and this is, and one of the things that like it's like compromise of like whether you give a context clue to something or another. You'll notice that this is similar to the occasion when you saw Lady in the end of part 2. Again, this is spoilers. If you're just joining this live stream and you don't want spoilers, go watch the show. You'll notice that there's no skeleton of Lady. That was a concept that I wanted to play with here, to have like Lady skeleton in the background there. But then again, that's an early iteration, not necessarily like there's some things that I'm like, that might be too confusing and stuff like that, and it's like hard to do with the only few times that we show. There's only so many ideas that I can put in the background and make people question what even is. No matter what, the point is you get the crystal in this moment. That is the story important thing. The crystal itself is paradoxical because when is it created? Like it's impossible to locate the beginning or the end. That's a constant theme through the show, is like everything has to end, everything has to begin. The paradox is inside the show. You don't know when they begin or end. You can't trace it down. But The practical thing that I want to talk about is the realization that I had, and this blows my mind, when you were doing VFX in a show, they hand over the video that you record to the VFX house, in this case, Burning Tractor in Austin, and they do a great job with it, and they make it beautiful. But what they don't get is sound. So this joke of the crystal going, done.
So they have a shot. They get the shot of like the warp core with no crystal in it.
Because they put the crystal there.
It's the warp core and then hands going.
Complete
That's all they
silence. In complete silence. So me writing this joke is, and even on set, I'm explaining to people, okay, so this is going to be, it's going to be like this stupid jump scare with this crystal where it's like super dramatic and like, ooh, and then it goes, dun dun dun. And then it gets you, you know, that's a joke. But this went through like 5 iterations, and this is a tough scene to do because of all the visual effects and on top of it, the layers of it, you know, through the hands and all the roto of like getting this crystal in place. So just like practically speaking, from now on and forever, and one of the many things I'm learning is VFX must get reference audio,
because so many of your jokes are like audio first.
Yeah,
That's just
exactly.
how you write.
That's how I do a lot of things. It's like I direct with audio. I go like, this needs to go.
So what we learned is like eventually, because you'd be like, I don't understand like how to translate this, is we would just record you on your phone doing what you just did.
Yeah, exactly.
And then you just send off like a minute-long video, and they'd be like, "Oh, okay, yeah, we can do that."
It's like, it's so crazy just how little context some people get, but it's all in the shuffle. So it's like I've learned now to communicate things in the best way possible. That's like a common lesson throughout this. It's just like learning to communicate properly.
Please resolve paradox. Please
Emergency wakey protocol override acknowledged. Opening cryopod.
Am I? Are you? Did I? Did you? Did we? We're immortal! Or something like that. I distinctly remember falling through that door and then ending up in the center of a star. And then slowly feeling the flesh melt from my bones. But I'm alive, and you're alive, and I remember, and you remember, right? This is incredible! Computer, activate the emergency repair protocol!
Oopsie boopsie protocol engaged. Full system reset in 4. System rebooted. Reviving crew. Backup systems engaged.
Okay. Computer, can you shut down the warp core?
Negative. Warp core cannot be reached.
Okay, so the wormhole's still a problem, and my emergency repair protocol can't shut it down from here. We need to get in the warp core somehow. But that shouldn't be a problem for 2 immortal gods like us. The way I see it, all we need to do is keep jumping in, and eventually we'll find the right door, we'll get to the warp core, shut it down, save the colonists, and then you and me can enjoy our newfound powers until they slowly drive us mad and turn us away from everything we know and love. So what do you say? Come on, let's jump in again. What's the worst that could happen? We could die again, I guess. That wasn't so bad. That wasn't so bad.
So, obviously, if people haven't seen this by now, why are you here? But you have an option of call an emergency meeting and jump in again. I'm just going to go ahead and jump in again.
They want to jump in again,
yeah.
clearly.
To answer a question, someone asked who voiced the warp core. That was me. It's just like, that was a lot of dialing in. You were there for the sound sessions of like trying to get that down.
That was hard.
Yeah, it was actually hard to do because a lot of like the sound mixing is like exploratory, right? You're kind of creating it as you go. And I know I wanted like inspiration from the Mass Effect Reapers, but to do that I had to go like paradox detected and like multiple different iterations of like that kind of voice, pitching it, reverb, like.
And like, you know, you would do it and we'd get it right, and then. So we went back to Texas for sound mixes. I went back like 3 times. You went back 4 or 5 times.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Back and forth here to Texas. And so it would be like months between you trying to get that voice. And so like we get it nailed down perfectly, and then a month would go by and it'd be like, oh God, like how did you get that?
I know, right?
That voice.
I had to remember like what exactly I did, because to get it at first without me there, I did it in a bunch of different ways and I didn't know how they did. So it went from paradox detected to paradox detected to like paradox detected, and then just pitching it. So it was exploratory, right? This is actually one of the first scenes we filmed. I think it is the first day. This right here, this literal shot was one of the first shots we did. And it was just like, this kind of set the tone for everything. It was an odd one to get on first. This and the jump ins.
I mean, what would have been a good one to start on?
Yeah, we had to do it practically because we had to do things. The bridge was ready first. So we filmed everything we could in the bridge by myself. And that's a lot of it, but not a lot of it.
Yeah, the first few days of shooting, all we had was like the bridge in the hallway, pretty much. So none of the cryo or reactor or any of that was there for like the first like week almost. Yeah, which dictated a lot of the filming.
Yeah, it did. Well, anyway, let's jump in again.
Woo.
Hell yeah! We'll be at that warp core before you know it. I think we were pretty close last time, too. So, this time, I'll dash right, you dash
It's the thumbnail!
The thumbnail! I can't believe... I'll talk about it later. No one's found this secret.
Not quite what I expected. But now we know what not to do. So, what do you say? Let's jump in again.
Let's jump in again!
Hell yeah! Shouldn't be long now before we're resting on the shores of our new home planet. We'll be heroes. First they'll give you a medal, then they'll give me a medal, then they'll give you a medal, then they'll give me a medal, then they'll give you a medal. They might give her a medal, then they'll give... Okay, not gonna lie. Oh, that was my bad. I kind of got distracted by all the pretty colors. But they do say that failure is the best teacher, so shall we go again? Come on, buddy. Friend, pal, amigo. Captain. Captain.
Jump in again! Yeah, no one's found this.
Hell yeah! I think we almost had it last time. It was pretty close there. I mean, you kind of screwed up, but I was doing great. So I'm gonna fix what I did wrong. You just do something completely different so that it's better. And we'll get there in no time and save all our people before they can say... Captain? I'm not the type to assign blame, but I can't help but feel like you could have tried a little harder.
You could have, but I want to talk about something here. Because this is the first scenes that we filmed, this is an example of how jokes get added in throughout the show. This, and you know, people probably weren't even paying attention to this. This is Carlos. Carlos is uninjured here. And it's like mind-blowing when you really think about it, because we added in the joke that Carlos would always be injured only after we filmed the shot of him walking out with crutches.
Yeah.
Which was filmed after this one, because this is the first one. We came up with that joke, and it wasn't like me doing it. It was all of us. It was like the art department, you know, it was like a makeup wardrobe. We had this idea that this crew member would always be injured, because we had this thought process like, oh, is this pre-injury? Oh, wait, he should be injured the whole time. This is one of the few times that he is uninjured because we just didn't think of the joke.
It's not like we're going to reshoot it. Like,
yeah, we're not going to reshoot it for that. So like just from then on, he's always injured. There's multiple things in the show that are like this, where a joke only evolves as we film it. There's many jokes that were written on the day that we filmed it because we had the opportunity to be flexible, and you know, we were able to do these things, and like these little consistencies that we look back and be like, oh man, if only we did it, but barely anyone noticed. So
continuity, baby.
Continuity, baby. Anyway,
would love to keep jumping in again.
Would love to keep jumping in, but I don't want to spoil the secret. People still have not found it. They have not won the grand prize. I'm actually shocked because, I mean, it's pretty well hidden. But the fact that no one's I think it's like a persistence thing. Just no one's gone deep enough into it or been committed enough. I kind of like laid the whole clues with the watching the sim video 100. I don't want to ruin it, but you know,
It's like that Elden Ring, like.
it is. It's like the door you got to hit 50 times. But you know, I wrote this before that even came out, so it was me first.
Do you need a drink? I might grab a coffee.
No, I got my.
Dogs out. Okay.
Well, I mean, if you give me some string cheese, so I
But
can
I could
eat.
do that.
I can eat it improperly on camera.
You can eat it properly on camera.
Improperly.
Oh, okay. I'll be back.
Okay. Anyway, we're gonna call an emergency meeting.
Oh, okay. Is that for me?
Yeah, we're gonna call an emergency meeting.
Okay.
Yeah, you're probably right. They deserve to know what's happening. And they might have some ideas how to solve this. Probably not good ones, though.
Official legal approval to do this joke. I contacted. I literally got permission to do this joke. And ordinarily, you know, I wouldn't go through the legal jumps and hoops, but because this is a bigger production, you need to go through all these hoops. I would ask for permission, of course, which I did, but actually got legal permission to do this one, because, you know, why not throw it in there? You know, do at least one joke. You can't not do it. And if you have a chance where you're doing an emergency meeting, of course, you can do the joke. So we did the joke. Anyway, and Lixian made this little graphic with Chica there. So.
Captain, thank you for such an upfront and thorough explanation of the situation.
The mark of a great leader, always being open and honest with the crew, never holding anything back.
Sweetest things turn sours by their deeds. A lily that festers smells far worse than weeds.
What?
Bottom line is, we need to get to the warp core and shut it down. It's having effects that I never could have predicted. The captain and I, we've tried some things, but we need fresh ideas.
Yeah.
Have you tried blowing it up?
Obviously, they've tried blowing it up. Look who you're working with.
No, we haven't. But that is a good idea.
No, it's not. You know nothing about wormholes. You could actually cause a false vacuum collapse.
Well, no, we wouldn't, and also that's impossible.
What if we back the ship up into the wormhole? What if we pop her in reverse and just undo all the wormhole stuff?
Okay, Mark, I owe you an apology because obviously you're not the stupidest person on this ship.
Thank you.
Hey!
Captain!
We never do my stuff.
Clearly, we need to send out a distress signal because someone sabotaged this ship.
You know, now that she mentions it, some of the damage on the ship did seem intentional. I think someone needs to go over every inch of this ship and do some rat.
No one sabotages the ship because the only two people that can change anything on the ship are me and the captain. And the only person that I trust more than myself is the captain. And two, how could anybody find us if we don't know where we are?
That's my point exactly. We don't know where we are, we don't know how we got here, and we have the lives of the colonists at stake.
Or, hear me out.
No, it's not up to you. It's not up to you. And I'm sorry, it's not up to you. It's up to the captain. They haven't let us down yet.
That's true.
So I'll defer to your wisdom.
Okay, so as many of you have guessed, yes, the damage was intentional. As you now know, if you have watched part 2, which if you haven't, this is your last chance. I'm starting to really spoil it. Go watch part 2, link in the description, or part 1 if you haven't seen it. Go link in the description. The damage was intentional because Old Mark did sabotage the ship. I am actually going to reveal something to you. If you remember in the opening, you remember how the pilot of the shuttle, when you first come onto the ship, is like, we're going to land in 5, and then you crash. It's funny, right? It's a joke. Me causing Tyler to spill coffee and the warp core going all weird. Me almost blowing up the reactor. Me ruining cryo for whatever reason. That's all Old Mark. Even the shuttle crashing. How do you think Old Mark got onto the ship? He was on the shuttle with you. He snuck on board, but he was there with you. And this all ties in later, and I'll explain more, but he caused you to crash. Not because he wanted you to die then. He just needed to get on the ship and start sabotaging it before you could start the whole process, because he was trying to stop it. Anyway, that's why he appears 3 times, and the first time you see him is after the crash. I just blew their minds. Yeah. Also, I want to talk about... Oh, thank you very much. I want to talk about something. This scene is a perfect example about why it was so essential that I had creative control. 99% of the time, YouTube was very lovely to work with, but they were able to get notes, right? Is that a puppy? Is that a Henry?
He doesn't want to leave.
Henry. Henry's here. Yeah. So this is an example of like why it was essential to get creative control, because I had all decisions. But they were able to give notes, and sometimes they give good notes. Most of the time I didn't address the notes, or I gave reasoning for the notes. But one of the things that they said, and this, you in chat right now is a perfect example of this, and I swear, don't get mad at YouTube, this is just a note that they had. But their note for this moment was to cut this out, because they said the joke was not landing. That's what they said. And it's like, it's a bad note, not only because it doesn't understand the nature of the show. You can't cut anything out.
You can't cut a joke out.
But also, it is so clear now, people, you, everyone who's played this, fucking loves Popper in reverse. I know. They thought the Popper in reverse joke that was the literal note. This joke isn't landing. Can we cut around this? It's unbelievable, right? It's fine though, because I didn't have to address it. I said, literally my response to the note was, I disagree. Period. And that was the end of it. Like, I'm pretty sure that was my exact address to that note was, this joke isn't landing. I disagree. That's the end of it. But what else is so funny is this video was not originally named Popper in Reverse. It was named Back the Ship into the Wormhole, because that's what it was. But when I realized how strong of a statement literally having the choice Popper in the verse, this is actually a kind of interesting thing into naming these choices. This is an example of a name of a choice. Not only is the choice itself compelling, but the name of it is so compelling you want to click it. I'm going to make a poll right here, but I'm pretty sure I know what the poll is going to be.
You want to say hi? You're too short. You're too shrimpy, bud.
I
could pick you up. You could say hi.
So I'm asking this, send a distress signal or Popper in verse. And it's like, it's just such a good choice. It's such a fun choice. And that's the other half of this is, right, I want to tell a story, but I also want to make a fun experience. And this is legitimately a fun choice that leads to a
I just wanted him to say hi. Keep talking.
It's a fun choice that leads to a fun universe. It is also, story-wise, an example of how this kind of universe hopping happens. You hop universes based, it gets more disconnected from your original universe the more times you die, right? That is the basic principle of these universe jumps. So, Popper in reverse, while funny, leads to your death and the death of the 100,000 colonists that were under your care and every crew member who trusted you. And they so trust you that they don't even question this. Oh, whoops, it's muted. Oh, hold on.
I got my in-space mug.
Yeah.
We gave all the crew, took them home at the end.
Yeah,
so all the crew has all the different mugs.
Yeah. Oh, also, if you want to get mugs for yourself or in-space merch at cloakbrand.com, link is not in the description, you have to go there, but cloakbrand.com, limited sale stuff. There's some really cool posters and artwork that I got commissioned from the same person who did the heist posters, Drowned Man.
There's like metal prints. I don't know what's still there, but
there's some sold out, but some are still available. So cloakbrand.com, limited edition space stuff. Really cool posters. Like, I love those posters. Also did the Drowned Man poster.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, really cool stuff. Anyway.
No, you can't possibly think about that.
Hey, you heard the captain, and they know what's best.
I know, and this is such a horrible idea. It's gonna kill all of us.
Oh, relax. The captain knows what they're doing, don't you, Captain?
I'm sorry, I feel like I'm crazy. We're all gonna die.
Oh my God. For once in your life, just step back and put your faith in proper leadership. You got this, Captain? You're good.
Current ship status, broken. Just like my marriage.
Here I am again, back for another ride on the merry-go-round of life. Am I immortal? Am I some kind of god? Or was this just another cruel game, leading you on with beautiful promises, only to stab you in the back and leave you for dead? Whatever it was.
Yeah, there's so much to love about all this. And this is kind of like, was hard on set to get all this right, because it took a long time to set this up, set the lighting up.
Initially, what we wanted was to be able to, like, drop the blast shield and then have the blinds drop. So they built a whole thing to do it, but, like, it just wasn't going to work.
Yeah.
But we got there.
And this is another factor of having really talented people that want to make something good and allowing them time to have a chance to do that thing. This Philip Roy was the director of cinematography, or director of photography, cinematographer, whatever. He made it look pretty, and all the camera stuff. He worked with the lighting team and stuff to get this specific look of taking the time to make sure there are slatted blinds in every noir shot.
Him and I really fought over this.
But and because
he was right.
He was right, but it's hard to envision. This is the same struggle that directors have when they're trying to tell people their vision of what their idea is. People cannot picture what is in your head. No matter how much you explain it, they will not get the exact same picture. So you have to get a clear enough explanation so that it is obvious, or show them afterwards and have them just trust you. This was worth the time to take. But man, when you're fighting for every minute of filming time, it is tough.
And for me, like, my job was, working with, like, the AD and the other producers who would be in my ear being like, you need to tell Mark that this is good enough as is. Otherwise, it's going to throw the whole schedule off. So, like, you were coming from, like, the director side of, like, I want this to be perfect, I want this. And then I would be the one who'd have to try to make the call that something was, like, good enough. Or, like, this needs to be a concession that you have to make, right? Mm-hmm. And that's always, like, the sort of...
Yeah. For those of you who don't know the dynamic of how Amy and I work together, this is how it's been for Heist, for a lot of the projects that we've made together, is because I am in front of the camera, I physically cannot be behind the camera when we're filming. I don't know what it looks like until afterwards, unless we play it back. So Amy...
There's no way you could watch playback of every shot. It would take twice as long to film.
It would take twice as long to film. So during the writing process, like, I'm involving Amy with all this so that Amy is the only other human in existence that knows what's in my head better than, like, everyone else. Second best to me in my head is Amy. And so Amy looks at every scene, knows what I want, knows my style, is able to make judgment calls 99% of the time of what is good enough. And 99% of the time, I will agree, we can move on directly, and I can have full confidence that that will be what it will be. There are many occasions where I'll watch playback because you are like,
I don't know. I need you to decide if, like, this is a deal breaker or not.
Because you would be catching errors a lot too. Errors of things was happening. Really, like
script supervisor's looking at the actual script as we watch and is like, oh, he didn't say this line and this line is really important, right? Making sure, like, that's consistent. Whereas I'm looking at it more for, like, visual errors, right? You're acting. You would trust if I came to you and was like, do something different.
Exactly. Right. 100%. Or, like, a joke wouldn't land. I trust a joke doesn't land infinitely more than YouTube's.
Because I know your audience now after how many years. Like, I feel like I have a decent sense of, like...
And I trust your sense of humor. It's so funny because, Amy's role in the credits is creative producer, and that is an official role, is a very important role. But you might as well have been co-director as well, because when we're on set with Heist, it was like finding that role, and people realized how essential you were to the creative process. But also, now that they saw Heist as a finished project to this one, it was so amazing because every time Isaac, the AD, would yell "cut," everyone would freeze, be quieter than even when we started filming, which was always a fight for Isaac. Like, quiet on set. Shut the fuck up. But once we yelled "cut," everyone froze and stopped talking because they were waiting to hear from Amy whether the shot was good.
because we're not getting coverage on this because it's first person. So normally you're filming a scene and you're getting it from 10 different angles. But the joy of first person is when you get one take of a scene, you move on.
You move on. So everyone was like really waiting to hear from Amy of whether that was good enough. And I knew based on my performance, like if Amy said good enough, I had full confidence that I was happy with how I did.
But you could also make a call beforehand
exactly
just to be like, let's run it again.
There were many times where Amy was like, that one's good. And I'm like, okay, it's good. That's one in the can. We can get one because I think I can do better or stuff like this. There's actually one at the end of this part 1 that is an example of that. But we'll get
I'd
to
say
it.
like 90%, 95% of the time we agreed.
Oh, yeah.
Which I always thought was so funny because like being on set is like it's a super high stress job, right? It's fast paced. So like people would, fight's a strong word, but people would like butt heads, right? Like that's part of the job. You try to minimize it, but like it happens, right? People are like fighting for their department, like that's what happens. But it's funny because it was very rare that we would disagree. But there were a few times where I'd be like, this is not good enough, and when we get to post, we're gonna be screwed. And you're like, I know it's gonna work.
Yeah.
And everyone would get real quiet.
Yeah.
I'm like, everyone else gets to bicker. If anything, we have infinitely more experience like dealing with conflict than any of you random people do.
Yeah, it was just very, very serious. Like, oh God, no.
I disagree. We're like, yeah, sometimes.
But it's all for the betterment of the project.
Yeah.
I would rather anyone on set fight for what they believed was better for the show, even if at the end of the day, like I might disagree with them and make a call and be like, no, we're gonna go with this. And I'm in this show even making most of the calls. Like it's very, very close to what my ideal version of it. But there's some things where I'm like, I wish we'd have done something a little differently. But to be perfectly honest, it's like this crew and this set and you being behind camera was the only way that this could have been made as good as it was. And that's all these projects will ever be. One of my greatest compliments that you guys have given to me is you judge this comparatively to movies and TV shows with huge budgets and unlimited resources. This is a labor of love with extremely limited resources. The budget was not small, but the amount of stuff that we squeezed out of that budget.
The budget was not small for something that wasn't
right, of
6.5 7 hours.
Right, of course. But the amount of stuff that is squeezed out of it, like we squeezed every single.
And that's a compliment that like we've heard from people who like work more traditionally in film and TV is when we tell them the budget. When we tell them the budget, they're like shocked, not because like it looks amazing, but because of how dense it is and how much we did like eke out of the budget, which like granted was not. That was our producers, you know, and your writing, like knowing how to write something that we could film cheap.
Yeah, cheap is a comparative term.
It's all very expensive.
Anyway, you're continuing.
At least the company's nice. Yeah. Seems like that didn't work out so good for us, eh, Captain? Oh well. You can't win them all.
All problems solved. Well, not all problems. Not the problem of my broken heart. Oh no. Some problems can't be solved with the swing of the fist, no matter how strong you are. When the love of your life tears you to pieces, well, that's a wound that just won't heal. The kind of wound that leads you down.
The captain looked right through me with those baby gray eyes. The kind of look that could kill, and the kind of looks that could kill to match. Maybe someday I'll work up the courage to ask them out on that date. Yeah, right. Maybe someday I'll destroy the universe. So, Captain, got any other ideas to get us out of this mess?
We love the eyebrows.
I'm just happy to see
I'm surprised you didn't go get like microblading afterwards. Between you and Mick, you guys were both like, man, like, having eyebrows like this.
Oh man, it was so crazy because like literally the only difference makeup wise of this character versus any other was the eyebrows, and I didn't even think of like eyebrows. Is that even going to come across? It comes across, and I would go home because I didn't take off the eyebrows, and I'd go home and look at myself in the mirror like, oh damn, ooh, and Mick also like because did Gunther also had eyebrows?
He did,
Gunther had eyebrows, and he would look at himself in the mirror and be like, ooh, damn.
You could do this all the time.
Right. I would love to go fire all weapons at the wormhole, but you and your voice line is in send a distress signal,
who
and
cares?
we need to see Wug.
Yeah.
That's one.
That would be. It would be better.
We
to go
called
that
out
way.
many things to show in this one.
Yeah. And everyone's seen fire all weapons.
Yeah.
Ethan does the voice.
Ethan does the voice. It's a very fun one, but it's also the whole crux of this destructive path and getting away is you need to know some context, but the more careless you are, the less story you understand. Right? That's the principle. If you make unwise decisions as a captain, and let's be honest, they are unwise decisions, you don't know the full breadth of the story. Because, of course you don't. Like, why do you deserve it? You don't. That's kind of Doreen's thing, is like having fun, Captain. It's very meta there. Anyway, sending a distress signal. So, shush. Shame on you.
Sounds good, Captain. You always know the right move to make. It was a terrible idea. The worst I've heard yet. Sure, the captain was pretty, but they were clearly an idiot. All face and no brains and no ways out of here. We were doomed. Cursed. Damned. Dunzo. Dunyan ring. Signal's out, Captain. All that's left to do now is wait until...
Something's coming, boss. It's terrible. It's horrible.
Get yourself together and tell us what it is.
Detecting an energy buildup from an unknown vessel. It's some kind of alien spaceship.
Oh. Hey, there's no need to be so hostile.
Far be it for one to judge a new species on looks alone, but flying through a wormhole willingly? You're either reckless or stupid, or both.
Not the first time, buddy. And I'm sure that it won't be the last. Sure, I was scared. I was downright terrified. The urine soaking into my pants made me regret not building a recycling system into the suits. But I kept my cool, because when the chips are down, you play the hand you're dealt. I'm sure that there's some way that we could resolve this amicably.
I love the piss joke.
Some way that...
It's this scene especially is a culmination of so many different additions and little like nuanced things, while the conditions for filming it were hell. Not Wade is a trooper. The Wug is played by Wade, and Wade had to deal with this costume being what it is, which is like 15 layers of different pieces of armor assembled together and 2 helmets. He has a mask on underneath there. That's what the eyes are. And then the helmet over that. He can't see anything. He was literally blind the entire time he played Wug. He could not see, period. So everything else is just him guessing where he's looking and everything. And meanwhile, he's just sweating his ass off, his giant ass off. I'll talk more about it, but we'll do it after we finish through this scene.
Could resolve this amicably.
The repugnant odor only deepened Wug's disgust for what must be the ugliest member of their species. And yet, the leader. Wug had never laid eyes on a creature so handsome and or beautiful. Those eyes, they captivated Wug, glimmering like the great forests of Wug. Maybe there was hope for this species yet. We go. At least they didn't seem like a violent species. Wug doubted that they knew about the ancient peace treaty. An attack on one Wug was an attack on all Wug, as the saying goes. And yet, part of Wug wanted them to attack Wug. Something in Wug's blood yearned for the primal satisfaction of savage destruction. Just like Wug's ancestors. Wug like helping, but Wug also like hurting. You hungry? Okay. Sure, Wug was disappointed. Wug was downright devastated. Maybe something went wrong with Wug's translator? Maybe beautiful humans think Wug ugly. Stupid, stupid! Wug just glad Wug put their recycling system into Wug's helmet so they don't see Wug cry. We hear these people help. Take this. If you want to, you don't have to. Wug understand. Okay? Wug help! Wug happy help! Wug always help you!
Thanks, Wug. We appreciate it. I hope our paths cross. Okay.
Okay. So I'm pausing there because I'm going to show you something that is going to blow your minds. Maybe, maybe not. The blowing of one's mind will be determined on how fragile your mind is to being blown. But that scene with Wug in Noir Universe went from being the scene I was most concerned about and was the least happy with to one of my favorite scenes.
It's long and it was slow.
Long and slow and
no action. It's just dialogue.
Yeah.
Like,
and the original way that was filmed and the original dialogue that I had, it is only through the benefit of Wug literally not having a face that scene worked out the way it did. What I'm about to show you is a just purely assembly version. So there's going to be like a lot of numbers and stuff on the screen. Don't worry about that. It's just notation for the filmmaking process. But this will be the basically original version of the scene. And this is how things can change in making these. What you're about to see may shock you. Let's see the volume. Oh, yeah.
Alien spaceship.
Oh. Hey, there's no need to be so hostile.
Dumb people! Big danger! So dumb! But Wug help! Wug always helps! You big danger!
Not the first time, buddy. And I'm sure that it won't be the last.
Sure, I was scared. I was downright terrified. The urine soaking into my pants made me regret not building a recycling system into the suits. But I kept my cool. Because when the chips are down, you play the hand you're dealt.
I'm sure that there's some way that we could resolve this amicably.
Smelly man coward! Very ugly! Not like handsome and or beautiful leader! Very brave! Beautiful gray eyes! Worth helping! Way go! Wug just glad they know attack Wug! If attack Wug, they bring peace! All Wug in war if break peace! War very fun, but not peace! Wug like help, but Wug also like hurt! Maybe Wug want they attack Wug!
I mean, I did.
Hungry? Okay. Sure, Wug sad that gorgeous aliens say no. Wug downright devastated. But Wug keep cool. Wug just glad Mask have their recycling system. So they don't see Wug cry!
Okay, anyway. All right. So what this amounts to is when I wrote it, it was not intentionally that it wasn't supposed to be that slow at first. But the nature of the filming of the scene, it got slower as time goes on because we kind of like really leaned into this like super smooth styling. But what it amounted to is like the filming day that we had was so dense. Once we realized there was a problem, there was no time to fix it as we were filming. So we just had what we had, and that is what we had. It is slow, and I wrote the narration for Wug as if he was speaking out loud, whereas I changed it to the point where Wug had full sentences and spoke coherently in his narration, and then spoke out loud as Wug normally does. Much better change. Way better scene. All of it better.
I was just going to say, I saw people asking about Rooster Teeth. They were like one of the production companies.
They were the
production company.
Yeah.
So they did the assembly, and a lot of the crew came from there.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised that people don't know. It's like in the credits, of course, right? But Rooster Teeth was the production company for this. Rooster Teeth was also the production company for Heist. So it was Rooster Teeth's art department, Rooster Teeth's wardrobe department.
Yeah.
And a lot of props came from other Rooster Teeth
Some of the
productions.
producers are Rooster Teeth.
Rooster Teeth producers and whatnot.
So like, if you've seen what's their space show, the two space movies. Laser Team.
Laser Team.
If you've seen Laser Team, you'll recognize some of the props, things like that, because it's the same art department.
Yeah. Also, this VOD will be posted afterwards, so don't worry about that. The other thing I want to say is just like a big thank you to Rooster Teeth for being the production company on this. They were a great help, and like having them do Heist and then this also real help. But a big screw you. It was funny because we talked about when we filmed Heist that they had the Laser Team sets and a lot more stuff. And I told them, I think I want my next one to be in space. Can you save those sets? Because there's definitely stuff that would be of value to use. And then they just threw them away. They just threw them away. And I was like, you knew I was going to do it.
I think because everyone thought when you were teasing the space idea when we wrapped Heist, everyone thought you were joking.
Everyone thought I was joking. That's why Wade tweeted out publicly, you said you were gonna go space, you promised, and I had to text him frantically, delete that. Oh my god, you asshole. Heist has been out for a day and you spoil it. So anyway, but it's fine, it all worked out. But this was a tough scene that did turn out way better because of the changes that we made and like the ever evolving creative process. Now, back to this scene.
I hope our paths cross. Okay.
Ethan!
That's what a human looks like.
Just hideous.
New species, huh? They won't last a day.
That's Amy's
They
voice.
won't last a day.
They won't last a day.
Getting that at like 10 p.m. during a sound mix.
Yeah, I know, right? We're way late in the scene.
Thank you for visiting the Universal Stability Agency, the last line of defense between order and chaos.
You got the wrong gal, see? I was framed, see? I didn't have nothing to do with that wormhole,
Everyone
see?
just fell
Come
head
on,
over
you
heels.
can't send me
Morgan.
back there. You can't sing.
Morgan.
I'll never sing. I want a lawyer. I have rights.
Now there's something you don't see every day. Eyes like fresh gray grass, hair like the first gray rays of sunshine, and a hand glowing with the gray light of an unstable warp crystal. Oh yeah, my gut was telling me that they were something special. More special than that ugly one. That one makes my gut turn just looking at him. And my gut's never steered me wrong before.
When will Mark write a female character that doesn't hate him?
Not hate, just finds to be horrendously ugly.
I'm just saying, like, Lady Chelsea Bandit.
What?
Wug.
If you didn't know, Wug, well, okay, there's multiple Wugs. Some Wug lore, right? Well, I'll get to it when we get to it.
That's about to happen.
It's about to happen. But all Wugs, well, it's not that they look the same. That's insulting to Wugs.
To our human eye.
To our human eye, they all look the same, but it's so clear if you're a Wug, they're all different. The Wug that is about to show up is a female Wug. The other Wug on the ship is... Well, I mean, does it matter? Why are you asking? Anyway, I had another point. Morgan, right.
Morgan's noir voice is so good, and like we spent forever she was a local cast out of Texas, and we spent so long trying to decide on who was going to play Bandit because we were down to a few people, and we're like, they're all so good. And we ended up deciding on Morgan, but Morgan had never done the noir voice.
Yeah.
She just auditioned, like, for the normal Bandit.
Yeah.
And then she just pulls this out.
And it was just like, wow. That's the problem with like casting, and to see it from the other side. A lot of actors, like, you know, they audition so many times, and you know, it's so rare. But that's the problem of it. We got like 30 auditions just for Bandit, and almost all of them were great.
So good.
Would have been fantastic. How do you make that choice? What, like, I'm so glad like that Morgan was there. I'm not saying that Morgan was replaceable, because obviously Morgan did an incredible job as Bandit. Also did not expect all the fan art. Like, that was new.
She's very sweet.
Very sweet. Very, very helpful, incredible, like, did a great job. Anyway, wonderful. But also, how do you make those choices?
Yeah.
Also, same with Doreen and Linda playing Doreen.
Oh,
Just
man.
like, wonderful.
Bit of a weird day, hey, Captain?
Well, well, well. If it isn't the humans, so lost, so
I remember, just pause real quick, because I remember talking with the wardrobe people about this. I'm like, maybe we could do something in reference to like Lady Dimitrescu, kind of like in that vein. They just literally copied the costume.
It's great.
I thought we were going to get in trouble. Like, that's what I originally thought. Anyway. Well,
That's a lot of talk for someone outnumbered 2-1.
Who am I? I'd like to introduce you to my associate, Wug.
So this is the female Wug.
How could you do this to us? After all we've been through.
We never met.
You sure? You look just like this guy.
Guy? You think one? Guy one? You think all one look the same? One think you look like asshole.
If you're done insulting my associate,
I love that joke.
It's so good.
I'm gonna have to ask you
Also this
to drop your weapons and come with me.
Well, the gun shaky.
Not gonna happen.
Yeah.
We haven't come all this way to give up now.
Don't be stupid. That's why you have to drop your weapons, so we can help. We're the only ones who can. So you better surrender.
Yeah, so I'll give a pull for this one. But this Wug is not the same Wug as the Wug that just escorted you on the ship. It's not. This is a different Wug. That's why the joke, some people didn't get this, but it's just like, I go like, how could you do this to me? We never met. And people don't take that at face value. Anyway, so yeah, I will follow this poll because, you know, it's whatever.
Yeah, every time you would, the two things that you cared about in sound mixes was more, anytime you'd gesture with your hands, you'd want more whooshes.
Yeah, yeah.
And anytime there were guns, you wanted more gun rattle.
And it was so funny because when I went into the sound session, Brad is the guy who did the sound mixing. Incredible job. He is a consummate professional, also just fun to work with, understands sound to a T, is incredibly talented. But also, what was so funny is because he did Heist as well. So we have worked together. He knows kind of like what I like. We come into the scene. He plays this for me. There's so many gun rattles here. And he looks over at me with a big old smile on his face like, what'd you think? And I go like, really good. Can we get a few more gun rattles in there? And I swear he thought I was joking. He thought I was joking because he put so many in there. There's no way. It's like the Bubba Wubba scene with the clack. It's exactly. I love this dynamic. It's just so funny and I love physicality in my things. And it was just like he has to. Like he literally was just like, oh my god. But I love working with him. He's very talented.
So fun to watch work too.
Oh yeah. So like it's like watching a master pianist like just play.
Pianist.
You played piano. You know. just magic what he was able to work, and like I would give him a description of like it needs to go, you know, and he would pull in the and the he would pull those sounds out of thin air and just shoop blip shoop blip. Anyway, you guys want Give the Signal, which I do love Give the Signal.
The signal.
That is the theme from Heist. It's I Don't Want to Be Free. Not many people caught that.
Good whistle.
I did that whistle.
You did.
You okay, Captain?
Is this a surrender you're surrendering?
No. The Captain would never surrender.
Also, Mark having the tiniest gun.
Yeah.
It's signal! Captain 1, ugly alien attack! Went one guard down!
No way. No, it's not a signal. Is it a signal, Captain? It's not a signal. No way.
It definitely signal!
Okay, what?
Talking about this location, I think we had a note to talk about the Universal Stability Agency.
Right. Oh my God, we did. I think.
Also, before we get to that, where you see the shot where Wug guns you down, we had so many debates about whether or not to include this in a trailer.
Right.
You didn't until like one of the glitch.
The glitch version of the trailer.
And my argument was not to include it, not because it was spoilery or anything, but I was like, do you want 95% of the comments on the trailer video to be Lady D?
Yeah, exactly.
Drown out any other actual comment about the project.
I know, yeah. It's just like anything on Doug's videos or streams where you guys latch on to the tiniest things. Like Popper in reverse, the frickin' don't. Like you latch on to the tiniest things, and you were totally right.
It would have been every comment.
Because literally when this scene came out, all people said was Lady D. Literally right here, people just go, Lady D. So this was not in the original trailer for the simple fact that you guys cannot control yourselves. Anyway, but also just like talking about this location, this is another thing about filmmaking is when I originally wrote this, right? I wanted this to be an alien government agency. That's what it is, the Universal Stability Agency. I imagined in my head a very hyper modern kind of like.
In retrospect, we should have filmed it where the intro, the bank vault in Heist is with those round windows. That would have been beautiful. So
literally,
we did already use it.
Yeah, the same. I mean, I didn't even think about it at the time, and I don't think we could have gotten it. But
No.
literally, the same location that we filmed the Museum of Heist would have been great for it. But that's what I imagined, like really hyper modern, kind of white walls, cool windows. It's in space. Couldn't do that. We had this kind of location for a clean room of a fabrication, but they had too many rules of filming there. This is actually an archival library. This scene right here is the same scene that we filmed everything of Where in the World is Markiplier with Tyler and Ethan. Tyler freaking hair. I can't wait to talk about that. But it's all about compromise, right? So we only had this location, and it looks like a shitty government building.
Because it is a shitty government building.
Because it is a shitty Texas government building. It's kind of run down. It's kind of old. Smells old. So I was like, all right, we'll just embrace that. It's a shitty government building.
But it worked great because, like, I don't know exactly, but Texas has, like, basically you can film for free at a lot of, like, because, like, they want to encourage filming there.
Yeah.
Which is why we were able to film at that library for Heist for nothing, I think. I think it was free.
Oh, yeah.
And here I think we did have to pay, but it's like you can film pretty cheap in these like government buildings. And they're like, well, that'll be the bit then. Is you have this glorious exterior shot of like this crazy ship, and then it's like this janky ass old building.
Yeah, and that's like how it goes. And so we embrace that. Someone said it looks like a DMV. Yes, that was the idea. So we're like, okay, even aliens have shitty government buildings. That's how it's going to be, and that's what we did. And it works really well for the noir look. It looks incredible for the noir look. In the normal one, it looks like a shitty office building. Anyway, carrying on. Actually, I'm going to hit the bathroom if you can take over. You got it.
With a sucking whoosh and a swirl of blue energy, the captain of the Invincible 2 finds themselves back in their cryopod. The captain looks around, slightly confused for unknown reasons. Eventually, they get on with it and pull the emergency release to free them from the confines of their cryogenic prison. Stepping out of the pod, the captain wonders to themselves if they are, perhaps, stuck in some sort of purgatory, doomed to endlessly repeat the mistakes of the past. The captain's intrepid engineer also wonders the same as they emerge from their pod.
Captain, do you hear something?
The captain laughs a boisterous laugh at what is, obviously, another one of Mark's hilarious rubes.
I love hilarious.
Mark must still be delirious from the after effects of cryogenic slumber.
Right.
Now, to be honest, we've all seen this part before, and I don't want the viewers at home to get bored. So why don't we skip ahead a few pages and
Yeah,
get
it is
to
Aaron.
our good friend
It's Aaron Hansen,
Wug.
technically playing
what
Dr.
viewers?
Cecil H.H.
What did you say?
Mills.
What viewers?
Super meta joke.
What?
Which you do see in part 2 if you follow like, the longer path.
Wug, being the stoic, battle-hardened brute that he is unfazed by this new turn of events and proceeds to extract the English language out of Mark's soft, supple skull.
What?
Wug pilots the ship to the space fast food restaurant.
Okay, the space fast food restaurant was an idea we had at the beginning, and I wish we could have had a longer scene with it when we first brainstormed the show. Talking about the fast food restaurant, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
That this was like kind of a bit that we wanted to do from the very beginning, like the pimply alien teen.
From the very beginning of the brainstorming session, this is one of your ideas.
We was like notes app in the car, like
has to have an alien drive-through, and like that was critical to it. So yeah, and it's fascinating because this looks so good. Like it's just a testament to the talent of the the VFX artists. Like they really did a great job in setting this up.
because it's just Danielle standing on green.
Yeah, did you talk about Danielle is actually
No.
was one of the wardrobe, right? Wardrobe.
Well, she's wardrobe, but she does act as well. So sometimes she's in a few different places in the show, like part 2, things
it's
like
in
that.
this video.
Oh, it is in this video. Yeah, because we would just like quickly need an extra, and she was like, "Let me do it."
Yep.
The captain grabs the food.
Also, it's such a good costume to only see
Oh,
for
sorry.
1 second.
That's supposed to be a Wug-only fast food restaurant. The ship arrives at the Universal Stability...
I don't think it's in the BTS video, because I don't know if I ever uploaded it. But we do have a video of Mark. I have a video on my phone of Mark eating the taco, because it is fully edible. The Wug taco, or whatever.
Oh yeah, no, that thing was weird.
Would have been sitting out all day, too. It's like mushrooms and
noodles
like,
and more mushrooms, yeah, and a lot of food coloring. Anyway,
the agency.
We here? Arrival! We here!
Oh, Wug removes the helmet from Mark's soft, supple skull.
Oh, okay.
Owie.
And so our intrepid adventurers have arrived at the Universal Stability Agency. But is it too late for them to stop the rampaging wormhole that they have unleashed upon the cosmos? The captain thinks back to all the faces of the colonists under their care. Will they be able to save them? Or will they be doomed forever to suffer the same fate over and over again? And will Mark ever learn the captain's deep, dark secret?
What?
Only one way to find out.
What was that about a deep dark secret?
The bandit
Ethan!
enters.
Morgan!
The bandit leaves.
Ethan!
What have you done?
Not so fast. Now we get to the interrogation.
You are destroying everything.
The bandit knocks out Lady.
What?
I said the bandit knocks out Lady.
That's not my name. And no, I'm not gonna do that.
It's so hard not working with professionals. A vent cover falls on Lady's head.
I said that's not my
Ethan! Ethan! Yeah. I also wanted to say, like, I thought it was so interesting, and I kind of knew this was going to happen, is like how people's feelings towards certain characters evolved over time. Old Mark kind of saw it the most, but also Lady saw it with like part 2. You see the full complement of him. It's like judging a book by its cover. How dare you?
But there is something funny about like people apply her. Because people get so frustrated because they were expecting there to be multiple endings in part 1, and then you just keep getting
people. You're so here. He's like, yeah, what? Anyway.
What the hell?
And back to the ship. There we are, back on track, and not a moment too soon. With a device from the Bandit in hand, our intrepid captain now has the tools necessary to make their way to the warp core without further delay. But will the twisting halls of the Invincible
I'm sorry.
too?
What did you say they have?
The The portable temporal displacement device. You know, the MacGuffin that allows our captain to navigate the chaos that is this ship.
I didn't give them anything like that.
Oh my god. Okay. The captain looks down and sees the device. It glows. The captain can get to the warp core now. They just have to find it. There. All you need to do now is use the device, and you'll be well on your way to part 2 of this whole ordeal. So the real business can begin.
I'm sorry.
Danielle!
Part 2?
Danielle!
What does that mean?
You're not supposed to be here.
I am so confused.
Hey, Captain, I don't know what the hell's going on, but if there's another option that gets us out of here that doesn't involve listening to a crazy voice in our head, we might want to take that one.
There is no other option written here. The next page literally says the captain uses the device and in a flash of blinding light is transported to another universe. There's no other way. You must move forward.
All right. So one thing I want to talk about, because obviously we're not going to get to it in another path, we just don't have enough time, is this whole, the concept that I was talking about. Oh, it's not even on the projector here, right? The whole concept of like the more chaotic your choices are, or literally the more destructive it is, all of you chanting Plan K, is the less you know. Lady doesn't even have a chance to make an accusation other than what have you done? You are destroying everything. There is less and less context for the situation that you are in because you are too busy shouting for Plan K. And I am not going to give you Plan K because, as you can plainly see, there is no other option. Oh, would you look at that? There's nothing else. See, how would we even be able to tell you about how this show and its intricate story, how would you even know the lore if you don't even give me the chance to show you the lore? We have a whole behind-the-scenes video that we're going to show you. It's, I think, how long is it? It's like a half hour?
I don't know.
Maybe, I didn't look at the time. But a whole behind-the-scenes video prepared for the stream that we are going to show you live, and you don't even want to do it because you want to blow up the ship. Didn't you learn? You blow up the ship, 100,000 people die. Why do you think blowing up the ship is good? I want to hear your justification. Why do you think blowing up the ship is a good idea? Because if you have not guessed, the whole idea is this is not a time reset. You are jumping to another universe. But the universe that you just jumped from suffered all the consequences.
It's funny. Funsies.
The universe you just jumped from suffered all the consequences of your actions. It's not how it works. They didn't reset. They are dead. And they will stay dead.
Because ha ha.
Anyway. Use the device. Good idea. Good idea.
Excellent. Perfect. Good choice. Trust me, this is the best possible outcome. Although it might not seem like it at first. Actually, wait. Hold on. Oh. Oh no.
What?
No spoilers, but maybe don't trust any talking doors.
What the hell does that mean? I'll be damned. We made it. You guys were flying around in this thing?
Well, she's seen better days.
It's Ed! Ed! Yes, this is Ed from Heist with Markiplier. You thought Soda Poppin' wasn't in this one? Boom! There he is. You see him right there. Edie! Ed, baby! Whoa!
I think, did Adam just bring that? That wasn't in the script, right? I think our prop guy just had that.
Yeah, I think he's just had that, which is so good. It's Ed. It's Ed from Heist. Yep, crazy. All the, what was it, roast beef? Was it roast beef?
No, I don't remember.
Was it roast beef? I can't remember.
No,
I
it
ate
was
it
something
all.
else. I don't know. Anyone remember?
What was it? I can't even remember. Anyway.
Pot roast? I don't know.
Pot roast.
Prime rib.
Oh, prime rib, of course. Oh, ribeye, filet mignon.
If I may be
If
so
I may
bold.
be so bold.
Where's the crew?
You guys watch this edit.
That's normal, right? That's just how your people build computers, right?
Well, that's not how it's been in the past.
Might die the crystal.
Mightn't die the crystal.
Your crew, do they need help?
Well, they probably don't not need help. The captain can check on them. Go on. Yeah. Well, you're the captain. You're in charge of the crew and morale and speeches.
Whose hands are that? I don't remember.
Oh. Is that Ima?
Maybe.
That's not me, Captain. That's not me. Well, that's not me. Morning, Captain. How'd you sleep? Good? You feeling good?
So this shot was very difficult. And what happened here is this is a shot that should not have had a dummy replacement.
Mm-hmm.
But
because you don't see it.
But there was really like, and this is like, we should have put the camera on a sort of a tripod to keep it stable. It was like, this was a lesson that we learned to do that from then on, because this is an incredibly, took so many iterations to get it
I
even
can't believe
passable.
they saved it.
Yeah, you'll see just like this little warping right up here. That's the only indication that
Captain.
because there's flashing light that covers
Good.
it. But this is like, clearly you're doing a trick. Mug says that's not me, and then this little blending is all you see, and there I am. They worked a miracle to make this
These
work.
shots look nothing alike.
Morgan is in a different spot entirely. That's how different it is, and that's because we weren't paying close enough attention to it. We were trying to do too many tricks at the same time, but it was saved. But let me tell you, we learned the lesson from that and never did it that way again. Anyway,
That's how human ships are. Please tell me this is just how human ships are.
Well, they're not like this sometimes.
Oh, Moonbat,
right. How's it going? It's one of your crew members. An important one. I forgot my keys in the bridge. Could you open the door for me?
Well, before we do that, can you tell us which crew member you are specifically?
You know, it's not really important who I am. What's really important is that you need to open this door, and quick. I've got a dark surprise for you on the other side. It's very dark. Wink, wink. Just think of this as the dark path to get to the warp core.
Just use the device and get us the hell out of here. Why are we standing around like morons? Just get the hell out of here.
Hey, we still have to save the ship.
You didn't tell me how messed up your ship is.
Don't insult her. She's got character.
Yeah, I've got character. Just open up this door and see how much I've got.
Do not open that door.
Do not let anyone tell you how to do your job. You're the boss. But maybe don't do that.
so this is an example why I know you guys. I know you guys very well. So many of you ran screaming, arms open, into this door because I knew you would. No, that's not Darkiplier on there. I literally released a video series on my channel, literally called Don't Open the Door. And you guys don't learn your lesson.
It's so tempting.
It's so tempting. But this is also kind of the thing is like, as much as I want to like, ooh, you make bad choices, you people die. I literally made these choices for you because I knew they would be fun too, right? So it's like a whole thing of like, it's fun, but also like, I'm gonna use your temptations to kind of like drive you in one way or another. And technically, you do get to the warp core if you open the door. But also, the lesson was not learned in part 2. Literally, part 2 had a open the door, don't open the door, and there is an actual prize on the don't open the door side that not many of you have found. You haven't visited him in a while, you know. Also, yeah,
Ooh,
no.
this is tight.
This is tight.
Cool.
But this is not only not Darkiplier on the other side of this. I meant to talk about this earlier. But one thing that lore implication wise that I wanted to run by this, or I wanted to say, and I will explain further about it. This is not actor Mark.
Controversial.
I know. Well, is it?
Apparently.
There were so many people that like were automatically like, haha. They based everything in their thought process on the idea that this would be actor Mark. This is not. And I will explain this further down the road. Some of you have reached this conclusion already.
I don't know where the assumption.
I don't know
came
where the
from.
assumption came from
because
either.
It was very quickly an assumption.
It was an assumption that carried on, and then everyone heard the assumption from other people assuming, and then it became fact.
See what?
Exactly, right? Yeah. It was an assumption that it would be. And it was those assumptions about this story and what it would be and what it should be that kind of like threw people for a loop playing it. They had expectations going into it. And like trying to like wrap their head around preconceived notions going into the story made them confused when the story went in different directions. And I leaned into that. I knew that would happen. It's why I leaned into the fake endings in the middle part of this. It's why I leaned into the open-ended nature of this. It's why there's these taunting choices about the dark path or even the musical in the next choice after this. You know, it's all these things. This is not actor Mark.
It's Mark.
It's Mark.
It's just Mark.
Well, I will explain this more later. I will explain this later. Because it will all make sense.
Also, you can think whatever you want. Like
yeah. Oh yeah.
You have
that's also true.
You have your intention.
Yeah. I have my, and this is what I say in every explanation stream. Is like I have my intention. But one of my points, my talking points that I have wrote down at the bottom here that I'm going to get to in more detail that explains this, I literally wrote these down. There's different levels of infinite. There's the infinite possibilities of what I could come up with, you know, my other universes, and there's an infinite number of interpretations of that for every single one of you. Infinite upon infinite upon infinite. That's one of the major themes of this story is about infinite possibilities. The multiverse. Not only is the universe infinite, the multiverse is infinite. It's infinite infinites. There are different levels of it. But anyway, that ain't him. That ain't him, guys. Does he even remotely behave like him? That's what you gotta ask yourself. Anyway, screw their wants and needs. Don't open this door.
Probably a good idea.
Life is for the
Not a
living.
hunch, but I think that might have been a trap.
Agreed. The sooner we go, the sooner I get off this ship.
Oh, but you guys, I swear that I can take you straight to the warp core. It's a couple extra steps, but it's pretty much the quickest bet.
Democracy failed us.
So really an electoral college in this voting system. So really, if you think about it.
Good to see you again, Cap. You know, I've been thinking, we need a little change of management around here. See, after you were abducted, I got to thinking, who got us in this mess in the first place? And I think it all comes down to bad leadership.
This is why the crew revolts.
Now, I tried to play it your way. I really did. I tried to get to the warp core best I could. I jumped into a wormhole full send. There's no escaping this. Not with you in charge. I can see that clearly now. So why don't you step down as captain and let somebody with the guts to do what it takes run this ship from here on out? Well, what do you say, Cap? You willing to do the right thing?
So what Gunther's talking about, not only am I wanting to see this for the sake of like a lot of the really good acting that Mick does here. Tragically, he got this perfectly, almost perfectly on the second take, but he messed up the last line. He was so mad, and it was right before lunch, and then we went to lunch after, so he got to Stu eating his lunch like, I fucked up. But he did such an incredible job. I can't do it. But also, people focus too much when it comes down to lore analyses on the obvious, right? The Doreen literally, like, giving you clues about things in the past, and not the things that the people in there... Because the problem with thinking of that Mark as an actor means that you think of all of this as just an act, as just like nothing. It has no meaning. It does. It's a story. I'm telling a story. But this story is not a story in a story. This story is about people and their choices, and the fact that you as captain are not the only one making choices in it. Other people have choices to make, and they have motivations, and they have wants and drives. Like, if you look at it as if it's all just a play for your entertainment, you lose connection with the actual consequences of what you're doing. You lose connection with the lives that are lost and the people that are relying on you, and you as captain and your responsibility to those people. Now, in the end, yes, it's just fun, but a lot of what Gunther is saying here is motivated. You did blow up the ship. You wanted to. The only reason it's not blown up right now is because I stopped you from blowing it up. That is true, and that is a fact. For this Gunther, he is entirely justified to mutiny against you. And he'd be right. He'd be absolutely right. With this audience right here, with this, you guys as captain, the collective you as a captain right now, he would be absolutely right. Anyway, Gunther...
Are you going to let them vote, or you...
I'm going to guide it because we got to get going.
Yeah,
otherwise we're going to be here forever. Gunther, think of the colonists! I also want to see Bert. Because Bert's computer line is so fucking good.
I am thinking of the colonists, Captain. But the question I gotta ask myself is, were you? Were you thinking of them when you were out there having fun? Were you thinking of them when you abandoned us? Were you thinking of them when you destroyed our ship? Are you thinking of them right now? What's that? Some special captain's thing?
I told you I'm not there yet.
Over here, Captain. The futility of what you asked me for is laid bare. To quest upon infinity is to be drawn ever deeper into the tides of madness. Recognizing the inadequacies of the human mind, I merged my psyche with the computer in an attempt to find a deeper understanding of this quandary in which we find ourselves. And lo, I did find sorrow. We are cast adrift against the web of the infinite. Hopeless souls worn dull against the waves of eternity. All will be consumed by darkness. But in darkness lies salvation. I have modified the reactor to create a singularity that will collapse unto itself and take the wormhole with it. Though our ship will be destroyed, so too will our suffering. Do not try to change my mind, for I have touched the fabric of reality. I have drunk deep the knowledge of infinity. You are but a lump of dust against the mountain that is my mind.
Who loved this line so much? I mean,
you were getting into Old Man when we filmed this.
Yeah,
so
I
didn't see this get filmed.
This
you didn't
filmed.
see it until it was like compiled.
Yeah. I love this scene so much because I love Bert as a character. Like, this is super eloquent side of Bert is like what I really like.
This like reminds me of the tweet that I saw recently that was like, oh, like I loved the show. I'm really proud of like Mark and the crew and his writers and
yeah, and people give it like and his writers and I'm like, hey, writer.
You can't tell this is all coming from one man's mind.
Anyway, I want to also address something that people were saying. There's a lot of people who are like, but actors in this show, he's there.
Yeah,
you see behind the scenes.
He is.
And I go, yeah, so's Noir, Mark. So's Bomb Disposal, Mark. So's Yancey. So's Camp Council.
Oops, all marks.
They're all there. Doesn't mean it's really camp counselor all along. You know what I mean?
That would have been funny. You just continuously.
I know,
say all the
yeah.
characters.
God, I'll save that for another joke down the road. But the reason I say that is because there's another compliment side of this with the infinite concept. You as the captain, and the captain that is in this is you, but you can be, you know, misinterpreted. You may be listening to this and think I'm speaking to you personally that is watching this video, which I am, but I'm speaking to all of you. That you is still you, but it's all of you at once. The captain in this show is all of you at the same time. Each of you makes different choices. Each of you would do different things. The polls here show it. You are not, it's not 100% one decision. You would all do different things. There are infinite versions of you. You are the multiverse of you tangibly playing this at the same time. But the whole crux of this story is that you and all these multiverse versions of you are overlapping. The you is making different choices at the same time. You are the captain's version of actor. You, I'm talking to a different you, are the captain's version of Yancey. You are fragments of yourself from different universes. You watching this is one, but you I'm talking to is all. You are the Darkiplier of the captain. You are the Wharf Stash of the captain. One of you is that. Many of you may be that. You are not all one thing. You, this has been a concept through all of the stuff since Who Killed Markiplier, is the viewer as a character is literally all of you at once. And nothing is more clear about that concept than this show with its multiversal thing. The reason Gunther can say those things and you disagree with him, but him still be right, is because there's another version of you, literally a different viewer, that has made those decisions. And they are all true because it all overlaps. That's the crux of you being the captain. Anyway.
Which one?
Blow it up before it blows you up! Because I want to see Morgan's scene there.
What? Such crude thinking cannot avail you, but also don't do it. Cap.
Oh, Captain, there you are. The Warp Core. Finally. Solve the problem.
Hey, what did you do?
This is the first thing she filmed, right?
Oh, yeah. Oh, my God.
What is wrong with this ship? You did something.
Hey, whoa. We didn't do anything. It's just a wormhole problem. We just need to solve it.
It's a wormhole. No, it's not just a wormhole. You did something. What did you do?
Well, Captain, a little help here?
You blew us up. You just decided to just... That was a perfectly reasonable decision.
I'm going to pause there because many people may listen to that and not understand what she meant by you blew us up. The Bandit was there when you initiated Plan K. The problem of being stuck on this ship is it is a black hole, it's a wormhole that's like a black hole. Once you go onto the ship, you are stuck because the ship is stuck in a wormhole until you resolve the paradox. So anyone that steps foot on this ship is doomed.
You're stuck in part 1 of the show for a month, essentially.
Exactly.
Right?
You're stuck, looping, not dying, jumping between different universe versions of yourself, memories from other parts of this multiverse bleeding over to you. You dying, not remembering how, maybe you do remember how, and still living. It's all mixed up in these things where you jump between different versions of yourself. This Bandit is a different version of Bandit than the Bandit that blew up with Plan K. Just because there are two choices doesn't mean that they are the same Bandit. That choice splits multiverses. Choices split. The Bandit that you use the device with is different than the Bandit that blows up with Plan K, but is also all the same Bandit that is right here contemplating these deaths that the Bandit has felt. So the Bandit is correct that you blew up the ship as if it was a completely reasonable decision. And yet the Bandit is still there right in front of you and can't contemplate the conflict and the dissonance of that impossibility. It's a paradox.
Well, not right now, but do you remember dying, maybe?
No, how can I remember dying? And you're not supposed to remember, but
Hey, is it really dying that doesn't count? Like, I remember dying. Every time. The captain remembers. We've been shot, stabbed, blown up, beaten, eaten. Like, I remember the first time when we jumped through the wormhole. I mean, I didn't die before that, right? Captain?
Is this a dream? Do any of our choices matter? Does anything matter? Have we been here before?
I'm gonna put up a poll for this because this, like, the reason I went to this scene is because it is important. If this is a lore stream, this is probably the most. Everyone's so focused on Doreen. This is the most important, besides maybe the ending.
As far as like the crux of the theme of this show and what you really care about.
Yeah, exactly. This is the most important scene in part one. If you're trying to understand what I care about, the Doreen one, that's fun. That's fun. That's reprimanding you for making dumb but fun decisions. Old Mark doesn't answer any questions, raises more questions than it is. This asks the real question. Do you think you, as a viewer, you have to make a determination? Have you been here before? That question was asked all the way back in the trailer. Has this happened before? Is this the first time you've done all of this? And if you don't remember, how would you even know the answer? If you can't trust your own memories of what's real and not real, like, it's up to you. Do your choices matter? Does anything matter? These are the questions and conclusions that I wanted people to come to. And some people come to them and they're like I love seeing it because they're like, that's just like, it's an illusion of choice. This is all bullshit. Therefore, it's all nonsense. Well, so is Heist. But, you know, it was still fun.
You just didn't say it.
Yeah, but I really wanted people to ask themselves, what happened to the first Invincible? Where is In Space with Markiplier Part 0? Which is existing. It does exist. It does.
Does it?
Yeah, in my head. Anyway. And also, similarly, whether you've been here before or you've never been here, doesn't matter, because the important choice, the one that can actually save you and all your people, is yet to come. So these both lead to the exact same thing.
Yeah, of course. Makes sense. That makes perfect sense.
Hey, Captain, look! It's the warp core. We made it. I knew we could do it. Took long enough, though. Unless this is one of those doors that's trying to kill us. In which case, you should probably go first. So,
no, it's
after
the other version where I do think
you're
really
the captain. Go on. I'll get the door for you.
Someone just asked if that was a bad decision. There are no bad decisions, really. That's what Doreen says at the end of part 2, you know? Because the whole point is, like, yeah, if you think about it as a story, you know, you have these people on your mind. But it's an illusion of choice, you know, up until a point. Anyway, part 0 has been viewed 11 million times. I'll give you that clue.
Wow. We finally made it. That took long enough. Come on, Captain. It's time to finally end this. That is, if that thing actually works. Guess I still have a lot left to learn about wormholes. You do know how to use that thing, don't you?
Unfortunately, they do.
Whoa! Not again.
This is my last chance. This is the last chance to save the universe. So I am begging you, give me the crystal.
Hey, that's a nice bracelet you got there. Sure would be a shame if the computer activated the defense turrets. Sure would be a shame if the computer inverted gravity. Would be
terrible if the computer vented all the oxygen. That'd be bad.
It'd be so bad.
That'd be so bad. Yeah, we want the same thing here, which is why it's important we test out the event horizon. Didn't feel a thing. Oh, okay, felt that one.
There will be no self-destructs.
Oh.
No defensive measures. No venting. Nothing. There will be nothing. Because I have fixed every system on this ship. And I have overridden every insane and violent contingency that you could possibly ever have. Why are there so many self-destructs and just like one repair protocol?
You wouldn't get it. It's a human thing.
No, it's not. How many people have died because of your carelessness, and how many universes have you destroyed?
Whoa. Why so mad? We're just gonna reset things and fix it. It's fine.
That's not how it works, you reckless, careless, idiotic monsters. These aren't second chances. Every mistake has cost the lives of people who have trusted you. The multiverse is littered with the corpses of your failures. So unless we can undo whatever it is you're about to do, then every living thing in existence will be snuffed out forever.
Oh, we're not trying to hurt anybody. We're just trying to save our people. The captain wouldn't do that. Captain, you wouldn't let that happen, would you?
I'm done being nice. Give me the crystal.
Paradox detected.
No. Stop. No.
Okay, so a few things here. Number one, Leo did an amazing job. Also, I think Leo's back was like...
Was that during this?
Yeah, that was afterwards.
Ugh,
so like, yeah, Leo had
both
like...
of you had
Yeah.
serious back injuries during the filming of this.
I was fine in the beginning before we started filming. It was bad during pre-production. I got better because like they gave me all those.
Shout out to Leo for going to like a chiropractor or a hospital or whatever in rural Texas, and so like they're waiting for like the it was one of the PAs to like drive them and stuff, and the costume girls come in and they're like, oh, like, do you want us to take off your wig and stuff, like, you know, because like
yeah
you're wearing this whole costume like before you leave so you're more comfortable. And Leo's like, I mean, if I'm gonna go in the full costume.
Yeah. So like mid filming, I think it was like the harness stuff, like for the falling through the wormhole stuff that hurt Leo's back. Leo had to go get that checked at a chiropractor. We had to like stop filming for the day. Totally understandable. This happened.
That's how we got the Wharf Stash scene.
That's how we got the Wharf Stash scene.
In part one.
We had time for that to add that in. That was not originally in the script.
Where he's in the hallway.
But it was just like, so here's like afterwards all this. I just remember like Mick.
Oh, I have a video of it because like we would hang out after like some nights, a bunch of people are in town.
Yeah.
So it was like Leo's back was hurting like that day, but they were like, it's okay. So that night we were hanging out and it was like everyone like giving them like the most intense back like massage to be like, oh, we'll fix it.
Mick and Chaz were just like,
and the next day they came in, they're like, I can't.
I'm dying. I remember seeing from afar. I'm like, that doesn't look like it's helping, because I had done the foam roller on my back, and that made it so much worse. And I was like, well, these things were like, huh. Anyway, incredible stuff. Anyway, story wise, this is the it's just like I do remember. Just literally, Mick, full elbow, like you gotta really work out the knots.
It's not that kind of a.
I think I heard bones crunching. Anyway, so this is the first address of the concept where Mark here, engineer Mark, does not know the full ramifications of it. It's the first seed of doubt planted in engineer Mark's head against you, the viewer. Up to this point, full confidence in everything you do because obviously you're the captain. Like, why would you do anything to betray it? There's no way. No way. But the first seeds of doubt come here because, you know, it's not how it works. You can't just reset things. Like, the multiverse is littered with the corpses of your failures. That is the story here. Like, all you lore hunters who keep ignoring the actual story, like, the story is the lore. Anyway, so it's one of those things where this is the second to third or near the last time you would ever see Lady. At the end of Lady's journey, and from being that friendly person in the Universal Stability Agency that not as many people saw versus the other versions, to this desperate, committed, willing to do whatever it takes.
That's one of the best scenes, I think, is the normal universe,
It's
and Lady.
very funny.
It's so funny, and it's so long, and like with the candy, and it's a great scene.
It is a good scene. But speaking of good scenes, probably my favorite scene in the whole show. Not for the sake of me doing it, but it's great.
Oh, you guys are sick of it.
I know, yeah. Well, you're sick of it, but...
Unhand me, you fiend! Oh, don't hand me if you dare!
I don't know this man. I've never seen him swim a day in my life.
Oh, look what you've done! Oh, what have you done? What you've done is fall right into my trap! Not as fast as I used to be, huh? Or am I? Okay, you win. Can I have my hand back? Oh my God! Oh, I think I broke something. Oh, please. Oh, please help me. I need help desperately. Friend of mine. Oh, close confidant. I missed our exchanges of conversation. That's it. Come closer. Payback!
Payback. Whose idea was it to throw sand first? Who first had the idea? Did old Mark have the idea to throw sand in your eyes because you threw sand in his eyes? Did you have the idea to throw sand in old Mark's eyes, or I guess not old Mark, because old Mark tried to throw sand in your eyes? And also, where'd the sand come from? Did old Mark give you the sand to throw in his own eyes? Did he even know? Which he didn't.
No, because you...
Yeah, exactly. Anyway, this scene is wonderful because this is one of those magic things where you said there was a good enough take. And there was. It was good enough.
Oh, yeah. No, you were right on this one. This is one of the times I was just wrong.
And this is a thing where we had a good enough scene. But I had the previous one was a great take, but I took too long getting the sand out.
That was a hard part of it, was
it.
trying to get the sand out of your pocket.
I had 5 knives on me, that whole thing. I had to do, this is a miracle take.
This is one take.
This is one take. There are no cuts in this entire take. From getting up off the ground, there are no cuts. And there could have been, but this take was perfect. And I asked for one more. I was like, please, we're running out of time, but I was like, I know I can do it perfectly. I've got it all down, and I'm gonna just fucking unleash this old man inside of me. And it's a miracle because it almost was destroyed, because what happens is as Captain's getting up, like from the ground and moving over here to come here, I'm falling behind him. He bumps this pillar. Moves out of the way. I pick it up, place it back, get back in position. And I had to do it with the fake hand. So I had the fake hand in my hand. I grabbed it with the fake hand and my hand, put it back into place, and then was ready to do the lunge with the fake hand. And so all of that just perfectly coincided. It was a pristine take. And you can tell when I'm happy because I'm able to grab this. I kind of like, you kind of even hear it in my voice where I'm like, oh please, I need help desperately. And then I reach in.
Friend of mine. Oh, close confidant.
I missed, darling.
Right there, you can hear, I missed. Like, that's me being actually excited that I got the sand, which was actually crumbled cereal.
It's amazing too that like the focus is as good
Oh,
as it is.
my
Holy
God.
shit! Okay, on a film set, there's someone who is in charge of pulling focus, of focusing the whole time. Right? They have this little tiny monitor and they have a little dial that they just do it by feel. It's incredible. He had me try to do it, and it was like, I don't know how the hell they do it. Just practice.
Yeah.
But normally, like, the camera's static or the camera's doing a nice sweep, but the camera's a human. Mark is sprinting around, the camera's sprinting around, there's no consistency. And so the whole thing, it's just like, it's incredible.
Yeah. No, the guy who did it, Matt was just like a hero. The only reason this scene works is not because like I did well, which I did, but because Matt on focus was just
Matt's over there playing a goddamn video game, like.
Yeah.
And he said it was fun because I was like, I'm so sorry that you have to do this. And he's like, it's better than a car commercial. Like.
Yeah, I know, right? The reason it's cereal is because sand could actually be damaging if it gets in my eyes.
Did you ever talk about the Frozen Mark snow incident?
Oh, no, I didn't. We didn't get to that. Yeah. For the snow in Frozen Mark, I actually inhaled some of the snow that was on me, which was at first just plastic snow. And it got in my lungs and I was coughing for like 15 minutes straight. People thought we were going to be done for the day.
Yeah.
And then we changed it to salt, which is much better.
Yeah,
So this is why safety is important thing. So if there's snow, usually sometimes it's plastic snow, but that if you inhale, it's very bad. If you use real sand, not only does
you
sand
take a face full of it
Yeah.
when it gets thrown at you.
Yeah, not only does the sand not look as good on camera, like cereal, because it kind of like has big and small pieces, so it kind of clouds. It looks better, but yeah, it can be dangerous.
Mark's got plastic lung now.
They're probably still that plastic in my lungs.
With all the microplastic.
I'm fine. Anyway, continue.
What kind of cereal?
I won't let you do it.
That never stopped.
I won't let you destroy the universe.
It's fine.
I'll stop you. Don't move. Don't do anything. Whatever you do, unless that's what you did, and then do it. I dare you to do it. Whatever you do, do not do it.
I love your expression here.
Captain, I can't let you win. This is the final confrontation. Good versus evil. The hero versus the villain. Justice will prevail this day. But first, I need to test out the Event Horizon protocol. The hand.
I just had this realization about the way that I write and the way that I always mess with you guys is that I do things literally to mess with you 90% of the time. Like, I wrote this dialogue in this scene, the hero versus the villain, to make you think it was actor. And then I turn around and I'm like, you thought that was actor? You idiot! When I'm the one who wrote it to intentionally trick you into thinking that. The real actor Mark is me. I'm the asshole. Actually, it wasn't even actor Mark at first. His name was Asshole Mark.
It was Asshole
when
Mark.
we filmed Who Killed Markiplier, his name was Asshole Mark. That was his name.
Because that's the whole bit.
That's the whole bit, yeah. But anyway, lore-wise, old Mark trying to stop you for something that he does not know what you did because Mark in the previous scene was not in this room with you. Yeah, he does not know. In no circumstance has he ever actually known what happened in this room. And the sad truth of it is, he caused it. Yeah, that's the true secret. It's all me. I'm sometimes an asshole. I'm sometimes sweet as hell. I'm a great singer sometimes. It's all me.
This is the only way to be sure. The only way to truly fix a problem once and for all. Oh, yeah. Sorry about that.
So does it for people, but this scene doesn't do it for people?
Yeah,
It's the same. It's the same.
It's the same. It's the same.
A lot of things. Well, when you've tried everything else, there's really only one more thing left to try.
Be advised, designated location outside known universe.
I know. That's the point.
Warning. Current action could have unforeseen consequences.
Yeah, why the blue beret instead of orange?
I think was for it to not be so obvious, because I am the only one with an orange beret on the ship, except for maybe an engineer crew or something like that. But it's like it stands out, so it needed to be like hidden.
It looks good with the sweater. He can change. I don't
Yeah.
know. There's not like
he can change.
I can change him.
I can change him. Unforeseen consequences, yes, reference to Half-Life. Much like the Doreen scene is literally a reference to Half-Life.
I did it. I did it. I finally did it. I beat you. I did it. I did it. I did it. Oh, and you know what else? I forgive you. Come here. Oh, all the pain and suffering that you caused, I forgive you. It's all in the past, or the future, or that will never be because I beat you. Everyone can finally go and live their infinite lives in peace. I bet you're confused, aren't you? Hmm? Or maybe you're disappointed that you don't get to destroy the universe. Doesn't matter. All that matters is that you will no longer put the universe in imminent peril with your reckless rampage. Those credits?
Yeah, very Grinch vibes. You're right.
Yeah, big inspiration.
Hey, man! That can't be good.
Paradox detected.
Yeah, I know. That's why we're here. Especially why are you here? I thought I muted this thing. Wouldn't shut up about paradoxes.
Warning. Universal stability compromised. Attempting to resolve.
Probably just tying up some loose ends.
No. What have you done?
What did I do? I just saved the universe from the captain's rampage of destruction. And apparently from you too, whoever you are.
Error. Unable to resolve. Paradox detected.
You did this. It was you?
Lady, you're gonna have to be more specific. I've done a lot of things.
Infinite paradox detected. Universal collapse imminent.
Turn it off. You have to shut it down. You have to.
Well, maybe that's not the worst idea in the world. Oh, no, you don't get to blow up. I'm the one that blows things up. Oh, you think you're better?
I love the eyes.
I love all of this.
That's so cool.
Yeah. So this is just like, it's turned out exactly how I wanted it to turn out, right? To feel wrong. To feel broken, because that's what happens. The question that people should ask is like, this crystal and that crystal there are the same crystal at different points in time. They cannot coexist. Part of the reason why everything breaks is because old Mark sends you outside of the universe and doesn't realize that the warp core follows. It does. Like, it's one of those things where it's unintended, unforeseen consequences to actions that you think are trying to help things inadvertently cause the destruction there. The reason Lady appears here is because your device, your intact full device in the previous scene, knows that the device on Lady's wrist is a paradox. That is it from a different timeline. It cannot exist. That causes universal instability, and therefore it purges it out of the universe, basically, along with Lady. That's why Lady goes, no, and implodes. Same thing happened with this warp core, except in macro scale, but it no longer has an outside the universe to even send it to. Also, this warp core was holding open all of these multiverses all at the same time, which were all intersecting at the epicenter of your ship. All of it leads to a really bad time for everybody involved. Also, this is not Captain Magnum.
No, it's not. I'm sorry.
Sad to say, guys. Like, I know it.
But it is the crew.
It is the crew
it's the same
from.
actors.
Yeah, it's the same actors. It's the rest of the crew, but that's not Captain Magnum. You think that's tall enough to be Captain Magnum? I'm sorry. Excuse me. That's the Jason Campbell, the guy that played the first mate. I'm sorry. Sorry, guys. Same hat, but, you know.
It's a multiverse where he's shorter.
It's a multiverse where he was Captain. I guess. Anyway. Sorry, guys. You had a lot of preconceived notions, but if you'd just use your analytical ability a little bit, you would have realized that. You thought that guy wearing Captain Magnum's hat and coat was Captain Magnum? You fool! They can't even get an obvious plot. Anyway.
Yeah.
Look at all these wonderful people that worked on this. There's many more things to talk about in part 2, obviously, but I'd say we have the behind-the-scenes video ready for you. And what we're going to do is we're going to take a break, a breather, but right now I'm going to play that for you, which means that you guys get to see something that has not been seen before, and it will be completely unguided. I have not even seen it.
We haven't seen it.
So if the editors put some horrendous things in there and get my channel banned, it's not my fault. I am hereby surrendering all responsibility. You are seeing things that I have never seen before, and this is a huge risk to do this, but here we go to do it. You know what I mean?
Oh, it's not like Unisonus was that for an entire year. We didn't watch those videos before they went out.
I watched the majority of them.
I mean.
So anyway, we're gonna. I'm hungry. So
how
you guys,
long is this?
This is let's see. Don't say how long out loud. Now we know. Okay.
What time
so
is
we
it now? Okay, cool.
Okay, cool. All right, so you guys are going to see this magical thing that nobody else has ever seen, and we are going to go. This might be loud. I'm going to drag it right into OBS, which might cause horrendous problems, but I like that. Let's destroy the universe a little bit here. And then, actually, let's just make this big, and then... Okay, this might be loud. Turn down your volume just a little bit. I don't know how loud, and then adjust accordingly. Okay. Hey, it's me, Markiplier, here with another crazy zany adventure in space with me, Markiplier. Happy to have you on board. Let's have some fun. Come on.
Best part of waking up is going to space with Mark.
Chica's happy. Chica's excited. She's happy and excited. Henry's happy and excited. Tyler's happy and excited. Wag your tail. Yep, there it is.
Keep the camera on Anna. She's got always really pretty eyes, and she's just on top of things.
You have a volume knob. Use it. What do you mean? You have a volume.
Well, I mean, I would say one person could turn it down a little instead of 30,000 people turning it down. I feel like I was trying to watch that. It's good. It's okay. So
hey, it's me, Markiplier, here with another crazy zany adventure in space with me,
have
Markiplier. Happy to have you on board. Let's have some fun. Come on.
Best part of waking up is going to space with Mark.
Chica's happy. Chica's excited. She's happy and excited. Henry's happy and excited. Tyler's happy and excited. Wag your tail. Yep, there it is.
Keep the camera on Anna. She's got always really pretty eyes, and she's just on top of things. She's, you know, a great fun person, and she's super sweet. She's hardworking. I like the massages because then my head starts hurting.
I know.
You stab my scalp with bobby pins.
And then I keep you coming back with my head massages.
He stabbed me.
His fault.
It's your fault.
What did I do?
You wrote it.
You put me.
I didn't design the looks.
Oh, but you wrote it.
What?
And you approved it.
What?
Have a Jordan.
Don't kick me in the nuts!
Doing crazy stuff. You hear that? Crazy stuff.
I really want to put the green screen behind you when you're talking so people can insert stuff.
I was doing crazy stuff, man. Crazy stuff.
As you can tell, Chica is the center of attention on set, always. And the bridge. Without the monitors, where'd they go?
What monitors?
So Bob, how's it feel to be a Team Fortress character?
To see
Good.
dinosaurs.
Which Team Fortress character are you?
He's been in and out of dinosaur
Demo.
but now he's like very heavily in one.
Oh yeah, I can kind of see that.
Bondage demo man, that's me.
Bondage?
Myself.
More of these things?
Yeah, sure.
I don't even know what they're supposed to be, but
Just like
more
widgets.
Yeah.
It's if you get space,
oh, that's cool.
You know, it opens up. Yeah. It's like a space epi.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
And you know, space stuff.
Yeah, it's good stuff.
I love your
You should. Oh wow, that's great. I'm capturing the god that is Bob right now.
It's all from the mustache.
And you're not in this scene.
I'm not. Okay, I'm dead.
Perfect. That's what I was hoping for. Okay.
Turn on speeds.
Mark?
Rolling.
Wave him in the air like you just don't care.
I don't think he can. That is pretty much what happens when you don't care.
I said take a bow.
This was just as strong in both of them.
I'll get bow further, but my back hurts.
That's bad. From carrying this film, quite literally.
That's from carrying the camera.
Alert!
Alert! Cryo
Problem.
chamber is broken. Fucking
And
leaking.
you'll look over. You'll look over. See that there's mist coming out here. Look back to him.
That's no good, Captain. I gotta go check on ADS. Good luck with that.
And then the door will close. Yeah, exactly. And then just like decision time.
Green Solo Cup. Life happens on
No, hide back behind the cup.
Proceed to party. Green Solo Cup.
Like, that's what I was the most sad about. I was like, my prom song.
What is it making people take pop off and rub it?
I like that you think that.
Okay, you can move on now.
Yeah, you can
You just became like a wise socialite.
Thank you.
I love it.
See what years will do. Years experience. Shit like that.
What number has
This is quite a look.
Well, you've done a
It's called fashion. Look it up.
Welcome to the new Bob Ross, painting with ammunition.
They're just gonna give this bullet a happy little singe mark.
Happy little singe mark.
I don't want him to be lonely, so I'm gonna give him a friend.
It's our secret.
These are your bullets. You make them as dirty as you want to. It's your world. Anything's right. And then you take this one bullet, you just beat the devil out of it.
Hey, Pam.
Oh yeah, copy.
Alright. I can't hear you. How got it my good here?
Just saying hi. Just looking at you.
Look at this rumble. I'm gonna go run around on set and make people uncomfortable by shoving a camera up their butt. That's what I do.
Butt cam.
Butt cam. Butt cam. Chica butt cam. Butt cam. Butt cam. Butt cam. Butt cam. Butt cam. Matt Pat. Butt cam. Oh. For all the viewers out there, that is some delicious Matt butt. A butt pat?
Butt pat.
Butt pat. Hi, Captain. Everything's great. Nothing's wrong in the world. Hey, look at my butt.
Ooh, 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 ooh.
That's haunting. Gotta get the book cam, double book cam, NSP book cam. Sorry.
Hi, how you doing? You guys look fantastic.
Yes. A little left. And now both of you take a tiny step forward.
And here we are in space. How amazingly cool is life?
I think this is the best look so far. Danny, how high does our pants go?
Oh, and they're low rise. Oh, my.
You're hiding half of them with the poncho.
What do you suggest?
I suggest that you either tuck it in or pull it up.
French
Yeah.
French tuck the poncho. Yeah.
Now let's see it. Now I want to see it.
Oh my God, the captain is back. How amazingly cool is that? Yeehaw!
Blessed be the tacos.
Fucking nail me.
Okay, I will.
Just not in the nuts, please.
Alright. Ready? 3, 2, 1, action!
All we love is the
Angling up. Now down. And that's work.
I hate you so much! You're human garbage! I don't really mean that. You're a very nice person.
I think that's it. Cool. We've done it. Great. Yeah. Anything else you want to do just in the meantime while you're here?
Real fast.
Why?
A butler, why?
Well, you're still alive! Oh my God!
You really rock that nub, Leo.
You're too muscly.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, lose some muscle mass, Mark.
To the dummy.
After all that, we could have
Why?
You're old. I don't know. You've been around for a long
Did I grow them?
You've been hiding in the weird pockets of the ship, so you got a bunch of stuff on you.
I was hiding in the warp core. What was in there?
Only you would know.
I built it.
Your teeth get yellow as you age.
Oh, if you get too near.
You think on a spaceship he got veneers?
Oh, yes.
Old Mark is nothing if not vain.
Mm-hmm. It's old Mark.
Oh, you did?
Just take it clean off.
Oh my God.
Amy, why is it Mark's fault?
What's Mark's fault?
Why is it Mark's fault?
I don't know.
Anna, why is it Mark's fault?
Oh my God, because of his big weird brain.
Danielle, why is it Mark's fault? He stole our frilly socks.
It's Mark's fault because of all the Markiplier promises.
I've never had a Markiplier promise. Ever. Why is it Mark's fault?
It's actually Chica's fault.
And I would have gotten away with it too, if it weren't for you meddling kids.
Why is it Mark's fault?
Because he never wants my fans, but he always takes everyone else's fans.
And they're cute little pants.
They're
Oh,
cute. Look at this.
Yeah, look at this
that.
little. This is my favorite. Oh, what a dick. Leo, why is it Mark's fault?
I don't know. Who is Mark?
That's a good answer. Why is it Mark's fault?
I don't want to answer that.
You don't want to answer? What the?
I don't want to let it hurt me.
He won't hurt you.
Have you not seen him?
I'm pretty messed up as it is.
He made it his own fault because the story is about Mark. He thinks it's about the camera or whatever, the viewer. It's about Mark. It's all about Mark. It's all just an excuse. Dance around, get some more attention. People who really don't know how he is. It's exhausting.
Why is it Mark's fault?
I don't know. Should have been market division instead of flyer. I think that's the root of the problem.
It is Mark's fault because he is a culmination of all the things that, I don't know, he sucks. We just did rehearsal for when Mark throws me around like a rag doll. And then I get to beat Mark up. That's the face of someone who deserves to get beat up.
Mick, what's going on with Pam?
I mean, we all know this on set, but Pam is talented, but she's one of the laziest people we know. She's like narcoleptic or something. In fact, dude, check it out. She's like passed out right in the corner. Her legs are in the, people are
Look at that. She's blocking half the pathway.
It's ridiculous.
I wanted to get your reaction on camera. You did this to me.
Nip slip.
You busted out my suit.
You Janet Jacksoned her.
Yep. What do you got to say for yourself?
Wasn't me.
We have actual footage of you. This is what I got to deal with here.
Chica, who is the most dangerous person on this set in a fist fight?
Rigged question. I don't have fists.
Could you defeat Mark?
Bitch, please.
Who is the most dangerous person in a fist fight? I gotta ask you.
Do you want to just come to my house and do this every morning?
Absolutely. I think you'll be very, like, confused and turned on by yourself.
Great. That's the goal. I want to fuck myself. That's now.
Mark, you can look at anything.
Am I looking?
Yes.
Who the fuck are you?
It's like Wade, but yesterday.
Is that what I looked like yesterday?
I looked at myself in the mirror and I was like, this is not me.
Fuck are you?
I don't know.
I don't know who you are. Get off my set. What have you done to my boy?
I've evolved him.
Boy.
And he feels beautiful.
I do feel really pretty.
You are pretty.
You're not.
Doesn't he look like
Walk, 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 walk.
That's it?
Yeah, copyright.
What's your favorite room or part of the ship?
The cryo room, because I can make that thing completely fogged out white, and then you can hide in it and jump out and scare people.
Tyler, cut to the big fogged out room when, or whoever's editing this, because I'm not an editor. I don't know what I said my name. Hannah, what's your favorite part of the ship?
My favorite part of the ship? Ooh, that's a really good question. The warp core hallway. It looks really good. The lighting's really good. I feel like that was the part when I walked onto the set the first time that I went like, like seeing like all of the different textures and the pipes and the lighting and just how everything kind of fell in there. Felt very much like classic, like alien ship.
It would have to be the bridge, man. This is the coolest part for sure.
It's for you to say the word.
I really liked life support because, you know, it had all the greenery in there and it was like, I don't know, it was like the only place where there was plants growing on a spaceship.
What's your favorite part of the ship?
I would say the warp core.
The warp core?
Yeah. It's a giant phallic symbol. I mean, who doesn't like that?
Yes. What's your favorite part of the ship?
The props.
Makes sense.
Makes sense.
Accurate.
My
Yeah.
favorite prop, though, is the big red button.
Beautiful. What's your favorite part of the ship?
Costumes.
Costumes aren't on the ship.
They are in my world.
All right. What's your favorite part of the ship?
Maybe the warp hallway when it's all rainbow. Absolutely. No question. Rainbow warp hallway. Or the lockers. I like the lockers.
They're practical.
Yes.
My favorite part is the hallway into the warp core.
That's a very common answer. I think that's going to win the overall poll, yeah.
Yeah, it's just aesthetic as hell.
Yeah.
So impressed with the lighting and the set design. Yeah.
And no place to hide audio.
Yep, my favorite.
This is obvious. It's cryo.
We're very happy.
Cryo's where the cool kids are at. But aside from cryo, I'd have to say it's every part on the outside of the ship. Anything that's not the ship. Space, you know? Space is my favorite part of the ship.
Bob.
Hi.
What's your favorite part of the ship?
Recess.
Recess.
What's your favorite part of the ship?
You could do that.
My favorite part of the ship?
Yes.
Like that.
Camera rehearsals up. Let's get our first positions, please.
Costumes.
There you go. Probably this room because we get it smoked out. You know, right now it's pretty calm, but we when it was fully active, it had dry ice, and I think this was the dopest part.
Probably the cryo.
Getting cold up in there.
Getting cold, and we got some hot people, so sometimes we go in there to cool off.
All right. Jordan!
Hi.
Just the man I was looking for.
What do you need?
Captain of mine. We only have the ship for a few more days.
That's not true. I never did.
But what's your favorite part of the ship, Captain?
The warp core hallway, 100%.
Popular answer. It's the winner.
It's the best looking, 100%. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
What's your favorite part of the ship?
Oh, sorry.
What's your favorite part of the ship? Leave it in the comments below. Don't forget to like and subscribe.
Yeah, hit that thumbs up button.
I'm here in the airlock. This is a special message for Mark and Amy. I didn't plan out what the message is. I just want to take a sec to say thank you. This is very self-aggrandizing and self-important of me, but they gave me the camera, and it's something that I would struggle to say in person to both of you, and to Pam and Mick and everyone on the crew and everything, but this has just been so fun. Anyway, it's been really fun, and I feel like it's something I would never have gotten an opportunity to do unless you invited me to do it. So thank you. Yeah, today's the day I wrapped for the whole thing, so I guess I'm kind of sad, but thank you.
Look. What do you think this man is? Somebody who's published a tasteful nudes calendar?
Tasteless, I say.
Hey, come on.
Tasteless.
You just want to be.
I
Be
did.
the next one if I do another.
Maybe a tree.
I am ripe under here.
Yep.
I probably smell like bacon wrapped in leather left in the sun for 6 days.
It's mine! Mine!
Incoming!
Oh, what am I walking in on?
What time is it, Irma? Time check? Business time. Oh, I'm sorry. Here, it's just time to party. Party. Is that right?
Oh.
It's time to party? It's also like 3 a.m. Yeah. Are we ready?
Apparently we're ready.
You bring your pipe with you?
You don't want it?
What?
Your pipe.
No, I'm here to inspect yours. Ready to get wet?
Great, love it.
It burns! Oh. Ah.
Oh my god, it fucking burns. Where's my tears?
Oh, look at him.
This is like...
Are these heels?
Yes.
I'm taller.
John Riddle.
Nice sharp eyebrows.
Oh yeah. Killer eyebrows, one would say. How's that for an evil laugh?
I love that. That's great.
Oh, that's some serious.
This place looks awesome.
So good, doesn't it? Get close-ups of all that.
Oh, dude, I did not pick up on that.
Chica dog is my favorite.
Quiet on set!
You're looking a little old.
You're looking a little like a witch.
Yeah. You take the photo yet?
Do you know what BTS is?
I don't listen to much hip hop.
Whoa! Whoa, damn! There's no one I'd rather go down with than myself from another plane of existence. Ooh, I was never a fan of dying, but I'm really not lying when I say that I don't mind doing it with you and 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 you. The last goodbye. You're at the end of space and time. The last goodbye. Above and below the endless sky. Oh, we're going down in a blaze of glory. One tragic into a million stories. Goodbye.
I could cry. I love it so much. It's so good. That'll make Mark cry.
Yeah, it will.
Hey, Mark. We have a little something.
Good for me?
Hey, Adam.
Those are actually pretty cool photos too. No, what could go wrong with a group like this? Comfortable. Thank you so much. Thank you.
You know you have the other one.
It's been hanging up on my wall since.
Look at Anna's eyes. She's gonna cry. We love you.
We love you. We love you. We love this show. It's been wonderful.
It's not done yet. Not done yet.
It was cool too that the hands were still there when you started twisting, so it really felt.
Yeah.
Thought about trying to put them back when I twisted after.
No, it's not like
Thought
that.
that'd be impossible.
I figured.
I'm really happy.
That's the one.
That's the one.
I could thank every one of you individually, and I will. There's one person I want to thank, definitely, which is our captain, who sacrificed his own neck to make sure that this project off the ground. Thank you. Amy, thank you so much for being my eyes. Isaac, my shouting voice, booming, thunderous, calm. Every one of you did an amazing job, and it's just such an honor that so many of you fell in love with the project too. I mean, it's one thing to ask you to like bring my stupid imagination to life, but it's another to see people really enjoy it. It's very special. Yeah, I hate speeches, but I love all of you, so thank you so much. That's a wrap, everybody.
Thank you.
Man, who is cutting onions? Well, who's cutting onions in here?
That was sweet.
That was very sweet. We actually didn't see that, so it's kind of.
We just had it on our phones in the kitchen.
Yeah. I gotta watch that again.
I know, we missed some of it.
Yeah, that's very sweet. Thank you to the editors, Lixie and Marcus Rachel, for making that, and everyone who filmed it as well. Pam, Tyler, and Evan, and various people on the crew. That was very sweet. That was very nice.
I feel like that was a good look to it, like
the
actual behind the scenes, what it looked like.
Yeah. That was good. And Bob's freaking message in there.
I thought it was gonna be a bit.
I thought so too. You know, you never know.
Where
with
he's
them.
like, oh, I'm, I couldn't say this to them in person.
Yeah, you never know with him. But no, it's very nice. You know, just really, really, really sweet people. That's what makes all this so fun is being able to make art. No, you know what? Not even sarcastically. I'm extremely proud of this. This is art. To me, it's something that moves you, makes you feel something. And when we get into part 2, you know, it really brings all that together, and I think that's very special.
It's you telling like a story and a message that you care about.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
you know?
Exactly. And a lot of people cared about that. That was the thing. Me saying that at the end of like people fell in love with it. They did. What wasn't apparent is like there was a day on set where everyone dressed up as me.
The last day, yeah, it was a big secret.
And I had no idea it was coming, and then just show up on set and see everyone dressed as me and either my various different looks or just how I showed up on set when I wasn't in costume. It was just very sweet. Yeah, really good people.
Oh, and dressing up as characters that like weren't even in space, that were like
Yeah.
other characters you've done.
Yeah, I know, right? Oh, just very sweet. There was this one moment where Jordan, I remember so distinctly because it was so weird, right? Who put him up to
Tyler.
it? Tyler put him up to this. So Jordan was the captain, you know, he had the whole rig on his head. And one day we were in that diner and we were waiting for them to set up something or other. And like if this was me, he just came up to me like this. So what were you like in high school? You know, just like really, really, really weird. I'm like, you know, it's kind of a nerd, I guess. You know, not very talkative.
Mm-hmm.
And then he pushed it hard. Like, yeah, so like you prep guy, jock. Like, you know, I started being weirded out, rightfully, and I went, you know, just kind of a loner. You know, I didn't like talking. It's just, I look at him real strong. He's like, so what kind of stuff you wear? And it's cool, you know. What'd you do for fun? Like, I just literally was like, yeah, you know, usually I just like to be alone. And then I walked away because he
And so I knew that this was happening, and then Jordan comes up to me and he's like, I think Mark's really mad at me. He was like, I think I upset him.
But
and then we get in the car. I was like, oh, I knew that he was probing for like to figure out how to dress like Mark, because he was like, I'll be Mark like when he was younger.
Yeah,
and then we get in the car to drive home, you and I,
Yeah.
and you were like, Jordan was being so weird today.
Yeah,
I was like, what did he do? Like, what did he say?
you were playing it off like I had not just like,
And Jordan was so worried.
He just came up to you and started asking these really weird
Like what?
questions, like about my high school childhood, how I dress. Very strange, you know. It's just like, but Tyler put him up to it because of all people that knew how I dressed in high school. Tyler knows because he was there.
God.
Anyway, so it's whatever. All right.
We have a big group picture of everyone just as you. I'll have to find it later.
Yeah.
It's one of all the girls because I wanted to post it, but I couldn't because I had my alien stuff on, so it would have been a spoiler.
Right. Okay, so what we have now is even more show because we gotta go to part 2, baby. If you have not seen part 2 yet, you gotta go now because we're gonna spoil it all for you.
Strap
Right
in,
here,
guys.
right now, part 2,
What a
baby.
Beefy G-dang show.
Beefy show, big show.
It's a big show.
We barely got through any of part 1.
Oh my god.
By the way, if you do want to watch this, and you've seen it already before, watch it with a friend. You know, I joked about the whole like tie a friend down and force them to watch it, but really my favorite thing was watching people play it with other people. It's fun. When we had friends over for the friend premieres of this show, we had people making choices, do round robin
with your mom too.
And my mom was there. Yeah, my mom was there for the part 2 friend premiere. It's fun. It really is fun.
Also, a goddamn delight to watch it with all of them because it's like Mick and Pam. It's like the perfect group of people who like have been there since date.
Yeah.
So they like know
Yeah.
every joke
Oh
and
my
like
God.
every like and we've watched it like, you know, the crew premiere and stuff like that. And like a lot of these jokes are like 6 years old, you know, so a lot of it like does go over other people's heads, which is totally fine. Like I think it's still fun even if you don't get any of the references.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
it's so fun to watch with people who are like Like the gym scene and shit.
Yeah,
you know?
the gym scene. God, it made everybody laugh. It made me laugh for like 5 minutes straight. It's so funny. Because, like, we'll talk about it more when we get to it, but I talked about it with the members. Also, thank you to the members for supporting the channel and helping fund projects like this, because we went way over budget many times. And, you know, glad we were able to afford a few more VFX shots. But yeah, I talked over, like, it's hard to do physical comedy with CG things. That is one of the few examples I've seen of CG things being just as funny in terms of, like, physical comedy. Anyway, we're going into part 2 now. Buckle up, last chance, bail out if you want to watch it for yourself. Also, cloakbrand.com, special posters are available there. Limited edition merch, not going to be there for long. Other people on YouTube have played it. Ro did a video with Ro.
Go, if you see anyone doing reaction videos or streams, send them some love, because we love watching people play it. And if you want to record yourself playing it, we would love to watch it.
Yeah, it's
true. Not like something that we're gonna like take down. It's there to play.
It's for you.
You make Let's Plays, like you're not gonna tell people not to play your like game.
Exactly. All right, part 2. Here we go. Wait.
What?
Here we go. A little bit of a honest feel to it.
Can you refresh this? Oh, it's a 1.
I want to pause here. I wanted to watch it more interrupted, but I wanted to talk about another factor of being able to work with people that really do love the show and want it to be great. If you saw in the BTS video, you saw that Adam there loved the big button. He was the prop master for the show. I could go to him and ask for anything. And in this particular case, in my written script, it was just a glitchy version of the original scene. But we saw an opportunity to do something creative. And I was like, what if he's hanging out the window like outside? That'd be probably the weirdest interpretation of this. And so I went to Adam and I was like, do you have any, like, this is a long shot, but do you have like a severed hand or something in a prop bucket somewhere? He was like, I think so. I got severed fingers too, if you want that. And I go, I'll take the severed fingers. Yes. And I was like Adam to a T. He always had shit like that just waiting to go.
Because the prop department has their own truck on set, right? They bring all their props. So it's not like they have all of their stuff. But he carried around the shit that I guess he knew that you might.
He thought I might ask for. And that was what's beautiful about it.
You did use a lot of like fake arms.
I did all the time. It was like 1 or 2 times that he could not get something that I asked for. And it's like, that's a testament to him and just like the amount of stuff that he was ready for. And also like him understanding the show. He is the reason all those mugs had so many different versions. There was written a few different versions for mugs in the show, but that was like 4 times it was different. There was like 20 or something mugs in total. So, yeah. No blood, though. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't want to get blood on this nice set. But yeah, no blood. He's, fingers are cold from the vacuum of space.
The blood thing was a thing for the Crazy Mark stuff.
Right, yeah.
Where there's all the tally marks all over everything. But it's like, because of the way the, scheduling worked, it was like, well, we can't draw all over the set because we need to keep filming on the set.
Yeah.
So that's why it's like pieces of paper instead.
Which is fine. It works. Yeah. Anyway, continuing.
What an idiot! Boom, we're here. You like bratwurst? My uncle has bratwurst like a restaurant. I'm thinking maybe you and me, we could go. Pop out there.
Welcome aboard the Invincible.
Glad to have you here. Took you long enough.
Let me give you the grand tour before we embark. Right, George. My baby.
He always remembers its father.
First stop, the heart and soul of this. I've yet to meet a problem that can't be solved with explosives. And speaking of explosives,
Do you think she had the right idea, Captain? Did she give up? Or did she move on? All a matter of perspective, I suppose.
come on, Slowpoke.
All that's left now.
I want to pause for a moment because I want to talk about the concept of bang for your buck, almost not worth doing for how little it'll be used. Because if you really think about this shot and this segment of this scene, every single person in this shot is noirified. That took time. That took time to get that. And you see it for maybe a sum total of a couple seconds in this. Like the time it took. And we did this, but we did this because it needed to feel. And we had everyone there only on one day to do this hallway shot. But you see Celsius with this coat and the hat. Everyone's got a hat and everyone's got this. And everyone has different like mannerisms. And that took time to talk to him. Like this is easy. You just fall down and change the lighting.
I don't know if it was in the behind the scenes video, but the captain, like the camera rig also has a fedora on it, which you never see, but just a fun thing.
It really is, yeah. No, that's very good. But all this took different play. Like every single person there has a different one. Bob has a different one. You know, some people have guns. Some people like I'm being handed a whiskey glass instead of the tablet from the beginning. Like all this is like it's thought of. Like I didn't think of everything, but we collectively thought.
All that's left now is for you to say the word. Try not to get them too excited, Captain. I know how your speeches can get people riled up. Captain, why does it seem familiar?
And so, our intrepid captain falls headlong into the spiraling chaos of dimensional calamity, heralding the beginning of the end. My goodness, what an adventure. I swear, this story never ceases to amaze me. By the way, it's good to see you again. Or for the first time, depending on your past choices. Either way, I'm sure we'll meet again for the first time in the very near future and/or somewhat distant past. Should this not prove to be the end of all reality, which it almost certainly is, it would be my great pleasure to guide you through my own universe, should the opportunity arise. Which doesn't seem likely to happen at this juncture, but when thinking in infinites, unlikely is just certainty, waiting for its turn.
What's wrong, sport?
So
He
yeah.
runs so fast.
And notice how he's so polite. He knocks on the door before opening it because he respects the boundaries. Oh man, God, Stan! What a trip. You know, this is really an epitome of if people don't trust that I kind of know what I'm doing. This makes no sense and is like why if this was a traditionally made thing, no, it would never be.
It would never happen because like, what is this? And
Yeah.
you're like, oh, this is a character from a GTA video that I made. a one-off. Like you know what I mean? Like
I made
it's-
like 3 episodes of this. You know, it's not my most popular, but it's got a niche audience. You know, it's just like it would never get approved, which is why it was like. That's why I so think YouTube is such a unique place. Like even outside of YouTube originals, the ability to do things like this, craft your own worlds, and like scoop things in and push things out and make things and transform things is just like very fun.
Oh, the reason you have gloves is because like. So in Heist, you know, something that we tried to pay attention to the best we could is having like different types of hands, right? Like different genders, like ethnicities, right? So we had a variety of hands. So like it always felt like the you is not like one you, it's all of you. But the captain has gloves. So this is the only time where you would have ever seen your hands. And we're like, okay, we can't just have one skin.
And so they happen to have pink and blue gloves, and you'll notice like it's the Darkiplier. No. Any people were like red. People were like, "Oh my God, it's red!" It's like it's clearly pink, clearly.
Bless
But
my
even like the
stars.
socks, kind of
Was
like
it the nightmare about the spaceship again?
it's alternate color socks. So it's like right hand pink glove, left foot pink sock. It's just like it's so cute. And I remember originally when I saw it, wasn't even my idea to do. I remember like, I don't know if that's gonna translate.
But it's like, what else?
But what else would you do? So I like let it roll for the first few takes. I was like, we'll see how it looks on camera, and if it doesn't work. But then it was like, yeah,
It's kind of funny.
it works.
That one just keeps coming back, doesn't it? Well, I know just the thing that's gonna cure that. Another story. All right, well, let's see what we got here. Maybe a little too grisly. Read that one too many times. Nah, not in the mood. Not today. Why don't you decide, huh? You could read a nice romance story, that'd be fun, or a horror story. I know how much you love scary stories, but it might give you a few more nightmares, so you could go romance. It'll be a little silly and more than a little sappy, but it might be just the thing to kick you right back to sleep. Well, whatever you choose, I can guarantee it's gonna come with a big ol' hug, free of charge.
So big shout out to Schmo Yoho. Let me get the poll up. Big shout out to Schmo Yoho, because if you could hear the sound there, it was a child's version of dum bum 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 ba da 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 dum. Also, and you know, I said I was going to get to this later in part 1, but yes, for those of you, many of you got this. This is actor mark. You can tell by. Are you seeing it? You connecting the dots?
Go on.
Yeah. This is post parole. Actor Mar, he's really turned his life around. No, it's not. You idiots. I'm sorry. I make no one laugh more than myself. Okay. Looks like romance by a good bit, which is good because like this is my favorite of these two anyway. Once again, playing on straight up reference to date, and you'll see another reference to date earlier or later on or earlier. You know, time flows backwards here or whatever. But yeah, it's like I knew people would go this for the dark path. But romance. It's not actor. It was a joke. It was God, I should never have said anything because people are going to take that seriously.
You can think whatever you want to think.
You can think whatever you want to think. You know, that me saying that is just a valid jump and a conclusion as you guys jumping to conclusions. Right? My universe. Anyway.
Oh, all right. Probably for the best. We don't want you getting any more nightmares now, do we? We haven't had Skywater for a spell. Oh, and speaking of which, it's been at least an hour since you last hydrated, so be sure to drink up, champ. Okay, romance. I've never read this one myself. Not really one for romance. Or at least, that's what your mother used to say. Right before the divorce. But that's not important right now. Okay. So, the story begins. Bonjour.
out you something. Roses. So good to see you again. I can't wait for our second date.
Okay, yes, this is a complete reference to date. But the funny thing about this scene is, like, I had to look up how I said the word roses.
Oh, because you
in
say
date.
it like
Yeah.
roses.
Oh, I got you something. A rose. It's just like I said it so weird, so I wanted to say it the exact same way.
We
and
were
I'm like,
watching Date yesterday. Oh, a clip of Date. So funny.
still funny. Like, it still works really well. Anyway.
I know that our first one got a little away from us, but this one will be so much better. We could go see a movie or ride roller coasters or pretty much whatever you want. Did someone order a large pizza? Extra pepperoni. I've got tonight all planned out. We can go to the carnival and share cotton candy and maybe even hold hands. I hear your plumbing's clogged. Mind if I, inspect your pipe? I rescued this adorable puppy from a burning tree just this morning. Now we're best friends. I'm writing you a prescription that you're gonna need to take several times a day. It's my kitty! Wink. Ain't I adorable? You drink? Ready to get wet? Bonjour. Kitty! Wait for our second date. Extra pepperoni.
Okay, this scene has simultaneously one of the best jokes I've ever written and one of the worst. Like, both the stop cum sign, it might be.
It's so
It's
good.
really good. Amy is like was asking me yesterday if you came up with that.
I mean, I don't care.
It might have been a joint thing.
Remember.
No,
I'm
I'm
just
not
trying to
like for
remember.
credit, but I'm like, yeah, I'll take credit for it. But you know, honestly, just like it's so goddamn good. Just also the worst in that I wrote a little thing in here as a test to see if YouTube was still reading my scripts that I was sending them.
Did you send them updates? Because they wanted to make sure that you were still working on it.
And at a certain point, they stopped sending notes back about the script itself. That was about halfway through part 1. So as a test, when I sent over the part 2 script, I left in a line that I knew would not fly for the final show, or I had a really big feeling that it wouldn't.
Because they'd send notes like certain like curse words they were more okay with than others, things like that. You know?
It's like one of the examples is like when I say, "Take that Oppenheimer, you old sack of shit." Originally, that was "Take that Oppenheimer, you old bitch," and they were like, "We don't like."
They
bitch.
were like bitches gendered.
Gendered,
Like,
and it's
technically, I'm saying this about a man, but
Yeah, but it's like totally fine. So I was like, "How about old sack of shit?" And they were like, "Perfect, great, awesome." And I went, "All right, cool." But this line,
It's my kitty! Wink.
Instead of a wink here, in the script I sent over, I wrote pussy. Like, literally.
and they didn't say anything.
And they said nothing.
So we filmed it.
So we filmed it. We also filmed a wink version, you know, just in case. But I literally wrote that in, and they said nothing, which basically, and they never sent another note about the script.
And it was in there up until the sound mix. Like that was when it was like the scene was compiled together for whatever. I guess because it was in the script as that. That was the one that like kept getting used, and so we get to the sound thing, and we're like, that can't still be there. We need to change that shot.
Yeah, so we changed that out to wink because it's like the joke is already there. It's like you don't need more of it. Anyway, also in the next scene, super happy to get the legendary Robert Rex.
Living legend, icon.
Wait for our second date. Extra pepperoni.
No, you can't see the other one.
I think you could.
How many times do I gotta tell you to stay out of my kitchen? You need to keep your knife clean. You never know when you're gonna need it. watch it. We wouldn't want to have an accident now, would we? Thank you, darling. You sure is pretty. Anytime, sugar.
Stop. What are you doing? Get back there.
What are you doing?
I'm trying to get back there.
Ooh.
Peebles, am I right?
That's a bee.
Peebles.
The aliens were fun because, like, all of us just turned up and they were like, we have a whole bunch of costumes. We're just going to throw shit on you until we think it looks right.
Yeah.
Super fun.
What was great about this is, like, I know it was so fun, but there was also some things that I knew were going to come up going from part 1 and part 2. Let me tell you straight up, the ideal version of the show is not split into 2 parts.
Mm-hmm.
Splitting into 2 parts was a compromise that had to happen to get the budget necessary to be able to make this show in the first place. An ideal, and even in the original version of it, it's one continuous journey from top to bottom. Fucking huge. It's still huge, but, you know, like a month in between is a small sacrifice to pay to execute the vision in the way that you can. Or you want to, at least. And what a lot of people were saying was like, man, you know, there was so much on the ship in part 1. It's like, yeah, there is, because that's the story. But here, you know, in part 2, we get to really, like, go nuts with it and go ham with it. So it's a lot more, like, crazy fun. And whereas opposed to, like, the ship's not, like, part 1's not fun. It's like, you get more diverse locations.
This is, like, fan service-y. Like, it's almost like an encore in the...
What'd you say?
It's, like, kind of like an encore within the show of just, like, we're just... here to have fun, just little vignettes.
An adventure.
Ooh, would you look at that? Seems like just this morning there was a stabbing. Oh, sorry. Old habits. Oh, please be careful. That is my real hand. Or is it? Yeah, okay, all right, okay, it is. Oh, please can I have it back? Thank you. Ooh, strong grip, Captain. Just like I remember. And, yeah, it's good to see you. I guess I owe you an apology. I was wrong. I was wrong about a lot of things. I gave up hope in you and all of this. If I hadn't gone back, or if I hadn't tried to stab you,
Oops, dropped my knife. Sorry about that.
But the whole take's so good.
It's a hard take.
Oh, that's fine. I'm tired, Captain. I'm very tired. I've been trying for so long to fix things. I don't think I fixed anything at all, actually. Worse yet, I think I'm the one that caused all of this.
Are you all enjoying your dinner? Is there anything I can do to make it better?
For what it's worth, you were an excellent captain. You never gave up on your crew. Not even once. I wish I could have done the same for you. It all seems so crazy now. Maybe if I had gone back to the right time. Maybe if I hadn't sabotaged this ship. Maybe if I didn't go back in the first place, I could. If I didn't go back. If I didn't go back! Captain! If I didn't go back! Oh, there's something you have to tell me. Well, not me right now. The other me, the younger me. You have to find me and...
Now, who's gonna pay for this?
Tell me not to use the lock clock! And tell me I can't go back!
Okay, so I'm gonna make the poll, but while we do that, there's plenty to talk about in this one. There's so much happening in this one, because it's setting the scene, right? So number 1, the Robert Rexes, the chefs, the head replacement. I mean, what
The face replace.
I mean, just like, what could I say more about it? It's everything is what I want. This is what I wanted to do with Heist. That scene with the chef in Heist, you know, the path that nobody picked because Yancey wasn't on it. With Wubba and Bubba. The canon ending? Not really. There was no real canon ending. But, just delightful. You know, everyone here, delightful.
There's so much like stuff that you're not seeing that you, which is like such a shame in this scene, like the elaborate costumes that are happening back there that you never see.
Yeah, there's just this whole restaurant full.
Oh, and they're all eating real food. All the alien food, they all have food in front of them, and it all looks like alien food, but it's all edible. There's like, you don't see any of it.
Yeah. Talking about the filming of this is, you know, this is obviously a diner. It's a real location, dressed like a real diner. So all we had to do was put some alien gack on it. The outside is just, there's a black duve blocking out. This is the middle of the day that we're filming this, by the way. So we got to make it look like night. And then basically those lights back there, like any of the lights that you see going by, there's 2 carts with lights on them below the window line. And you have one guy, non-moving cart, far on the right side of frame here, off frame here, shining, I believe, that red one. Oh no, the red one was the mobile. And then you see this blue light is just a guy on like a spotlight going, turning it, slow, fast, slow. It's really, really simple stuff that makes it look, I don't know, you suspend your disbelief just enough that you're like, okay, I could believe that this is a diner in space and not a restaurant that we rented out in the middle of the day. You know, we can believe it. We can believe it. These are not windows. These are big black boards that we put there.
Because there were posters, there was stuff on the wall that we couldn't take down. So we're just like, okay, we have to cover a lot of stuff. Like,
yeah.
A lot of limitations on this set in particular.
Yeah. But, you know, a lot of what old Mark here is saying is really pertinent as well. And you just like, you take it all of what he's saying. He's telling you the truth about everything. He's like, I think I'm the one that caused all this. Because, of course, he finally encountered the idea that he did this. And that's crushing. Like, it is. It's sad. Oh, also, I know everyone wants this mug. I destroyed the universe and all I got with this stupid mug. We can make that happen. Everyone who has a Twitter account, tweet at Cloak Brand right now on Twitter. We want this specific mug. Like, tell them, I want I destroyed the universe and all I got was this stupid mug, or I am going to throw a tantrum. And then record yourself throwing a tantrum as hard as you can in your room. Or wherever you are, if you're in the middle of public right now. If they don't deliver it, if they don't put it on the website within 24 hours, record yourself throwing a tantrum and then tweet it at Cloak. So please, I don't know why we forgot about this one. It's just what it is. Now, what does the poll say? 58% left, 58% stupid, am I right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, but there's stuff to talk about that way. No. Wait, left is Mac, right?
Left is Mac.
Well, I only wanted to talk about Mac's the original plan for Mac.
It's a good.
We don't have to. We can go back. I don't know. If you want to talk about that, I don't even know if you want to talk about that.
Oh, I'll talk about that. Yeah, absolutely. All right, the people have spoken. I always listen to the democratic process. You know, I believe in the will and the right of the people to go left. So left is what we do. This is what the people have spoken. Listen, hey, you lost. It sucks. I wanted to go right, but I listened to what you guys want. The majority, anyway.
We can go back.
Can't go back.
Tell me I can't go back.
Tell me I can't go back.
Software update complete.
Good morning, Captain. We are currently years into our journey. Coffee is en route. Current ship status is absolutely catastrophic. Initializing emergency wakey protocol.
Captain! Computer, damage report.
Meteorite impacted life support. Fire detected. Systems failing.
Whoa, hold on there, Captain. No need to be so hasty.
This is me looking at you making the decision to go towards an inferior engineer. Captain, you feeling okay? You making wise this? Oh no, you're not. Okay. Anyway, I will give you guys a chance to guess who was originally supposed to play this character. I will give you a guess. Now is your chance to guess. So guess right now.
There's some right guesses.
Yes, it is correct. It was supposed to be Sean. Like Sean was supposed to play this character.
Like knock off you, like.
But also better than me in every way. You know what I mean?
Like it's like the parallel, like that was originally the joke.
Yeah. But you know, Sean couldn't come over. I'm not saying, you know, I hope Matt Bett isn't crushed that like, because he did a fucking incredible job as Mac. And originally, in the original script, there was actually 3 different versions of Mac. There was Mick, Muck, and then Mac. And there were going to be progressively stupider versions of me, all from people that kind of looked like me, was the general consensus, but whoever really. It was like Mick, Mac, and Muck.
We couldn't do it with Sean because they're like COVID.
Oh yeah, COVID, yeah.
Travel was still impossible.
Yeah. So anyway, so I think we've seen enough here. We can go back now. He does a terrible job. Nowhere near as good as I am at being a good engineer. So now we can go the correct path, the right path, towards what we actually want to see.
Ethan would have been funny.
I fucking love everything about this whole sequence. I did not know. This is where the makeup and wardrobe people just went crazy. They did this multiple times. You want to know why that actor scene is in part 1? Because they pushed for it so hard. Originally, it was kind of there, I think, but way smaller scene. They wanted to go all out with that scene, so it was like,
because they were like, what if we're all in it?
What if everyone's in it? It's like, and every day they were like, you think we're gonna do the actor mark scene today?
Well, they pushed for like a week straight.
A week straight, and finally we had time, and it was just like this. But this is another example, because even in that behind the scenes video, you kind of saw it with me and Ethan in the alien look. Mm-hmm. They would do things and then run it by me afterwards when it was far too late to do anything else. Like that was their little strategy, and I knew it was. I never let them know I knew.
Or they go to me.
Yeah.
Like I was allowed to say yes, you know.
Yeah.
And so sometimes they'd have an idea that they knew that you might not be receptive to, but I would be. And then when you said, why the hell did you do this? They'd say, Amy said it was okay.
Yeah.
I would be okay taking the fall.
But I remember walking in and I saw Tyler's hair. Full Johnny Bravo. Maybe
so good.
Maybe even taller than Johnny Bravo's hair.
It's like Doug Dimmadome. I want it
Truly.
to be off screen at all times.
Truly, yeah. That's how his hair someone should make an edit of this video. It's just his hair all the way up to the ceiling from way in the distance. It's incredible. There's so much hairspray in his hair right there.
How did he get it out? He was staying with us at the time.
I don't know. Like an hour-long shower it must have been. But just like, I love everything about this sequence. Like, a lot of these little windows into other universes are what they seem. It's like what could have been different choose your own adventures that I could have made. I really truly thought of a choose your own adventure called where in the world is Markiplier? Like, that was an idea I had. These are all ideas I've had that I didn't think could be fleshed out. This one could have been, because oh my god, the style, the style, dun 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 dun, like the music or the feel, Agent Mark, like, oh my god. Anyway.
Bonjour, look here.
Bonjour.
Bonjour, raise your arms.
I have to know if you had to have been around or.
Yeah, love the arm. That was a last minute idea too.
All clear. Bonjour. Have a nice day. Bonjour. 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 Bonjour.
Sir, we've got every single possible agent on this already. There's no way we can add more.
I don't want excuses. I want results.
This is when you're back.
Into old
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah, this day my back was like royally fucked. Partially because it was already getting strained. I just did stunt day with all the wire rigging the day before, and then also I fall later in the scene that really fucked my back up.
After you fell, that was when like Isaac was coming to me and you were covering because you didn't want people to think you were hurt.
Yeah, but I was like
we were,
super on edge
we
the
were
whole time.
freaked.
Yeah, I was like, oh, I felt. And then later on that day when I stepped in the wormhole, wormhole, I stepped in the pothole, going back.
Yeah.
A few things. This mustache and these eyebrows are the same. The same. These are a mustache that got cut in half and put on my eyebrows. But it's so good. Like, God, everything about this whole sequence is the most pure me choose your own adventure.
It's so silly.
It's so silly. It like echoes off a heist. Imagine if I actually did make Heist 2, this would be it. Like, I just love it so much. Ugh.
Well, I'll be damned.
Well,
I'll actually managed to pull you out of retirement. Then again, if anyone would have wanted to catch this snake, it would be you. Just don't make this personal. Now, I bet you're wondering how he managed to escape from prison, huh? Yeah, you and me both, pal. Pull it up on the main screen. Mark E. Plyer. Bet you never thought you'd have to see his ugly mug again. A few hours ago, this maniac somehow managed to break out of the most secure prison the world had ever seen. Next slide, please. Somehow, the entire eastern block of the building vanished into thin air in an instant. Now, the Mr. E. Pliers learned some magic, but he has some crazy tech up his sleeves, the likes of which we've never seen. It's almost as if he has a goddamn wormhole in his pocket. And we know he's still alive because he's used this same crazy tech to hit 3 museums already. We don't know where he is. We don't know where he's gonna be. We don't even know what kind of firepower we're up against. Can I get a coffee?
Yeah, no problem.
We don't know. But I think you do. I can already see a plan cooking up in that big, beautiful brain of yours. That's why I respect you so goddamn much. So what is it?
This is one of my favorite choices.
I know, right? God, I had so much fun. Part 2 flowed so much faster than part 1.
Well, because it's just.
Well, yeah, because it's just like anything can happen. Like, I really wanted to open up the floodgates of nonsense. And the whole concept is that the universe is breaking apart, so things mean even less sense than they did before. Anyway, let me get the poll up here. Give the people what they want. Maybe Markiplier is in this very room. I can't even spell that. Okay, is in this very room.
Vert room.
Hang on, very room. Okay, so and yeah, like this is really what I want, and this is like why I'm not upset that it's split into 2 parts, because the alternative is that it never would have been made in the first place, or it would have never been made as good as it is. So
It would have been half the size.
yeah, because the way it went is like it was big, slightly bigger than Heist. At first, and then it was too big, and they said we need to pare it down if it's just going to be one of these, because I had a contract with YouTube to do 2 more choose your own adventures. That's what I had a contract to do that. But then when I was making this, the idea was so big that they allowed me to fulfill my contract, get double the budget for 2 shows for this show if I split it into 2 parts. That is something that I am extremely grateful for with YouTube. They allowed me to do that to get more money, to not only fulfill my contract, but also get the best show out possible. I am super grateful for that. So when I did that, it went from being slightly bigger than Heist, and that was too big for one, to now 90-something videos. I thought it was 87 yesterday. Yeah. It was actually 90-something videos. To 90-something videos. 6 hours and 57 minutes runtime that I split into 2 parts. To being like a slightly bigger than Heist.
Because you were like, oh, now I have more budget. And then you just kept writing.
And then I kept writing more. Or really, I just pulled in my ideas I already wrote. So like it went from being slightly bigger than Heist to being way bigger than Heist. And so with part 2, I wanted it to reach a story conclusion, but also just be more fun in general. Like have more nonsense happens. Like just like complete chaos across the board. Okay, looks like you look like a lot like Markiplier is winning.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. I just want to be absolutely clear with what you're saying. You think that I, the director of an organization whose sole purpose is to track down Markiplier, notorious international criminal wanted in 87 different countries, is that very criminal standing directly in front of you? Is that what you really believe?
I guess you really are as good as they say. But it doesn't matter how good you are. It's too late.
Not so fast, Mark.
Well. If it isn't Agent Crank.
Oh, no. I'm not Agent Crank.
No, it can't be. That's impossible.
It's Wubba, and I'm taking you down.
Wubba, how could you do this to me? You were like a brother to me!
That's right. And you thought you were so smart infiltrating this organization, but I beat you to the punch.
You think you're so clever? You think you've won?
He does, but he forgot about one small important detail.
That's not possible. That doesn't make any sense. That's right.
The hair!
You thought you were uncovering Mark's undercover operation. But little did you know that I was undercover the whole time. Triple undercover. No. That literally can't be. How are you if I'm me? Isn't it obvious? Well, obvious. Wait.
So
Wade was unrecognizable.
I know, right?
Because you didn't know he was going to have the wig on, right?
Yeah. Just nuts. Like nuts how much of a different human he looks like with hair. And he looked good. I'm not going to lie. He looked pretty good. That guy, he looked good. Yeah. Oh, man. Seems like there's some bias happening in chat. I think that mods need to initiate emote-only mode for some of these. People are trying to influence the decisions here. And that's not what it's about. That's not what it's about. Let's get
as a group?
No. Let's get emote-only mode going.
Do they have that power?
Maybe, I don't know.
This isn't Twitch. I don't know.
No. We're not about this.
That's not there.
Isn't there an emote-only mode? Is there an emote mode? Can't even do that? Oh, oops.
Never mind. Only Twitch.
Oops. Now the members would
disable the chat.
The members would be even worse,
Yeah.
All right, whatever. What is it? Right by 54%. All right.
I like how close these are. That's kind of fun.
That's kind of fun.
We don't feel so bad.
Hello? Hey, Captain? Captain, oh, thank God it's you. I don't know how you got in here, but I have it. I know what's going on with the ship. I have all the answers. The wormhole's causing all the problems. And if you open the door, I can tell you all the secrets of the wormhole. I got it. Figured it out. Captain? Why haven't you opened the door? I can't open it. You need to open it.
Outer airlock opening in 10, 9, 8, 7, 5, 4, 3, 2.
I think Darkiplier might be on the other side of this door.
Wait, I never saw the thumbnail for Don't Open the Door. I never saw that. That's so funny.
I think Darkiplier might be on the other side.
Now, something about this video, if she hadn't been such a princess on set, I would have loved to have done a scene in which Chica is in the airlock.
Right, that would have been in it. Like, we talked about that way afterwards.
Would have been a delight.
If you were like, you look in, Chica's
Chica
there like...
Which we could have done, but I don't know. We just didn't.
even think about it at the time, yeah. No. Anyway.
But imagine it. Just.
But what if you open the door and you lead to the dark scene, you know? Like the dark wink wink scene? Maybe you want to open the door.
Yeah, it's Mark doing the door voice. I don't know how people didn't.
People didn't know that? I
That
thought it
was
was
you,
obvious.
yeah.
It's clearly me.
Yeah, I know.
Would you open the door for me? You know, shit like that. It's a lot of...
Lock that shit up.
Well, Tyler, looks like the people have spoken. Sorry. All right. Not a...
What are you doing? Close up the door! Captain, what are you doing? Captain,
By the way, you did just kill Tyler.
I always forget that part. I knew you would come back. This is my cousin from cousin school. Yeah, say hi. Don't worry about them. There's none too bright. But I am glad that you showed up. I figured that if you didn't, you was just busy trying to lay low or something. But I am glad you's here. And I've been taking you's advice. I've been doing good. I've been doing real good. I mean, I volunteer for cleaning duty all the time because I want the joints to stay clean. But the stabbing's been the hardest to kick. Everyone just wants to turn around in a place where there's no guards and no cameras, and I'm just like, hello, everyone knows I love to stab! But, I ain't stabbed nobody since you, went away to space camp. Yeah, and, one more thing, I applied for parole. I thought about what you was saying when you wrote me that last letter, and I thought to myself, hey, why not? You know, oh yeah, high five. Good on you. Oh, and we were working on this new song. Oh, just in case you showed up. Oh, you're gonna love it. Oh, hang on.
So I want to pause here. Like, yes, this might be one of the meanest things I've ever done. You guys feel like you're robbed from a musical, but I want to say this scene was not written when we went into film. Originally, Yancey was not here. The last goodbye, and again, if you have, there are people here being like, well, I see in chat, watching this for the first time. If you go watch part 2, why are you, I mean, I get why, but it's just like, go watch part 2. Do it yourself first. This video will be here afterwards. Go see it. I didn't do this all for you to just watch it with me. Go watch it with a friend. It's a good show. It deserves to have more people enjoy it.
Blabbing is ruining the experience.
It really, truly is. But anyway, this was not written in. The last goodbye was such a banger of a song. The Gregory Brothers Schmo Yo Ho, they made it. That was the original video, or a song that they wanted for the video that would be Space Was So Cool, the sad, somber song. And I had to call them up and I'd be like, dude, I am so sorry. This song is so fucking good, but it doesn't fit that scene. So they shelved it. But then, when we had like, I think it was also after Leo's back got hurt. We had a few things.
We had half a day free all of a sudden.
Yeah, exactly. And so I was like, I have an idea. I think we can get a Yancey scene in here. And we had talked about it before. No, because this partition took a few days to build.
Yeah, I wasn't going to stop you. Your story's better, but...
Oh, right. No.
This was a plan for a while.
But the song wasn't a part of it.
Yeah.
That's right. Never mind. Yancey was always in the mix.
He was.
I was always thinking of Yancey.
I wasn't going to...
Okay, no, you're totally right, because the partition was there. It's the song portion of it. Had an idea to use the song portion and write it into the joke of, like, not being able to talk.
Yeah.
Was there always a musical? Maybe I was a genius from the start.
And we just decided... Well, I do remember that the other producers were very upset that you were like... Oh, they're like, we should have gotten a choreographer because, like, this scene became more complicated than it was originally supposed to be. You're like, oh, no, we'll just go out and do a little thing. And they're like, we don't have time to do a little thing, Mark.
We did a little thing.
They're like, oh, no, we'll just, like, do, like, a line kick. And they're like, oh, God.
And I didn't understand what their problem was because we got it. And I was like, the extras, we all got it, you know. Wade and Tyler, they were part of it. And, like, we all did it. It was fine. Anyway. So this song fit really, really well for this moment and to make this bigger and more special. And then also you can't hear any of it. It's hilarious to me.
It is very funny.
It's very funny. So anyway, also I know a lot of people are like, went away to space camp. And as like, oh, Yancey knows about us in space. It's like, no, he's covering the fact that he helped you break out. Why do you think he's going... Wrote me that last letter.
But I mean, he does have warp core.
He doesn't know that.
In both parts. Yes, that was like my favorite thing is, like, you know, in the first one, in Heist, he has the map tattoo. So this one, he has part 1 and then part 2. It's not Heist and then Space. It's part 1 and part 2.
Nah, Yancey doesn't control the tattoos on his body. They just appear. Anyway.
Please evacuate this station immediately. I repeat, universal stability compromised. This is not a drill. Please evacuate this station immediately. I repeat, universal stability compromised.
I'm sorry, I didn't think anyone was still here. Thought everyone was lost. Trying to,
If you guys want Yancey as lore to have magical tattoos that change according to the universe is changing around
Isn't
him,
that what's happening?
you can have that. I will confirm that. Have fun with that.
stem the tides. Oh my god. You're here. You. We've been looking everywhere for you, for your ship. And it was gone. In every universe. Lost. So how are you here? How? This thing? This? You used that, didn't you? Who gave it to you? And also, give it to me. I need it. Please. Or I will shoot. Look, if you give it to me, I swear, I promise I can fix everything.
Potential paradox detected.
I am begging you.
Please avoid.
We can still fix this. Look,
Safety limit exceeded.
This is intentional.
Initiating emergency abort.
You can, please! Why do you want to destroy everything? How could you?
So the lot to unpack here. First of all, here, yes, that is the song from the 8 million subscriber milestone video. Yes, this is a reference to the crying Mark meme. Yes, that's pretty much the same shirt, jeans, headphones, song. Yep, you got it.
We had talked about, and I think we were just so overwhelmed with the rest of the production of like doing like the blue and black or the foam, but
yeah,
there's a lot happening.
Yeah, but it's just like it is here, and functionally it works out really well. Let me get the choice up. There was a lot to talk about in that last one, but you gonna cry,
You're gonna cry, little baby boo-hoo.
little bitch. Yeah, I'll do little baby boo-hoo.
It's okay, Mark.
You can cry. I thought more people would choose all you can cry.
I'm shocked that not everyone.
I'm
did that.
shocked.
That's very kind of them. That's very sweet.
Anyway, so all that stuff there. As with most things, it's like chaos and fun, which is kind of the point of the things I do, broken up by the reality of the situation. The reality of the situation is the universe is breaking, and the Universal Stability Agency has broken with it, trying to stop it. But there's no stopping it because it's a crisis in which they can't even find your ship, right? So there's like evacuations going on, nothing that anybody can do. But the only person left is Lady. And it's because Lady, like if you look at Lady's first encounter, very nerdy. Actually, I always wrote Lady as like a nerd of Earth culture. Kind of like always a secret little cheerleader of Earth. Like
weeb, a little
yeah,
Earth weeb.
An Earth weeb. That was like the whole character behind Lady. Like that's why Lady likes some like Earth culture things and like knows a little bit of Earth culture and is excited at first, but also there's something horrible going on. So Lady's like, yeah, like, but also it's kind of like, yeah. But Lady obviously has character development going on, but the order of which you see that character development fluctuates over time. So, Lady name? I don't know what you're talking about. Anyway,
That Lady.
yeah. So anyway, as going through, like you can see, there's a big difference in body language between this moment and the moment when Lady encounters you in the warp core and is like, "I'm not gonna let you do it. I'm not gonna let you do it." You can also see by the state of damage on the uniform that is like not as damaged because has not been through as much.
How many damage like layers did we have for Lady? Do
I
you
think
remember?
five. Like normal with cape. This is stage 2. Stage 3 would be just after this in the action mark scene, or maybe similar.
Yeah.
Then eye bandage and further damage, and then eye bandage, leg,
Right.
like
Dying.
maimed, hand blown off. Like I think that's about yeah. So no, Agent Atlas. This is what I talked about Marcus when he made the website, is because the username on the website that Marcus made for the interim, it says Agent Atlas, but that's a play on words for it's like Harold Atlas, but when you abbreviate H, it's hapless, H Atlas, which is just like him using a word being like, you're a hapless agent.
When you had to have a.
That's not.
Yeah.
This is not Harold Atlas. Well, let me tell you that. It's not.
It's in one universe. The Lady is Harold
That's
Atlas.
not how that works. Anyway.
No, lady's name is Lady because the whole time you're like, that lady, like, you know, because like
Yeah.
Mark and the captain don't know who they are, and then at some point a name was never spoken, and then a name was never. It just
Yeah,
was
exactly.
always that lady.
Yeah. So what it amounts to is like it's literally a character where the name never comes up naturally, and that's just how it is. That's just what it is. And unfortunately, it's one of those things. Until Leo picks a name,
Yeah.
there's no name.
Lady.
For now, Lady. Lady's good. Also, I want to say, Leo was extremely happy. Whoever did the cosplay of Lady, I want to tell you how much that meant, because apparently Leo has never had someone cosplay. In all of Leo's years of acting and doing tons of stuff, has never had anyone do cosplay of one of their characters. So that was really, really cool. And all the fan art, too, has been really nice. Anyway, so now we're back on It's Okay, Mark, You Can Cry. Pathetic. Pitiful. All right, let's do it. Should I say for this scene you saw in the behind the scenes thing, it was like I shoved something in my eye.
Oh, yeah.
What I had for this scene, which thankfully I didn't need in the later scene. I had what's called it's a menthol stick, which is exactly as it sounds. It's like a lipstick container of menthol, and you put this under your eye, and the menthol goes straight into your eye, and it burns like hell, and you tear up. It's one of the common ways that actors can get tears in a scene, and it's very useful, especially when you're like doing 12-hour days of the same goddamn cry scene. Cry stick, that's what it's called. It's called a cry stick or a tear stick or whatever it is. Anyway. I love the color.
Let me take a look at that, rookie.
Can I say something about this? No one knew I was going to do that accent. And I thought maybe it would get a chuckle or something. Dead silence. Dead silence. I do the whole thing and like, let me take a look at that, rookie. Woo. That is a beauty of a bomb. And then, you know, Isaac yells cut. And I look around like, no one said a word. They just went, okay, Mark, sure, that's what you're going to be. And I was like, oh, man, okay.
That is a beauty of a bomb. All right, no time to waste. Yeah, perfect. All right, must be pretty exciting though, right? All those years spent training and all that hard work is finally gonna pay off. And I know how much you've been looking forward to your first bomb, so I'm gonna let you take the lead on this one. No backseat bomb defusing from this guy. I'm not even gonna say a peep. I'm just gonna sit back, shut up, and let the master work.
Okay, so I'm going to guide you through something here. We're not going to do a poll. Oh, I forget which one's which.
Which one's which?
I don't remember.
I don't remember.
I'll know when I see it. Yeah.
Which one's longer? This one's shorter. Saying about that though.
What?
The cutting of the wires.
Yeah. Oh, right.
Which maybe will be in the bloopers, possibly. I hope. So Jordan, the camera operator, is wearing a big helmet rig, right? And he is not. He's looking through a monitor, right? And there's probably not a delay on it. But the fine motor skills needed to cut a tiny wire, attempting to do it through a screen. 8 or 9. How many takes?
20.
20? Was it that many takes?
For not that one, but the one in the woods. Which is a tragedy because it took him... He got it on the first try.
Yes, he did.
Anyway, so we're cutting the blue wire. And then...
Well...
Howdy, newcomer. You made it just in time. We're making s'mores. Would you care to join us?
It's time for the Scout's Oath! I swear to protect and uphold the laws of nature, no matter what or whom gets in our way. This I swear.
Wiener? Well, it's gonna be a busy few months for us, so why don't we kick this camp off with a scary story? You know a lot of scary stories, don't you? You lived them with your parents. Well, what about you, camper? Do you like scary stories? We've got plenty of them. We all have darkness inside of us, so why don't we share?
Oh, God. God. What did I do? Okay, so anyway, this is an example of something that was written in the script that because people don't know what's in my head, they had no idea what was coming. In the script, it is not written scary, but it is so unsettlingly scary. Also, for those of you who thought that cutting the red and the blue wire led to the same thing, you're wrong. I'm going to go back and cut the red wire now.
Well, howdy, camper. You made it just in time. We're making s'mores. Would you care to join us?
Ah! It's time for the Scout's Oath!
None of us knew that was going to happen.
I literally, it was another situation. This is way late at night, right?
This was our only overnight shoot.
Yeah. And so we get a good take with him blowing the horn. By the way, the horn is like my fucking sound in the world now. I have it on my phone. I got to make it my ringtone. And so we have a good one. And so I asked Amy for one more because I'm like, I want to try something a little different.
But it's taken so long to get to this point.
It did take me so long to set up, but rolling one was easy.
The fires.
Yeah.
There was a whole thing with the
fire
getting the fire to work.
And
so
the lighting.
like we were all like pretty fucking done with this scene. We were sick of it.
So I said, like, please, just one more. I know. I just like, I've got something else I want to try. And I told Tyler secretly, and all the other guys here on the camp, I told them, like, at the very beginning, one of these takes, you have to just scream into the horn, okay? And then we got the good take with him with the horn, and I told him, like, Tyler, it's time. Scream like you've never screamed before in your life. And he fucking just... Ah! And I heard the laughter. Like, I heard the
Because we
laughter.
were like, 50 yards this way.
And it's just like, oh my God.
You know what, like, the other pain in the ass of this one is when they're doing the oath and you say, no matter what or whom gets in, or...
It was gets or stands in our way. And I think,
who
like...
or whom and gets and stands.
Yeah, so no matter what or whom, that was tough to get everyone to say things. But then I kept saying stands, And in the script, it was written gets. So everyone said gets. And I said stands. And then I was like, okay, let's go stands. Everyone stands. And then most people said stands. Some people said gets. I'm like, okay, let's do gets. And I was like, so it was...
I think you can hear it in one of them.
You
That there's
can,
like a minor
totally.
one person getting it wrong.
Yeah, but it's all good. Anyway, we're going yellow.
I love this joke.
I do too.
What?
Greg, Steve, you. Dave! I knew I recognized you. How?
Oh, it's you. Is it that time already? Oh, let's chat over here, away from them. They're still figuring themselves out, those two. Quite the story, but for another day. And I'm glad that I ran into you because you've been avoiding me. No.
I spent 3 weeks learning to actually flip a butterfly knife just for this scene. Legitimately. I thought that I knew in the script I had me stabbing one. I'm like, wouldn't it be cool if I had a butterfly knife? And so I bought a prop butterfly knife, and I spent 3 weeks
constantly
practicing. Oh, do I have it?
I don't know where the hell
I
it
don't know
is.
where the
It
fuck
might be
it
in
would
the Texas box. But...
Yeah. Maybe.
Do you want me to go look really quick?
I mean, you can go
Yeah,
look
you
if
talk.
you want. Yeah. And it was just one of those things where it's like, okay, if Warfstache is stabbing something and he is using a butterfly knife, he would have to be so casual about it that I could do it without even looking. That's how good I had to get at it. And so I just kept practicing. Yeah, but all for just that scene, on top of everything else I was doing. But it was nice because it was like an idle thing that I could practice with and just like something to keep my hands busy. But yeah, no? Damn it. Here, I'll flip, twirl, stab. Because I had to catch it in a way. What I wanted to do is I wanted to catch it in a way that I was holding it like a pair of chopsticks. Because I feel like Warfstache would have stabbed that way. You know, so it's like, it's just... No. And then close it up from there. So, just,
Sorry, I got a
Henry! Henry! Where's Chica? Chica!
The star of the show!
Also, guys, if you haven't seen part 2 yet, go watch it. Link in the description. Why are you here? Why are you here? Why aren't you scheduling time with your friends to be able to play it with them? Here's Chica. Chica, what do you think?
Go watch part 2. It's my starring role, and I guess Henry's in it too.
So why don't you go and watch it and come back later to this, because we're spoiling everything. You won't get the lore. You won't get the enjoyment out of it. You'll make me sad, and worst of all, you'll make Chica sad. So go watch it right now. Come back to this later. Honestly, we're probably going to start skipping over stuff.
I know. Go on.
There's just too much to go through anyway.
We'll be done in a little bit.
We're almost through it, though. We're almost through. Just to get to the lore parts. But anyway. More Warfstache.
You've been avoiding me, and now that I have you right where I want you, I'm gonna book that interview. And I won't take no for an answer. And I won't take yes either. No choices at all, really. Haven't you had enough of those? There. Could you hold that for me? Thank you. All right, let's see if I have an opening. I'm not sure, booked, very busy. I'm so popular for that.
Some people don't know that is an actual nude calendar that I did make. It's so weird to think about. Some people don't realize, like, some things are not a joke. That is a real calendar. Yeah. But a lot of people do know that I did that. But it's like, that was, even that was, what,
years
like
ago.
4 years ago now. Like, it's just kind of crazy to think about. Like, yep, I am butt naked in them. I am butt naked.
You know what I love about the Warfstache like scene here is that, like, I remember doing Heist and you doing the Darkiplier scene, and you being like, you like being like to the crew, like, okay guys, I'm gonna do this thing, and like just You know?
Yeah.
Sort of having to preface it with like, just, I have to do this bit, like, it's fine. But everyone loves Wharf Stash.
Everyone does, which is what I've always known. Like, people who had this, like, still to this day, this hard on for Darkiplier, but I'm like, this is who you want. This is real. This is my Tom Bombadil of my universe is Wharf Stash. Perfect example of that. No discredit, you know, whatever. But this is just like a good example. Anyway.
All right, I'm booking you for October 30th, 2019. Don't worry, I'll come to you. And I don't want any excuses this time. None of this, oh, is that in the past? Is that in the future? Oh, I can't wrap my head around this whole timey-wimey thing. Figure it out! Lovely talking to you, but you're already running behind, so let me order you a ride, since your previous one seems to have been unfortunately stabbed by an unknown assailant. Probably that old man. You don't mind pink, do you?
October 30th, 2019 is the date that A Heist with Markiplier was released, and in one of those paths is an Easter egg with Wilford where he interviews you. He's booking you an interview that is in the past. But if you can't wrap your head around it, figure it out!
God.
Sorry. I'm sorry. Sorry.
Do you want to pull up?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so some of you sharp-eyed people have noticed where this connects.
I love this. I love this.
So, what I'm showing you is a clip from Wilford Mother Lovin' Wharf Stash.
I need the volume.
Oh, you're right.
Said get down on... What? How do you not... Stop playing games. Get your ass down on the ground before I blow you right here, right now. Away.
Dave?
And now, this is the scene we just watched.
Greg, Steve, you. Dave! How do I recognize you? Oh, it's you. Is it that time already?
Yeah.
It's the second one of him in the side. You know how there's the two of them and there's the one and then the other one? Well, no, because someone put up like a a clip on YouTube that has a ton of views now of like, oh, look, it's a reference, but they don't actually show the shot of second Wilford walking out of frame.
They don't show it. It's like, why would you do that and not show it? Anyway.
Kind of cool.
Just a little showing off, you know, just a little bit of a, you know. Anyway, continuing on from here. This was just very fun. I honestly am looking at this scene. This is one of my favorite performances I've done of Wharf Stash. I love the way, especially at the end of, let me order you a ride, because your previous sin seems to have been unfortunately stabbed by an unknown assailant. Like, just it's so Wharf Stash, like not even understanding that he's the one that stabbed it.
Right, since your previous one seems to have been unfortunately stabbed by an unknown assailant. Probably that old man.
Like, even going for it so meta, blaming the old man who is very stabby, admittedly, but doesn't even, like, it's not even an occurrence in his head. It's just like, I really love this scene. Like, I really, really, really do. Anyway.
Monsters, which means that you are just as responsible for what's going on.
I didn't have anything to do with that.
Come on. You're the most notorious wormhole bandit in the galaxy. You gave them this, yes? Then you can tell me where they are.
Even if I did have anything to do with that, I didn't break any laws, so you can't even do anything about it.
In fact, I think... Do you understand what is going on out there? Do you understand what's at stake? People are dying because of this. So there's nothing. And I...
All right. Let's see what we do. Poll time.
Poll time.
And his bandit. Woo woo. So, story, right? Lore. Goddamn. You're seeing more of ladies' progression.
I'm listening.
No, you don't have to live. You don't have to listen. You know all this. So you're seeing more of ladies' progression in desperation to try to do it, but also you're hearing that lady is trying to find the ship. That's the whole point. Like if lady thinks, lady doesn't have any other leads. Lady thinks, find the ship, stop all this from happening. Whatever it takes. Doesn't know exactly what. So goes on to try to do what they know. Okay. So interestingly enough, a lot of people are voting Intervene, and I totally get that. I understand that. And the scene that is in Intervene is very, very cool. But not enough people have seen the alternatives. Mm-hmm. And when you see it, you are going to thank me. When you see it, you're going to thank me. So I am overruling, and we are going sneak away.
I didn't know what they were gonna do. Come on. They're crazy. Their ship is so broken. Even if I could tell you where it was, there's no guarantee you show up at the right time.
This is the exact ball from Battle Angel Alita.
The motor ball?
Yeah.
Because it was a lot of the same crew, like art department and stuff.
Yeah, Rooster Teeth helped out with that. And also, Brad, the sound mixer, did the sound mixing for Battle Angel Alita. Anyway. We showed this to so many people. This is one of the scenes we showed the most of anything. An entire half day of filming dedicated just to that scene. And so worth it. And it's not like no one's seen this side of it. Intervene, very cool. The reverse-averse, extremely cool. Took just as much time to film as this.
But this was like half a day. All of the instruments that they rented for it, all of the costumes. My God. I mean, but also the most fun day on set.
The most fun. And I did so little that day. I was so, I just got to enjoy it. Because I wasn't in it. And I just got to be like, you go change for an hour and
they'd come out and every time they'd just be in like a funnier costume than the one before. Oh my God. So funny.
Everyone had a fucking field day. This is why, if you haven't seen this show, we're obviously not going to show it all now. Go check it out. There's so much fun stuff. There's so much fun stuff. See, you're thanking me. I knew you'd thank me. I knew it. Anyway, I'm going to guided tour this from now on.
We are here at the scene of the crime, where the perpetrator has returned. Might it be possible that said criminal mastermind mayhaps be ready to confess their heinous crimes? What cause did you have to destroy the entire multiverse? Where did you obtain such a reckless disregard for human and unhuman life? Why did you feel the need to end the existence of all that exists? And most importantly of all, which one of us is the real Jim?
Jim. So few people have seen that last Jim at the very end. Jim. I love the fact Jim is such a unique niche part of my channel, but that scene, everyone loves that scene. Jim. It's just God.
It's so niche.
It's so niche, but I'm so glad people appreciate it.
How many people here have seen the actual like 4 Jim videos?
Have you seen the 4-part Jim series? I don't know.
Aren't
they unlisted?
I think they probably are.
I don't know, man. Very cool though. Very fun. Anyway, guided tour. Skip over this crap. We don't need any of this nonsense. All right, skip. All right, nope, that's not what I meant to do. God damn it. No. We're here for the lore. We're here for the lore. God. Oh, no, wait, that's what I wanted. Okay.
I love you, man.
Captain? Cookie?
Can I just say, I knew people were upset in part 1 when you didn't get to eat the donut, and I knew in my heart, like, oh my God, they're gonna be so happy that they get the cookie.
You get the candy.
Oh my God, it's you.
You do?
It's been, I don't know
Not
how
many
long
people
it's been. Time doesn't really work the same, but oh man, it's been a while. Chill.
Welcome back. Cookie?
Oh, well, buddy, that is so sweet, but you know your cooking will kill me.
You're right.
Anyway, I am so glad you're back. I don't know what you did, but it has been so freeing. Opening wormholes has never been easier. I can go wherever I want, whenever I want. I've been able to see some things that I thought I lost. Oh, well, I guess that means you gotta go now. I know this probably isn't even real. It's probably all just one big dream, but I'm just so glad we met.
Hug? Hug?
What? No, you know. You can't hug people. It's just...
Oh man, I love this scene. This was an addition. This scene almost didn't happen. Yeah. But we had some extra time on the day that we were at this location, so I was like, fuck it, I'm gonna write a goddamn scene the day before, and I did.
Wug and Bandit need a resolution, you know?
Exactly, and
they
that was the thing.
deserve it.
I realized like Bandit did not have a resolution, and to be able to have that and see Wug again, not outside of the capacity where Wug shoots you in the face, of seeing like it's not all bad. Like that's the thing, it's not all bad, and that's what I really want people to know about these stories. These shows is like it's not all bad, but it is serious, but also it's not serious. That's the whole concept of it. It's fun, but also tells a story. I think that in the craziness of this multiverse, you can have all of those things. Some joyous. What Bandit's talking about is like seeing some things that she thought she lost, you know, with when time's weird and universes are weird, like kind of like what was happening in Doctor Strange, but in a less well-told way. Just like, you know, there are some things that you can have. You know, little opportunities, and it's kind of my philosophy of like, you know, there's always something to smile about. You know, you like not always, but you know, there. It's just like your perspective on the experiences that you're involved in. You know, I love seeing the Bandit go from the manic nature in part 1 towards the end of being unable to process what's happening to now being like, hey, roll with the punches. You know, this kind of wormholes are my thing. Like, you know, I can kind of, if I embrace it, I can kind of enjoy some things that I never thought I'd get to see again. You know, and then you know, you get to hug Wug, pretty much. Also, Wade blind. Again, it's also dark in here.
Oh, it's so hot in here.
I am behind that door, and every time the camera looks away, I literally jump out from behind, and I have to grab Wade and like this way, and then duck out of the way so he's at least facing the right direction. You can see him; he clips this. Like you see right here, you see him come up here, and just this pipe here, which is scalding hot, wonk. But he goes for it, and I applaud. He went for it. So very, very good.
This by Jordan is genuine fear.
Really, legitimately. Like, Jordan is about to die here. Yeah. Anyway, the cookie's falling down. All the things falling into the wormhole, last minute edition. Okay, what do you think? Song or lady scene?
I mean,
lore-wise, this is obviously more fun.
Is there that much lore in that scene necessarily?
I mean, it's just.
I mean, no, I agree.
It's like Lady's Riddle. I think I'll leave it. I'll leave it to chat.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, very sleepy.
That's okay. We're almost wrapped up.
I'm so bored, you know. God, the show just keeps going and going.
It really does, doesn't it? That was always the funny thing is like, look, I get it, totally 100%. People going into this might have had expectations that it would be like Heist. I knew that going into this. I knew that making this project, and I knew that some people would be disappointed that there wasn't 100 endings. Let me tell you something. 100 endings would get really boring. And also, like, the differences between them is, like, it becomes... Heist was cool in that it was a contained, fun experience. Going more than that, I would have to write 30 different stories to do that. And it's not like I don't want to tell 30 stories. I had an idea. Heist worked because that was the idea. This idea exists in the format that it is. And it has to be told this because it is a story about being trapped in the consequences of choices already made. And the only way to get out is for things to end. The ending is the meaning of it. The ending isn't the end, even though it is. The ending is the only way to freedom. And that's like what it was about. So when it comes down to like people enjoying this and being like, man, I wish it was more endings. I totally get that. But also, there's no functional difference between it because with Heist, you get to an ending and you go back to the beginning and you do it again. That's what it is. All this does is like you die, you live, you die, you live again. It's the same functional thing. And I'm not trying to defend it because they're different types of stories. But if you are looking at it from the eye of like, oh, well, this should be like Heist, you're missing out on the fun of what this really represents. Allow yourself to see something new because not only I don't really want to do the same thing over and over again.
Right, like you don't want to tell the same... I don't know.
Yeah,
you want to do something. You had this opportunity where you had this like budget and to do an interactive thing again,
and a space thing, a multiverse
and
story.
you had full creative control. Where like you can try something a little riskier, frankly.
Absolutely.
A little different that you hadn't seen before, like in the genre. I don't know.
I think that this show is a triumph. I think that this show stands up on its own compared to any TV show. But also, people are perfectly entitled to their opinions.
Date can be your favorite. Like,
Date can
you can have your favorite does not have to be the most recent project.
Yeah, absolutely. But also, do know that there is so much fun shit in here. This is packed to the tits with fun scenes, funny scenes. Like, I love every freaking moment of this. Like,
and
it's
you got
super
to tell
fun.
a story.
And I actually got to tell a cohesive story that had an end. So many of my shit has like endings that don't stick the landing. But I loved seeing people watch this and people look at it in the ending and they feel it. God, they feel it. They really feel it. Like my acting has gotten better, obviously, but just like the actual story itself wraps up. It does, and it's like it's so satisfying to have something. I've had so many landings or endings that don't stick the landing. You know, Who Killed Markiplier didn't stick the landing like I wanted it to. You know, Wilfred Mother Loving Mustache. It's so open ended that there is no answer, and that's how I did it. You know, Damien, like it even that, like trying to like ham fist the Darkiplier lore into something that works after I kind of screwed up the Who Killed Markiplier one, like trying to like work backwards,
trying to like fix it.
yeah, instead of working backwards, this is the first one where I can work forwards, and it's like, oh, it's so fun. Anyway, this is just me talking about it. This is nothing to do with the lore. Don't listen to anything I just said. Right by, ooh, it's close. Ooh, for those of you who have not gone left, I would go left, but we shall go right.
It's muted.
Big Freeze to Schmo Yo Ho!
Space was so cool, so cool, but it won't even live in a memory. Universe unspooled, so cruel to be leaving with only a melody. So pretty, what a pity. There were billions and billions of stories, and infinite stars. We did our best to hold it together, but now the seams are all pulling apart. So cool, so cool, but it won't even live in a memory. It was so
We didn't go over any of the puppet shows in this one. There's so much.
If there was a way that I could change all that's been wrecked, rewrite the regrets, let's leave no stone unturned. Let's stay bright till we're burned. It's so cool, so cool, and so pretty.
Hey, yes, thank you for all the 10-year wishes, of course. But yes, this and The Last Goodbye are on Spotify and iTunes right now.
Under the Gregory Brothers,
The
correct?
Gregory Brothers. So if you want to find them, support them, play that every day.
As are all of the other songs that they've done for you.
Yeah, exactly.
Such as I
Yeah.
Don't Want to Be Free.
I Don't Want to Be Free.
And what's the other one that we love that we were listening to the other day that we're like, that doesn't get enough credit?
I'm back.
I'm back, baby. Yeah, that one's
Baby, good. I'm back, I'm on a roll. I'm back, baby.
All great.
Baby, I'm back, I'm out of control. I'm back, baby. You know, that was stuck in our head for all. That was on launch day of part 2, was just nothing but that. So you can find both of those. Also, like, I edited this video myself.
We filmed this back here at home.
Yeah, we filmed this here, actually. This one's really important because, like, it really does. I made this show because I love space, and I wanted to do it justice. If I was going to do a space show, I wanted to do it right. This is why this is my most involved project, why it took the most effort, and it deserved the most effort. And this song is representative of it because it comes full circle. I don't like to not acknowledge the things that got me to where I am today. And Space is So Cool is a song made by the Gregory Brothers back in the day, like 5 years ago now, right around when Date came out, that just really, really embodies like my love of space. And it was super cool to hear and to evolve, especially considering this is like my 10-year stream. I've been doing this for 10 years. You know, I've come very far in terms of a content creator and a filmmaker. I do fully believe with the lessons that I learned from this, my skill set is so rounded out I could make a movie. I talked about this on the Member Maker. Okay.
No.
Yeah.
I laugh because every once in a while I'll see a tweet that's like, I'm so proud of Mark. He made a short film. And I'm like, this is 7 hours. Could you imagine 90 minutes? God.
Yeah, no, I can't wait to be able to make a 90 minute.
So easy.
When I say like,
easy, but...
I have made movies. This is 3 movies. But like, what I mean is like, I could make a movie as good as any studio has ever made. I know I could. I'm fully confident in my ability to do it technically and story-wise. So if any big studio could give me money.
But that's why now...
And complete creative control.
I'm so excited for you for the future, though, because, like, I feel like this project, like, really rounded out your confidence in being able to do something like that. And also, like, it seems so much... Like, one of our favorite things to do is, like, when we watch a movie is to look up the budget and to be like, oh God, could do it so much cheaper. Like,
I got $50 million. Holy shit. God, if only.
But like, you can think of like, now you know what you can do with a budget. Like, with a little bit of money, like, you could make a short film and you know how to write cheaply. Like,
yeah, that's the thing.
Film it in a couple weeks. Like, not short film, a film.
That's the beautiful thing is like, I right now, we've been talking a lot about me. I want to learn Unreal Engine 5 and like do that sort of stuff. So if anybody out there is learning Unreal Engine 5, I'm right there with you. You know, I think that's a great tool for filmmaking, but also just like rounding out your skill sets, try something new. I'm probably going to figure out a project to work with Unreal 5 to really get me to learn. That's the best way to learn anything. Just pick a project and do something that needs that tool and then do that. Yeah. Anyway, really proud of this, really happy with this, but it's not over yet.
Captain?
So, obviously we've transitioned. We're back in the diner at the end of the universe. At the end of the universe. One of the funny things about the scene is Phil, the DP, lovely, really talented, loves his beautiful lights, makes everything look really pretty.
That's why this show looks so pretty.
Is because of his lighting. Not only with set direction, all of it combined, but just like the lighting really adds the mwah to it. He lit the scene originally, and it had a lot of like broken staticky lights and stuff like that. And I came in and I went, this looks great. Can you take all of it down?
And you would like turn one off and then you'd be like, I think it would be better without this light. And it was like a half hour of crushing him slowly.
I saw his soul just be like crushed more of it. Like, can you turn off that light and those lights and those lights? And the two lights back there, because I wanted it to feel like it was completely empty and only lit by like the last moon left in the universe. And that's what you get here.
If you'd like to know something else really cool about the scene, it was the very last thing that we filmed.
Yes.
Which made it very special.
It was extremely special. That was in the BTS too. It was like, this is the last scene that we filmed, and it's very poetic that it was. Here, we had more pickup shots.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, but anyway.
Captain? I was hoping you'd be back. It's gone real dark out there. I imagine that this is probably the end. Don't worry about not stopping me soon. I'm starting to realize that even though we have infinite choices, every single second of our lives, there's only a handful that really, really matter. You know, what's funny? I don't know why, but I'm happy. I don't know any other way to explain it. I'm content with everything. Being this close to an end, finally an end. And seeing you again, just, I don't know. It's good. It's good. For a while there, I felt like I was right back there again. Living every single life again and again. Never stopping, always moving forward. But now, it's calm. It's calm. Everything has to end, Captain. It has to. It doesn't matter how tightly you hold on to things, they'll still just slip right through your fingers. You'll always make mistakes. You have to. And that's okay. I just wish I learned that sooner. For what it's worth, I'm glad I got to share this adventure with you.
The captain pauses for a moment, taking in the emptiness of the once bustling diner, pondering the lives of all those who must have passed through this place. It's hard to imagine it was ever full to begin with. But it was once, and that's what matters.
Just like old times, eh, Captain?
Captain. Yeah. Anyway. No, that was a really, really cool scene. And it just was a coincidence that it was the last scene that we filmed.
I think Isaac sort of made sure that it was.
I mean, maybe he did, but also at the same time, it was really good. Like, it's about resolution, you know. The story, in a lot of ways, is about characters owning their mistakes, and also not hating themselves for making them in the first place. If you notice, in this story, there are no villains. That's kind of a common theme in a lot of things I make. There are no villains. There are no bad guys. There are people that are willing to go to any length for what they believe is right, and that can like lead them to do terrible things, like with this and Engineer Mark like trying to save the universe, or old Mark trying to do the same thing. But that's because they don't know. They don't have the full context of everything. And so like really, like there are no bad guys here. Everyone is looking for a bad guy with actor Mark. Like he's not lurking behind the curtain
The
here.
talking door.
Okay, yeah. Well, the talking door still got you to the warp core, and besides, it wasn't the real talking door. The talking door was hidden in the corner. Like, that's not me, Captain.
You know,
that's not me.
That's not me. The door saying that's not me was the one joke that the first time I read the script, I didn't think it was funny.
Yeah.
Because it didn't translate to me in the script. I didn't see the vision. That's one of those times where I'm glad I said nothing, because goddamn, is it one of the best jokes of the whole
God,
show.
it's so funny. It's so funny.
I'm a dumbass.
That CG door going, that's not me.
So good.
Oh, love it. Good stuff. Very fun. If you don't know what I'm talking about, you gotta watch it. You gotta watch the show. Should we step out of the room for the don't moment? Should we let them have
I might need to leave.
We might need to leave, right? Let's just step out and we'll come back when it's time.
I want to watch it.
Maybe I should step out. No.
And the only person that I trust more than myself is the captain. Where are you going?
I can't give up.
But Captain,
How could the captain do this?
That's not me, Captain. That's not me.
There has to be a way.
Not up to you. I'm sorry.
I just need more time. We trusted you. One more time.
Hi, Captain. Sorry about that. Couldn't afford to let you make another mistake. Funny thing to say after an eternity of nothing but second chances. Don't. You don't have to keep trying anymore. There's no time.
You know, it was funny is like so many times I'm like, haha, I know what they're gonna like, I know what they're gonna think. Other times I'm just like, what?
I don't know how you didn't see it.
How did anybody see it?
The rest of us saw it.
What is it? I'm saying don't.
And I wasn't the only person on set who had the same reaction.
No, who?
I was over in Video Village like, oh, buddy.
Don't.
It's a little spicy. I don't know.
Don't.
I'm not saying that should be your takeaway from this scene. I'm just saying I understand why it happened.
Don't.
Stop.
Do not. Don't do it.
It's Yancey all over again.
No. Like, I don't know. They're weird. They're really weird.
It's funny. It's so funny.
Yeah, Mac does the same thing when you go to reach the button and he just doesn't say don't. You grab your hand. If I should put that in, like I should edit that. Just add it like a don't. Just add on his lips like I do meow. Don't. Someone make that edit. Mac grabbing your hand and just put my lips going don't, but over him going don't. Yeah, that'd be good.
I'm anywhere. Another thing I never thought I'd say again. But I'm gonna fix the damage you caused. I had a long time to spend rebuilding this machine you broke. A long time over too many lives. But I know now that this thing does more than just make wormholes. Distance and time are the same thing from different perspectives.
Takes a lot of power to rip
That's all these
wormholes.
universes are. Just different points of view. And this machine didn't just bridge a tunnel through our universe. It was bridging all of them. And you destroyed it. I can't undo what you've done. Not here anyway. Or at least, not now. If I could go back, if I could try again, if I could stop you before any of this even started, maybe I could save everyone. What the hell does that mean? That's sand! What's sand? Then no! You'll destroy everything again! Captain! Don't let go! Don't let go! Wait. Let me go! Captain, please! I can fix this! Look, I don't know what you did. And maybe you didn't mean to, but I have to stop you! I have to! God, I wish I thought of a fake hand or something. Please! This is it! This is the end of everything! Everyone that ever existed is gonna get wiped out unless you let me go! Captain! Please! I have to keep trying! I have to!
Don't let go. Don't hold on. All right. I can have this idea beforehand. Is
What?
if they want to see the ending.
Yeah, I mean,
I've walked you through a lot of this show, and I've walked you through a lot of like what it is, and I've talked a lot about the themes of this and stuff like that. What the show means to me, how it actually is a story of one person trying to do what's right. Like many people trying to do what's right. The core theme that a lot of people don't understand is that you are not the only one making choices. Not just you as an individual, not just you as a collective captain. Other people in the story are making choices. There's another scene, like the other side of the song, where Lady's in the void. And Lady has a line there that says, I wonder what would have happened if I didn't choose to follow you down that damn wormhole. And that's because that is a choice that Lady made. And Lady did not have to make that choice, because if you go back to part 1 at the end, old Mark does not recognize Lady. And that's because in that version, in part 0, Lady did not choose to follow you down that wormhole. It's a series of choices. Even here, there are multiverses where Lady did not do that. If Lady was not in this show pursuing you relentlessly, can you honestly say that you would be fully informed to make the correct decision at the end? Maybe. Maybe not. It's hard to say. Some of you, yes. Some of you, no. I think I've touched on just about everything. There are a few things that I want to talk about. No villains. I talked about that. Okay. The other thing that I want to say is this show, while simultaneously, this may not be actor Mark, this may not be anything, but it provides an explanation for everything that has or will happen in previous stories. Engineer Mark is not actor Mark, but actor Mark might just be engineer Mark. This might be the core basis of everything that has happened, echoing backwards in time, because the story of this takes part in the future. But in this, in the multiverse and tearing it open with the wormhole, you get an opportunity for all of these other stories to fit into it. Because at the very bottom of this chaotic, swirling wormhole, when everything is collapsing down on itself, there's Mark, and there's you. Us together, our collective story, which is exactly representative of this channel and everything that I've made so far. It's you and me, the collective you and the one of me, which is so weird because the opposite is shown in all my stories. It's the multitude of me's and the singular you, but it's both are true at the exact same time. I'm one person, but you have an infinite number of interpretations of who I am. I'm one person, and there's an infinite number of you guys out there to interpret. It's the duality of it. It's kind of the beauty of the creative process on YouTube represented in a story. It's our dance. You and me taunting you constantly, me being an asshole, you chasing after it. You guys created Darkiplier. I've said that before. You made Darkiplier. Therefore, in a weird way, you are Darkiplier.
And they also influence like the characters that they care about, people like Yancey, right?
Yes.
That then sort of help dictate the way that you write the next project, right? Like it is this like symbiotic sort of relationship.
It really is. Like I once said that Who Killed Markiplier, The Void had a lot of inspiration from like Warhammer 40k, its universe. Yeah. But another way it's weirdly similar to that is with Warhammer 40k, belief in something makes it real in that other, in the warp, right? Mm-hmm. So for you guys, your belief in these characters and your love for them solidify their reality in this fake reality, this sub-universe of my mind, which is just these shows are just visions in my mind made into reality. It's still not real, but it's real enough. We did it, And that's kind of like blending the line between you and I creating at the same time, simultaneously. I would not be here without you guys. I would also not be here without the other YouTubers that inspired me. I would not be here without Amy. This show would not have been made without Amy, like me writing it, you helping guide the process of filming it, like all these small steps.
It's the same reason that like when you think about like all of your friends being in your projects, and like the way that if you talk to anyone who spent any amount of time with you, they would describe you. We use the word tornado, but I think wormhole is also an apt description of like the way that you sort of get sucked in to your storytelling. You're like, once you're in, like you're stuck with me. Like I'm gonna keep dragging you into projects.
That's what I said to Morgan. It was like, get ready, you're in here. And as soon as like you guys started making fan art of the Bandit, Morgan was like, what the hell is that? That's you getting pulled into the whirlpool wormhole. Like, oh, what is happening? That's what happens. Like you guys suck people into it because you do love it and you do support it and you tear it apart and you cherish it and you make other works from it. Like the most proud I could possibly be is that this inspires you to make something, anything. It could be a piece of fan art. It could be a story. It could be a cosplay. It could be another interactive.
That's what we talked about with Heist, where, you know, people being like wishing it was more like Heist 2, like in just a way that it just branched out, and you're like, well, anyone can make that. Like
anyone can be. Yeah, you guys can make Heist that. Too. You guys can make Date. That's what I want people to realize about this. This is a big production thing, but you can't just start with this because you need skills to be able to do this. Like it's not me being conceited to say that like you can't do that if you're just starting out. Like I'm warning you not to try because you will learn a lot.
But you can see the journey that it's taken you.
Yeah, there's a fun path. A fun path of making projects that get progressively better and enjoying the creative process the entire time instead of like destroying yourselves trying to make something this big. I would love people to make Date. We made Date cheap. The budget was like $10K. Okay, that sounds like a lot.
Yeah.
That sounds like a lot.
That's because you're paying the people you're
working with.
I'm paying the people
I'm working with.
You can make it with your friends.
You can make it with your friends for free.
And we rented a couple locations.
We rented a couple locations.
I had a couple cameras.
In the grand scheme of productions, comparatively, that's cheap. But even before Date came the free sketches that we made, like no money sketches. It's a progressive process. To make a 24 video series for that amount of money is, in the film world, pretty crazy. And even that was like kind of amateurish. You guys can make a choose your own adventure in your room. With the right idea, you can make anything. You got the tools to do it at your disposal.
Your iPhone camera is better than the cameras we were using at the time. Like
exactly. Well, maybe not. Maybe not better than that. But definitely when I started YouTube, phones today are just as good, if not better. Like it's crazy the tools that you have. And it doesn't even need to be like as high quality as any of this. It doesn't need to look that way because YouTube is an open platform for you to do whatever you want. That's the beauty of it.
There's stuff like the montages or like the gyms where it's like, like you could have, like part of the charm is that they're not perfect, you know, like beautiful VFX shots. Like sometimes like the jankiness is like the charm of it.
The jankiness is like the puppet show.
And that's what we always worried about, especially with Heist, less so this because we knew it was okay. But the scariest thing going into Heist, and one of the reasons that people, I think like were not receptive to YouTube Originals projects is because like when people watch YouTube, they want it to feel like the creator made it. And sometimes when a creator gets a bigger budget and they have someone else directing, right, they have all these other people involved, it loses that charm. But I'd like to think that these projects have held on to that to a degree, you know, because that's the important part of YouTube.
In a weird way, I am sad that YouTube Originals is going because I feel like, I don't know, I don't want to say like I had any sway in YouTube Originals because obviously I was not making YouTube Originals any money. Like this video did not make its money back, but in no way. God no. But what it did, I think, is show that I am not the only creator on YouTube that can make a show that people really like or want to devour or watch or get really excited about. Of course not. There's so many people that could do this or better. I'm sure they're out there. Like I've met many of them. But like I think that this being a project that I had complete creative control over to make something that really elevated the content that I make on a daily basis really kind of showcases that to you guys and the YouTube audience as a whole, like it can be done and it can be done well, that honors the creators that are a part of it and honors YouTube as a platform itself. But it's a relationship of trust. And I get that. It's a business decision to downsize YouTube Originals. I can't influence that at all, or maybe I can, but I'm just happy that I had the chance to do this because I'm not going to stop making things. You know, I've been doing this for 10 years and I now more than ever, I want to make stuff more than ever before. Like it's kind of crazy. It's been such a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful experience. I cannot explain the feeling of satisfaction that you get from making things. It is wonderful. And you don't have to make something like this first thing. Look at The Fall of Slender Man, my first sketch with Warfstash, my first sketch character. It's it's crap, but I love it. I do love it.
That's like I think the best thing about these projects that I felt is like, and stuff like Unisonus too, like that I've been involved in, is I have yet to like look back on any of these, and because you look back on this, you know, and any of the past ones, and like I can look on Unisonus and be like, there are so many things I do differently, like so many things I do better, you know, all this stuff. But I'm never looking back on this with like frustration that they're not better.
Mm-hmm.
It's always more of like an excitement that the next one could be better, you know, because like you feel like you gain all these skills every time you try it.
God, I know it's heresy, but we've been watching some Unisonus compilations.
Don't tell anybody.
I'm not telling anybody. Oh no, it's just like, man, it's good. It's funny. Too bad I'm gonna take them down. Hey, it's ours. If anybody can.
I'm not doing it.
No, just kidding. But no, it's just an honor. It is. I want to thank like all the crew that was a part of this. Like, go through all the names of the people in the credits. Really look at them and understand that every single one of those people dedicated hundreds of hours of their life to make this project a reality. Some of them thousands. It's beautiful.
The number of man hours that go into this is nuts.
Yeah. There was about 150 people in total that worked on this.
And every day there'd be maybe 40 people on set.
50 60 sometimes. Yeah. Lots of people making art and really loving it along the way. There is a world where all of that can work. I firmly believe that. And I am willing to put my money where my mouth is to make that world a reality if it's not going to show itself. So I want to thank like all the crew, all the cast, like all the lovely talented friends that I have that dedicated their time, their energy to making an idea that I had a reality. I am not going to make this last choice, and I am not going to talk about the ending, because if you have not seen it yet, go watch it and bring a friend along for the ride. Legitimately set up time to schedule a watch party with your friends. It's fun. It's fun. Someone who has not, that's such an opportunity. You have someone that has not seen any of this before. You get to show them the insanity that is the show. Let them make choices about it. That's fun. Like, I think that's fun anyway. So definitely do that. And you will have to go see the ending for yourself. Like, there are obviously some still open questions that I could answer. I will probably answer them eventually.
It'll come around.
It'll come.
It's not like you're never going to talk about this again. God.
But what I'll say is, like most things in this story, like I said, the story is the lore, but there are some doors that this opens backwards in time and connects backwards. And the post-credit scene, God, no, that is not honest, you clods. How could you think that? The sound, the ringing, the wood creaking. What is wrong with you? It's Darkiplier literally saying the line from A Heist with Markiplier with the sound cue from Heist with Markiplier. It links to A Heist with Markiplier. What more do you want? Don't look so deep into it. Oh, but the shoes. It's clear.
I mean, I think those were
because it was the only shoes I had.
Dress shoes.
It's the only shoes I had. You can't show the whole suit, and everyone's like, why doesn't he have a sleeve? Is he just shirtless? It's like, no, if you bend over in a suit and you reach with your arm, the sleeve doesn't go all the way with you. You idiots! Stop looking so deep. It's right in front of your face. Anyway, thank you everybody so much for watching. Cloakbrand.com, limited edition space posters. They are incredible. There's a paper version and a metal version. And there's a bunch of other mugs there. If you want the other mug, tweet at Cloakbrand. Make them not forget about it.
There's like jumpsuits and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, all kinds of stuff. Yeah, thank you to Burning Tractor VFX for doing all that. Thank you for TBD Post. Oh, TBD post.
I feel like that's something like that you never talked about.
Mhm.
That has been the last 6 months of our lives.
Yeah.
Has been
Post-production.
how many days, work days, were we in Texas just for sound, purely for sound mixing?
5 weeks.
5 weeks.
Yeah.
Over the last few months.
5 weeks.
We've been in Texas a lot.
Literally talking 5
Just
full
like
weeks of
living in
work.
a hotel, like
Not like we were in Texas a week and we worked 2 days. No, 5 full weeks.
work weeks.
Of just sound mixing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you guys. This VOD will be posted. You can tear it apart as much as you want. I encourage you to go watch the show. People who keep asking about this weird mask, I don't know what you're talking about. People were saying the same thing at the end of Wilfred Mother Loving Worcester. They kept asking about a mask. I have no idea what that is.
I've heard a lot about a train too.
Yeah, I don't know what that's talking about. I will try to look into that. I've literally no idea what you're talking about in terms of a mask or anything like that. But yeah, normal videos will start up in about 1 week. Next Monday, we will be back to normal videos. I'm taking a week off, not a month off.
You can take a month off.
No, I'm taking a week off. And then we will be back to normal videos coming at you hot and fresh. Thank you, everybody, so much for watching. Hope you all have a wonderful day. Go watch part 2 if you haven't already. Go find a friend, watch part 1 again. And thank you, everybody, so much for watching. Thank you, Amy, for being a part of this.
You're welcome. Excited to make more stuff in the future.
Me too. So we'll see you soon. All right.
Thanks for watching.
Yep.
It's a marathon. Look at this, right at 5 p.m. 6 p.m. What time is it?
Goodbye.
Goodbye.